Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is 4:10, almost 4:20. Donald Trump and JD Vance just started. I was trying to get this stream set up quick enough to be live before they started, but they had just started, which is perfect because I don't really like going live with them. So I am going to go ahead and jump to it now because here it comes. It's JD Vance, President Trump participate in signing time, and then afterwards, Trump did a luncheon earlier at the Kennedy Center, and I'll show that and whatever else pops up on along the way. So here we go. Trying to get this on as fast as I can.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. This is a big thing that we're doing. It's about fraud, having to do with all the fraud that's taking place in our country. And we have two people that are extremely brilliant and just very talented, and they're going to be put in charge. But I'd like to ask Will, if you would, to give a little description of what we're signing, the executive order, and then I'll ask JD to speak.
Yes, sir. As you stated in your State of the Union address, in light of widespread revelations of fraud in federally funded programs in states like Minnesota, this executive order in front of you will establish a new task force aimed at rooting out that fraud, returning potentially billions or tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars to the American taxpayer. This task force will be chaired by the vice president. The vice chairman will be the head of the FTC, Andrew Ferguson, who's with us here as well today. But this is going to launch a whole of government approach to rooting out the very serious problem of fraud in federally funded programs around the country.
As an example, you've been seeing it and seeing it pretty big in Minnesota, $19 billion. But that's only for one little aspect of the fraud. It's $19 billion, and California, as they say, is 10 times worse, and other states are 10. And this is not a Republican Democrat thing. This is wherever it's taking place. It seems that it's usually in blue states. If it's in a red state, we're going there too. But it seems that it's heavily Democrat. And what they've done is so sad. When you look at the Minnesota scam, a lot of it has to do with Somalia. Nobody's calling out anybody, but a lot of it has to do, but it's Somalia and plenty of others. And I believe the governor is complicit. I believe Ilhan Omar is complicit. I believe that your attorney general is complicit. And if they are, you're going to hopefully find out about it, and you're going to have to do what you have to do. If we found half of the fraud that's taking place in this country, and I think you have a chance of doing that, we would have much more than a balanced budget. That's the kind of numbers you're talking about. The theft is incredible. And I think JD will make, and Andrew will make a charge later on that local states should handle nursing homes and all of these things that the federal government shouldn't be involved in. It's too big. The federal government should handle military and a couple of other things. But when it comes to nursing homes, you saw where a young gentleman was going around and knocking on doors, and none of the nursing homes existed, none of the nurseries existed. The money that's being paid out, and the federal government pays for it. When you see all these people coming in illegally into our country, many criminals, many drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders, and you look at California, and more come in, and yet they never had money, and yet they pay them. You know why they pay them? Because the federal government is charged with paying. We're not paying them anymore, and I said that. So these two really smart guys are going to be, I think it's going to, hopefully it's going to be JD's. This will not be like a Kamala where she was put in charge of the border and she never went there, JD, right? You promise?
I promise, sir.
Remember, Kamala was put in charge. She was the border czar. She never went to the border. She never called any of the great border patrol. The border patrol testified. We never spoke to her in 4 years. And that was a disaster. But this is different. This is a different group of people. I think maybe before JD, I'll ask Stephen Miller say a few words too, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, under President Trump's leadership, as we've seen, the illegal flow across the southern border was stopped completely. But what we found since President Trump came into office is that the Democrats have set up a system to funnel hundreds of billions and ultimately trillions of dollars to migrants that are in our country, oftentimes from places like Somalia. So as an example, ICE recently asked a group of illegal immigrants that were in detention whether or not they were receiving Medicaid. Half of them raised their hands and volunteered that they were on Medicaid, just volunteered that. These aren't the ones who were hiding it, right? They also asked illegal aliens how they paid their medical bills, and they said that if they don't have Medicaid, they go to hospitals, they get free care there, and they bill it to the taxpayers. So they aren't paying for any of their own health care in this country. This is one example. And we've seen this over and over and over again. So under President Trump's leadership, and then of course with JD and the head of the FTC, Andrew Ferguson, we are going to see the first ever effort in American history to reclaim the ultimately trillions of dollars that were stolen from taxpayers. I believe, and I know President Trump believes, that when this theft is exposed, we will see that if all of it were stopped, it would be enough to balance the budget. The extraction of wealth from American taxpayers to people who don't belong here is the primary cause of the national debt, and this is the first ever effort to shut that down. Thank you, Mr. President.
First ever. And everyone knows they've been cheating for years. It's the first ever. And it's got to be stopped. I mean, it's got to be stopped. Think of it, Somalia is a third world, maybe a fourth world nation. One of the worst, one of the most dangerous. They don't have anything. They don't have councils. They don't have government. They don't have police. They shoot each other all over the place. They come here and they steal $19 billion. It's crazy. And Ilhan Omar, I hope this is part of it, but she married her brother, supposedly. I mean, there's a lot of documentation. That means she's here illegally and she's a congresswoman. And I hope you're going to be looking at that, or somebody is, all right? Because she's one of the ringleaders here. She's bad news, really bad news. She's so bad for our country. Anyway, JD, please say a few words.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you, Mr. President. This is a very important whole of government approach to tackle the fraud problem. And let me just tell one story. One of the things that even before this executive order was signed that we were able to stop under the president's leadership is we saw evidence that in Minneapolis, there were Somalis, primarily illegal immigrants, who were defrauding a Medicaid program that was meant to go to autistic children. So they were taking children who were supposed to get benefits, and they were claiming that their kids were actually autistic even though they weren't. And what did this mean? This meant two things. Number one, you had a lot of people getting rich off of the fraud while American citizens got poor. And the second thing that it meant is that you had autistic kids in Minneapolis, in suburban Minneapolis, who weren't getting benefits they needed because Somali fraudsters were literally stealing out of their pocket. It's got to stop. And unfortunately, that kind of fraud is one example of probably hundreds just within the state of Minneapolis. And then it's repeated and replayed all over the United States of America. When we first started talking about this problem, the president made it very clear he wanted us to take the fraud problem seriously because nobody had until he was president. We started to figure out one big hole that existed is that the agencies of the government weren't actually talking to each other. So Treasury would have evidence of financial fraud, but wasn't talking to the Department of Justice about it. Health and Human Services had evidence of Medicaid fraud, but wasn't talking to the Department of Treasury about it. So what this executive order does is force the entire apparatus of the federal government to do two things: stop the fraud in the American taxpayer and make sure that the benefits that ought by right go to American citizens and not to fraudsters. Andrew Ferguson will be the vice chair and is going to do a great job. If you're curious what's the difference between the vice chair and the chair, the vice chair is going to do all the work and I'm going to take all the credit. Andrew.
Yeah, look, I mean, millions and millions of Americans pay into these programs every day and they expect to get something out of it. And this fraud is just siphoning money that millions of Americans pay to fund their hospitals, to fund their daycare centers, into completely fake businesses. It isn't just unfair to all of us as taxpayers who pay for all this. It's particularly unfair to the Americans who need this the most and watch this money leave their hospital, leave their school system, and go out to fraud. And that is why this effort is so important. And I think we've just begun really looking at this, but I think that one of the things we're going to find is that in a lot of these agencies, the previous administration was pretty lax about existing anti-fraud controls, and we're going to expose that too.
I would take the word pretty out. I would change it with unbelievably lax. They weren't, not even lax. Lax isn't a good enough word. The previous administration was fraudulent. Okay, and I think that's what you're going to find also. And you know, we worked so hard, like most favored nations drug prices. For years, people have wanted. We paid the highest drug prices anywhere in the world by far, by 5 times, 6 times, 10 times more than London would be paying in New York, more than any city in Europe was paying than our cities. We would have a pill that would sell for $10 in Munich, in Germany, we sell for $10, and in New York it would be $130 or whatever. And we worked so hard, and we pulled it off. It's called Most Favored Nations. So now we went from by far the most expensive drugs anywhere in the world, prescription drugs, to the least expensive. And I had to get all the nations to agree. And I don't want to bore you with how I did it, but I did it. Everyone said it was impossible to do, including the drug companies. And we did it. We worked so hard on it, and we're going to save so much money for the people. Your drug prices are going to be dropping at levels never even by 50, 60, 70, 80% in some cases. But you work so hard, and then you see them stealing $19 billion. It's like in one pocket, out the other. And I think Andrew and JD, I think they have maybe one of the most important jobs. Maybe it could be one of the most important things that we're signing because I really believe that they have an opportunity to do something so good for our country. You know, people talk about balancing budgets. You can't balance a budget when people are stealing $19 billion and nobody's ever heard of anything like it. We had, I guess, in the same state, you went autism, where 4 or 5 years ago, they spent $1 million, and now it's almost $400 million in just a few years. Well, autism didn't go up like that. And even the 1 million was probably a fraud, but it went from 1 million to almost 400 million in just a few years. These are crooked people. They basically said everybody in the state had autism. These are crooked, horrible people. And, you know, I was elected on with JD, Make America Great Again. And we can't have this stuff happening.
Right.
We have to be respected. And they left. So I'm going to sign this. We'll take some questions, but let me sign this first before I don't forget. Let's see. Before I decide not to. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I don't forget not to, but maybe I'll decide not to. I would decide not to if I didn't think they could do the job. I would decide not to. But that'll be a terrible thing. I think they're going to find numbers. Andrew, I think you're going to find numbers that are far higher than you even think. And you know, Andrew came to us. He said, sir, he's read the stories about Minnesota. We know California is many times worse, but Minnesota is terrible. They're all terrible. Those cities are terrible. New York is terrible. What's going on in Chicago, Illinois, with that slob of a governor is terrible. And the kind of money we're talking about is just country changing. It's country changing money. It's having a deficit to having a really profitable country where you can lower your taxes substantially for people. And I think you have an opportunity to do it. And I think you two guys are the right guy. If you guys can't do it, got a problem, because nobody else will be able to do it.
Yes, sir.
So I'll sign, and then we'll take some nice questions from our wonderful media. Okay.
Go on.
Here you go. Very important. That's a big deal. We've been working on this very long, bro.
Yes,
See,
sir.
right? Will?
Yes, sir.
Andrew, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President. You said during your State of the Union that this type of fraud, the corruption, is the type of thing that can shred the fabric of a nation. Why do you suppose then that leaders in recent memory haven't looked at the systemic amount of fraud that's
Because
been
they're
taking
crooked.
place? And
Because
how much-
they're crooked. They make money. They gain power. They use it for power. Like with the Somalians, they vote in a block, 100%. They make a deal with the Somalians, they all vote because they're on a gravy train. It's coming. It's money first, power second. A lot of people say power first. No, it's money first, power second. Do you ever see where like Mercedes? People come over from Somalia, they have no money, and now they're buying Mercedes-Benz cars. Okay, it's more cash goes out of the Minnesota airport than any other place in the world or something. We're going to find it. And Minnesota is really bad. The governor's corrupt. The attorney general is totally corrupt, just like the New York State attorney general, Letitia James. She's a highly corrupt person. Bragg, the DA, is a corrupt person. They're all corrupt. These are corrupt people. And we got too many of them in our country. And we have to expose them, and we have to catch them. And if these two guys can't, these are high IQ people. I've always liked high IQ. These are high IQ people. If they don't do it, we're going to go a long way, fellas, to find somebody else that's going. We have no choice. If honestly, and they may not do a good job. If they don't do a good job.
Thank you, sir.
No, it's possible. If they don't do a good job, the country's sort of in trouble. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Two questions. For the
And I
Vice
think they're
President.
going to do a great job. Go ahead.
First, Mr. Vice President, Democrats are already calling you the fraud czar. What's your reaction to that title? And then second, given
I like
your past skepticism of foreign adventurism, are you completely on board with the current war in Iran?
So I like fraud czar. It's certainly what we're going to do. And look, we have to do it. As the president said, this is a problem that has festered in this country for far too long, and far too few people have actually wanted to do anything about it. That's what makes this administration different, is that we actually tackle the problems the American people have been confronting. So I'm very happy about it. And look, I think that I know what you're trying to do, Phil. You're trying to drive a wedge between members of the administration, between me and the president. What the president said consistently, going back to 2015, and I agreed with him, is that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. We have taken this military action under the president's leadership. I think all of us, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, should pray for success and pray for the safety of our troops. That's the approach that I've taken. Make it as successful as possible.
So there's no hesitation, given your past statements, with the current operation?
What do you mean there's no hesitation with my
On your
past
part,
statements?
Given your skepticism of foreign adventurism, you were a critic of the global war on terror previously.
Well, I think one big difference, Phil, is that we have a smart president, whereas in the past we've had dumb presidents. And I trust President Trump to get the job done, to do a good job for the American people, and to make sure that the mistakes of the past aren't repeated. Absolutely.
Thanks, sir.
Look, JD's been great, but here's the simple thing. And I have, some people, I don't want wars. I want wars less than almost anybody. Peace through strength. But you know what? I've watched Iran for a long time. I've called them out 20 years ago when I was a civilian that liked watching the world. And they're violent, vicious people, the leadership, violent, vicious people. They killed 32,000 protesters over the last 3 weeks. They put out a memo 2 days ago saying, if you protest, we will shoot you and kill you in the streets. And somebody said, oh, there's not that many protests. Well, first of all, there are bombs going off all over the place. But even if there weren't, who's going to do that? Who's going to do it? They don't have any guns, and the other ones have latest in line machine gun, right? And every form of gun you can have. They shoot them right through the middle of the head. They're violent people. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. And sometimes I'll have some of the people that, feel very strongly, like I do about wars. And I say, do you think Iran is violent? And do you think their people are violent? Yes, leadership. Do you think they should have a nuclear weapon, which is massive power? I don't even want to discuss how powerful, because it's depressing. And they said, no, they shouldn't have. Definitely they shouldn't have. They said, and you don't want to fight war? No, we don't want to fight war. So these are naive people that frankly are stupid. If you believe that Iran should have a nuclear weapon, there's something wrong with you, because they would use it the only question is within 1 hour if they get it, or 1 day. They will use it, and they will blow up the entire Middle East, not just Israel. They'll start with Israel, but they will blow up. And you got to see that when they unexpectedly started sending missiles to every country within 1,000 miles of them. I mean, they're blowing up countries that were neighbors, not necessarily some friends. They actually were blowing up some friends. They were blowing up the people that handle their accounts. They're sending thousands of missiles into countries that didn't expect to be in the war because they wanted to take over the Middle East. And if I didn't terminate Barack Hussein Obama's horrible Iran nuclear deal, which I did in my first term, one of the dumbest deals, perhaps the dumbest deal because of the danger involved, you would have had them have a nuclear weapon 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. They would have used it, blown up the Middle East, and they would have then come after us. And if these gorgeous B-2 bombers, give me that bomber, Andrews. Let me just hug that little sucker. Give me that bomber over there. Thank you. You knew immediately which one. This looks small, but in person it's very big. Because it's the only plane capable of carrying a 200,000-pound bomb. So I don't know how they do it because it's very sleek and nice, but it carries a lot of weapons and there's a lot of bombs. But had I not sent this incredible machine times numerous others to hit Iran at midnight with no moon, dead dark, every single bomb was dropped right down the chute that it was supposed to hit. How they do it, who knows? Nobody else can figure. No other country can do it. No other country has our military or even close. And I think we've probably proven that with Venezuela and now with because we have done a number in Iran. But if I didn't do that, if I didn't decimate, I call it their nuclear dust, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month after that bombing took place. And they would have used it on first Israel and then the Middle East. And you know that because all of those missiles that were launched against their neighbors were set long ago, long before they knew they would be using them this quickly. Had we not done this, you would have had a nuclear war that would have evolved into World War III. And more important, this is a war that there would have been nothing left. So we've done a great thing. The people that say it's okay for a very sick ideology, a very sick country in terms of its leadership, very good people, great people. But the people that say that, I think they're actually, they're either evil or they're stupid. So if you believe that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, they should not have it, then you have to absolutely love what I've done because in 2 weeks we have decimated them. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weapons, they have no leadership. The leadership is gone. But then they set up a new leadership to go and name a new leader, and that leadership is gone. And now they think maybe the sun is gone. They're all gone. My biggest problem is I have no idea who we're talking to because nobody ever heard of any of these people. They're all dead. But we did a job for the world, not a job for us, for the whole world. We took the worst country in 50 years and maybe longer from the ideological standpoint, a country that wanted to blow up the world, a country that is sick, and it has a religious fervor. And when you add religion, you know, people don't realize more people died in religious wars than every other war put together. And that's what you would have had here. And it was a terrible thing. I'm very proud of what we did. And I think JD understands better than most. If you give Iran a nuclear weapon, at least a very substantial part of the world would be blown up, and it'll be used almost immediately. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You don't mind if I keep this here, do you? Isn't that a beautiful thing? You know, I used to look at it, and I said, it's a piece of art, but how can it be effective? It's so stealth. Think of it, Peter. 1 a.m, it flies in. And they say, sir, they're in Iranian airspace. And I say, oh, and I'm watching it from the Situation Room with a couple of other very smart people, including some good generals, real generals, not television generals. And all of a sudden you see that dive, they start diving, and sure, and you see him 30,000, 20,000. Boy, I said, that was a lot. They went down fast. to aim it. And they know they're coming, and they're smart, and they never saw them. And they're firing a little bit, but they don't know what they're firing at because they can't see a thing. And then you hear the biggest explosions that anybody's ever heard. Those are the biggest bombs. Outside of nuclear, those are the biggest bombs. And you say, what technology we have. What a great country. I built it, largely, I built it during my first term. I built it. I did not have to use it this much in my second term. But we had an incompetent president. We had an incompetent administration. And if that group of people in any form, whether it's Kamala, him, it doesn't matter, would have had another 4 years, we would have had no country left. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You say you're doing a job for the rest of the world. In your conversations with your counterparts, are they thanking you? What are their conversations like when you talk about this military conflict that's taking place in Iran?
Well, they should be thanking me because many of them get 90%. China, as an example, should be thanking us, but I don't expect to thank you, but they should be thanking us. Japan gets 95%, China 91%. Many of the countries, South Korea gets a tremendous percentage of their oil and therefore their energy from the Straits, and or as they call it, the Strait. And they should be not only thanking us, they should be helping us. What does surprise me is that they're not eager to help. There are a couple. We'll be announcing some names soon. There are some that really were right up front. I would announce their name now, other than maybe they'd prefer it not being announced for whatever reason. I will say this: it's a lot easier to get people today than it was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, before we destroyed before we obliterated the country, before we took out, because they're down to about 8% of their missiles. They're down to a small portion of their drones. And we've demolished many of their factories where they make the missiles and the drones, and the rest are all following. Our military has been amazing. We hit Carg Island, took out every single thing in Carg Island except one thing. We left the pipes, because if we take out the pipes, it takes a long time to build them. And at some point, something's going to happen that's positive with respect to those pipes. But there are some countries that greatly disappointed me. And, I'm the one that got them to pay from 2% to 5% of GDP, NATO. And I get along great with those countries in NATO, but I always said, the problem with NATO is we'll always be there for them, but they'll never be there for us. And when I hear the UK, which was sort of considered the Rolls Royce of allies, right? When you say they were the oldest and they were going to be there. And I say it would be really helpful if you'd send over a couple of ships. And if you have some minesweepers, which they do, be very helpful. And the prime minister is a nice man. I think he's a very nice guy. He says, well, I'd like to ask my team. I said, you don't have to worry about a team. You don't have a team. You're the prime minister. You can make a decision. Well, I have to speak to my people. I said, you don't have to speak to anybody. So it was very disappointing. And then after we obliterated them, destroyed their military, the whole thing, and it became a much safer zone, he said, we're going to send over 2 aircraft carriers. I said, I don't want them anymore. I don't want them after we win. I want them before we start. I don't need your aircraft carriers after we've already won. So, those things are very disappointing. And you have to remember, we have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. We have 45,000, 50,000 troops in Germany. We defend all these countries. And then, do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? I've been saying it for a long time. This is the greatest thing to come out of this. We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there. Many of them would not be there. And we're going to have to start thinking more wisely in this country. Some have been very good. 1 or 2 have been great. I'll tell you who the great ones are at the right time. But there have been some that were right up there, Peter. They were right up there. They wanted to do it so much. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you. You were talking about Iran a couple times today and what they did after Epic Fury began. You said they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, nobody expected that. We were shocked. Are you surprised that nobody briefed you ahead of time that might be their retaliation?
Nobody, no. The greatest experts, nobody thought they were going to hit. They were, I wouldn't say friendly countries. They were like neutral. They lived with them for years. Peter, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were going to knock out Israel with their nuclear weapon. But after we knocked out their nuclear potential weapon, they started building missiles, thousands and thousands of missiles. And they were going to do it with missiles while they developed. These are sick people. While they developed nuclear, somehow they were going to start at a different site because that site was, you saw the site, the mountain. They were going to go into a certain area, which we know exactly where it is. And they were going to do that. And it's incredible what we've done. I tell you, the job we've done. You know, if I didn't terminate Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, you would right now, well, Israel would be gone. It would be incinerated, and probably the Middle East likewise. And remember, they have all of those missiles. And I heard they were sending missiles to UAE. I said, that's strange. You know, UAE is like the banker for Iran. They're like the banker. Qatar, their neighbors, they got along okay. Saudi Arabia, all of a sudden, Kuwait is getting hit. Bahrain is getting, all these countries are getting hit. There was no expert that would say that was going to happen. It's not a question of like, gee, should you have known? And if we did know, big deal. I mean, we have to do what we have to do. But we hit them so hard like nobody's ever been hit. We hit them very hard. And we've extinguished most of their missiles. We've extinguished most of their drones. We've extinguished most of the places where the missiles and the drones are built. We've fully extinguished 2 layers of leadership and probably a third, if you believe some stories. So we only have one thing, to have a little choke point, and they've used it very well for years, but it doesn't work. But I think this, if some of these countries that we've been good to for years, and maybe more important than that, some of these countries that get 90% and 95% of their energy from Hormuz, the Strait. Hormuz, a famous, wonderful, beautiful place, but you wouldn't want to be necessarily sailing a boat there right now.
I would not.
Okay, you know why? Not because of them, because of us. Because we've taken out their entire Navy. We've taken out every one of their drone, they call it a drone layer, a mine layer. There's specific boats that are meant to put mines on. How would you like to have a nation that has 22 boats where their sole function, they're very different looking boats. You wouldn't want one for your family. They're not pretty. Their sole function is to lift a mine into the water and drop it a certain number of feet down. But they had 22 of them. We've taken out all of them, but you can probably drop them off other boats. So we don't even know. By the way, we don't know that any mines have even been dropped. But the thought that they would scares people that have billion-dollar ships. Yeah, please.
Thank you, President Trump. I'd like to ask the Vice President about his plans to go after possible fraud in California and New York. We know, of course, about Minnesota. And President Trump, first could ask you, you said earlier today that the new Supreme Leader, Republican Committee, you don't know if he's dead or alive. There are a couple of interesting reports about him today. There's one report that he just narrowly escaped death in the first airstrikes by stepping out into his garden. There's another report that he may actually be gay despite leading a theocracy that hates gay people. How do you determine what's true, and do you have an assessment of this?
Well, so far, nobody knows. If you look at his father, he used to give talks a lot, you know, talking about death to America. He'd say death to America all the time. When they say death to America, you should believe them, because that's what they would have. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. But they never had the chance. I never gave them the chance to use it. And other presidents should have done. I spoke to one of the former presidents who I actually like. I actually speak to some. I do like some people, be shocking. And he said, I wish I did what you did. Could have done it. Other presidents, somebody should have done it. 47 years this went on. They call Iran the bully of the Middle East. And you could have never had the Abraham Accords. You could never have had peace in the Middle East. Now you're going to have peace. You could never do it with the dark cloud of a nuclear Iran. But Iran is a shell of itself. It's no longer a bully. It's the one that gets bullied. It's a bully that got beat up. We beat the crap out of them. And they deserve that. You know, when you see a soldier walking down the street without his arms or being helped down the street because he's got no legs, or his face is blown to smithereens with no legs and no arms, those two, no legs, no arms, and a face that got racked. That was done by roadside bombs. That's the favorite weapon of Soleimani, who I killed in my first administration. General Soleimani, had I not killed him, that was the beginning of their downfall, because had he not gone, it's possible that we would not be this far advanced in destroying Iran, because he was a really good general. He was a vicious, horrible man, but he was a brilliant general. And he was looking to knock out 5 of our military bases at one time. And the man that died with him was his counterpart in Iraq. And they were working together. And they got hit real hard. And if that didn't happen, we would have had a problem. But maybe more importantly than that, he was really the mastermind behind it. And they never found somebody to replace him in terms of the genius. I knocked him out. And that was a big step, knocking him out. But if we didn't get rid of the Obama deal, I terminated it against the wishes of my then Secretary of State. He was no Marco. Against the wishes of a lot of people at the time. You remember that, Peter? A lot of people. Had I not terminated, remember that, Stephen? You remember? They were all going, no, dude, this is not, that deal was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have had it 3 years ago, and it would have been used, I would say, 2 to 3 years ago, and it would have been used in the Middle East. And by the way, after they were finished that, they were coming over here. They never got a chance to do it.
I just want to ask you about something very interesting that you said twice today. That you talked to another former president about the Iran strikes. Was it George W. Bush?
No.
Was it Bill Clinton?
I don't want to say. I don't want to say. Because a member of a party, they have Trump derangement syndrome all, but it's somebody that happens to like me, and I like that person who's a smart person. But that person said, I wish I did it. Okay, but I don't want to get into who. I don't want to get him into trouble. Maybe, hey, you know what? I think you probably know. You know, it's interesting. And maybe he'd be proud. And I could even ask him that. Would you like me to reveal your name to Peter at Fox? Well, at least you have high ratings. Your ratings are through the roof, Peter.
Thank you for noticing.
Congratulations.
Can I ask you another question about the war? If Iran, as you said, totally obliterated, got the missiles, got the first 2 rounds of leadership, Air Force gone, Navy gone, can we wrap this war up this week?
Yeah, sure. Good.
Will we?
I don't think so, but it'll be soon. Won't be long. And we're going to have a much safer world when it's wrapped up. It'll be wrapped up soon. We're going to have a much safer world. I had an obligation to do this. I didn't want to, I call it an excursion. I didn't want to make this journey. We had the highest stock market in history. We had low gas prices. Everything was good. And I know exactly, I know what, you're going to do it. And people are going to raise the price of oil. That's good. But I know that. But that's a very small thing compared to allowing them to have, you want to see a stock market go down? Start letting them hit you with nukes, okay? I think, I said it this morning, I think it's a very small price to pay. And frankly, I thought it was going to go down much more, if you want to know the truth. I assumed that it was going to go down much more, only because people don't understand to a large, it's a big chess game at a very high level. It's a very high level chess, the highest. And I'm dealing with very smart players. These are smart people. They don't get there. You know, when you deal with some of these people, you're dealing with high level intellect, very high IQ people. These are not Jasmine Crockett and her group. These are smart people. These are really smart people, and violent people, and vicious people, and some very nice people. And some are very nice but violent. They turn violent.
And it's,
But you know what? If I didn't do what I did, we would have been hit. Number one, very important, was the termination of Obama's horrible deal. And number two, this beautiful plane hitting them 8 months ago, whatever it was, and taking out their nuclear capacity. That totally threw them for a loop. If they had that bomb at either time, 5 years ago or 7 months ago, if they had that bomb would have been used almost immediately.
Mr. President, two questions on domestic policy, bringing it close to home. First of all, the Save America Act, what are you expecting this week when this vote takes place in the U.S. Senate? Will the Vice President's vote be
I think it's
necessary?
imperative that it gets done. I'm not sure it is. You know, the Democrats have horrible policy. It's just incredible. But they stick together. It's the one thing they do. Their Supreme Court members stick together. Those appointed by a Democrat stick together. If Barack Hussein Obama appoints a member of the Supreme Court, that member never goes against him. And they're proud about it. They say, I don't give a damn if it's good or bad. That man appointed me and I'm never going to let him down. I don't say that's right, wrong. I just say they stick together. Republicans go the opposite way. If Donald Trump appointed me, I'm going to show the world that I can be totally just and I can be independent of Donald Trump. He's not controlling me. And I don't want to control them. I just want to have smart decisions. They gave us a decision on tariffs the other day that won't change tariffs. I can do it a different way. I always knew I could do it a different way. This was a little quicker, a little easier, a little better. But they gave it a decision that could cost this country $500 billion to pay people back, because now I have to start the tariffs all over again. Very simple. And what happens with the money I've already collected? Why didn't they say, starting from now, go the other way? $500 billion, perhaps. It's so sad. But one thing about the Democrats, they stick together like glue. They impeached me twice for absolutely no reason, unanimously. Fortunately, the Republicans stuck together, and it was something. It was pretty wild. But the Democrats have horrible policies, gender for everybody, open borders, men playing in women's sports. But the one thing they do have is they stick together, no matter how bad the policy. It's embarrassing to watch them try to defend it. And in a way, I say, as a Republican, I say, thank goodness they have bad policy, because you'd never beat them. We have something in there now, the Save America Act. Voter ID with a picture, right? That's a 99% issue. Even among Democrats, Democrats poll at 89% on that. And then they have proof of citizenship. And then they have no mail-in ballots. No mail-in ballots. We have no mail-in. You go to California, they send out like 38 million ballots. Some Democrats get 7, 8 ballots. Republicans are a lot of times calling in, where's my ballot? Where's my ballot? They're lucky to get one. Jimmy Carter, probably the greatest thing he ever did. I thought he was a nice man, not a great president, to put it mildly. How did his attack work out in Iran? Not too good. I think ours is slightly better, wouldn't you say? But Jimmy Carter, the one thing he did after he left with Scoop Jackson and some others, they formed a very elite council, a committee that came out and said very strongly, no mail-in ballots, because we're the only country in the world that has mail-in ballots like we do. The only country in the whole world. People have tried it. France tried it and they went away. They're now doing paper ballots, watermark paper, which is very hard to cheat. So when you look at what happens with this country, we really have to fix it. That'll be very popular. The other thing we put in there, just as best of, I call it the best of Trump. We have the three things I just said, right? But then I added on no men playing in women's sports and I added in no transgender surgery, the mutilation of our children. We have no mutilation of our children, no transgender. I think they say that's an 80% issue. I think they're 99% issues, but whether they're 80% or 99, the problem is we have a couple of Republicans. They shouldn't be allowed. They're horrible people, and they're willing to vote against anything. And we have all the Democrats who vote against it. So I think it hurts the Democrats to vote against it, because I'm going to instruct all the Republicans to say that so-and-so that they're running against voted against the saving of our children from transgender mutilation, right? That's pretty unpopular. They want men and women sports. That's pretty unpopular. They want voter ID, but the Democrats don't. Everybody wants voter ID. Everybody wants proof of citizenship. And most people don't want mail-in voting because they know it's a fraud. Touches too many hands. I mean, the postman gets it, this one gets it, that one. So these are all issues that are in the 90s to 100. I would say some are virtually 100%. And the interesting thing is they're that way not only with the Republic. I'm not talking about leadership. I'm talking about they're that way also, most importantly, with the people. The people of our country want voter ID. The people of our country want proof of citizenship. And that includes 88%, 89% of Democrats. And I think the Republicans, Eric Schmidt, Rick Scott, Tim Scott, I speak to so many of them. They all want it. I hope John Thune can get it across the line. He's trying. I mean, he told me this morning, I spoke to him, he's trying. I think it'll be a very, very bad thing for our country if they don't. We're just asking for basic things. Think of it. You can't have voter ID. Do you know in California, if you ask a person to show their identification, they have the right to put you in jail. If you're an official and you say, may I please see your identification? You're subject to going to jail. That's how crazy it's gotten with a low IQ person, you know, because Gavin Newsom has admitted that he has learning disabilities. Honestly, I'm all for people with learning disabilities, but not for my president. I think a president should not have learning disabilities, okay? And I know it's highly controversial to say such a horrible thing. The president of the United States, Gavin Newsom, admitted that he has learning disabilities, dyslexia, everything about him is dumb. But then he looked at the audience and said, but I'm smarter than you, or something like that. That was pretty stupid. So now on top of everything else, I call him a racist because it happened to be a black audience. I will tell you this. I think it was the worst interview I've ever seen of any human being in my life, okay? Anybody else have any questions?
Will it be necessary to use even a limited ground force to secure whatever nuclear material remains in Iran is part of that threat?
Yeah.
And secondly, have you made a decision?
You mean to go in and get it?
Yes, sir.
Why would I tell you a thing like that?
And secondly,
You know, I can't stand reporters. Sir, will you attack Carg Island? Will you occupy Carg? They ask me these questions. And I don't want to be mean, but they're stupid questions. If any president answered those questions, they shouldn't be president.
And secondly, sir, do you still plan to travel to Beijing at the end of this?
I don't know. We're working on that right now. We're speaking to China. I'd love to, but because of the war, I want to be here. I have to be here, I feel. And so we've requested that we delay it a month or so. And I'm looking forward to being with them. We have a very good relationship, but because of the war, there's no tricks to it either. It's not like, oh, gee, I'm waiting. It's very simple. We got a war going on. I think it's important that I be here. You know? So it could be that we delay it a little bit. Not much, Peter.
When you say Cuba is next,
Cuba.
is Cuba, whatever you do with the military there, it seems like something, will that look more like Iran or Venezuela?
Can't tell you that. I can tell you that they're talking to us. It's a failed nation. They have no money, they have no oil, they have no nothing. They have nice land. They have nice landscape, you know. It's a beautiful island. I think they have great people. You know, I know so many people from Cuba that were treated terribly and they're over here and they became rich. They're very entrepreneurial people, very smart. I know a lot from Florida, especially. There's so many people. A friend of mine started over with nothing. He's now the largest owner of gas stations in the country and stuff. I mean, Cuban. I also know, I was just with a fantastic person who's Cuban and made a fortune in sugar, you know, Fentanyl family, right? And this family wants to go back to Cuba to visit it. They haven't been back in like 50 years or something. They largely come from Cuba. And we'll see what happens. They were asking me about that. They want to go back. Not only Fentanyl, a lot of Cubans have said, oh boy, would they love to go back. I think Cuba, I don't know, in its own way, if you know, tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change, you know. They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba see the end. You know, all my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation right now. They were for a long time. Very violent leaders. Castro was a very violent leader. His brother's a very violent leader. Extremely violent. That's how they governed. They governed with violence. But a lot of people would like to go back. Okay, one more question.
A quick question on fraud for Vice President Vance. Mr. Vice President, you announced a couple of weeks ago in the EOB that the administration would be halting Medicaid payments to Minnesota until the state decided to take pervasive steps to root out fraud. Do you have an update to that specific situation? Do you think that could be a model moving forward for the task force for states that won't cooperate?
So I don't have an update there. Dr. Oz is looking to it, trying to work with the authorities in Minnesota to try to figure that situation out. But yeah, I mean, I think there are two obvious tools that we have to stop the fraud that's happening against the American people. One is that when we see evidence of fraud, we stop the payments. Pretty simple, right? We know that the American people are being defrauded. Let's try to stop the payments and ensure that whoever's making these payments is actually complying with some basic due diligence and making sure that payments are going to the right place. I think the second tool, of course, we have, as the president mentioned, is we have law enforcement options. We know that some of this fraud is just bad. Some of it's criminal. We know that people are intentionally trying to defraud the American people. It's not just in Minnesota, it's all across the country.
99% is criminal.
Yes, sir. So this is one of the reasons why DOJ is such an important part of this, is because we have to make sure that where we see criminal conduct, we actually prosecute it. And the president's talked about this a lot in the past. I don't need to repeat it, but it's worth noting that so many times when we find people engaged in really, really bad conduct, you know, the local judge or the local grand jury tries to stop it. One of the cool things about what we're doing is we're trying to take some innovative steps to ensure that when we find criminal fraud, we can actually prosecute it all the way to the end.
Mr. President.
She wanted one question. She's over here, and you guys are over there. Where's your main camera? Is it this one? Which one is the main camera? Okay, good. Nice center. Good. I thought it was that one. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mary Barrett with Daily Wire, not CNN. We just wanted to ask about DHS, still not funded, but we reported earlier today that 80% of the primary task force that focuses on investigating terrorism is working without pay. So should that impact Democrats' decision?
The Democrats aren't paying. The Democrats, we have a deal. They just said, we're not going to pay. We're not going to do anything. And it's terrible. The Democrats are terrible. You know, it'd be nice to get along, but for years this has been going on, not just with me. For years it's been going on. Different ideology, but also different tactics. Here we are, we're fighting big battles with a very tough enemy and winning nicely. And we're not allowed to have security in our country. It's crazy. The Democrats don't want to pay. These are bad people. These are not people that love our country, I can tell you that. Very sick people. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
guys. Thank you, Vance. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
No place like the White House. Do we agree?
Agreed.
Right, Mr. Kraft? No place like the White House. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. And we'll maybe discuss a couple of general topics. This is a board meeting for the Trump Kennedy Center, but we'll go into a couple of other things that we have the media present. It's always present, unfortunately, constantly. And I'll say a few words about what's happening in the Middle East. And if you have a couple of questions, we'll do that, and then we'll get on with our board meeting. So thank you very much for being here. We have a wonderful group of very, very smart, talented patriots at this table. Our powerful military campaign to end the threats posed by the Iranian regime continued in full force over the past few days. They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone. The Navy is gone. Many, many ships have been sunk. They're warfighting ships, but I guess they didn't know how to use them. And anti-aircraft is decimated. Their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. They've been a terror for 47 years. And now, I guess, the world, through the United States, with the help of Israel, is doing what should have been done many years ago. Should have been done many years ago. Since the beginning of the conflict, we've struck more than 7,000 targets across Iran. And these have been mostly commercial and military targets. We've achieved a 90% reduction in their ballistic missile launches and a 95% reduction in drone attacks. The missiles are trickling in now at very low levels because they don't have too many missiles left. We've also attacked the manufacturing plants, where the places where they manufacture the missiles and the drones. And that's going on today. We just hit 3 of them today. And it's getting very hard for them to manufacture. More than 100 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk or destroyed over the last week and a half. That has to be some kind of a record. Additional strikes continue to launch from all directions every single hour. And as you know, we attacked Karg Island and knocked it literally, destroyed everything on the island except for the area where the oil is. I call it the pipes. We left the pipes. We didn't want to do that, but that we will do that. We can do that on 5 minutes notice. It'll be over. But for purposes of someday rebuilding that country, I guess we did the right thing. But it may not stay that way. Just one simple word and the pipes will be gone too, but it'll take a long time to rebuild that. We are aggressively dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, and ability to rebuild its missiles and drone capability is getting down to close to zero. And we're hammering their capacity to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, with more than 30 mine-laying ships destroyed. We hit, to the best of our knowledge, all of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in. But we don't know that any have even been dropped in. We're not sure that any have been. That's a big negative for them if they do it. It's a form of suicide. But we don't know that they have dropped any in. But we've hit all 30 of their ships and destroyed them. They're all at the bottom of the sea. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait far more than ours. You know, we get less than 1% of our oil from the Strait. And some countries get much more. Japan gets 95%. China gets 90%. Many of the Europeans get quite a bit. South Korea gets 35%. So we want them to come and help us with the strait. We have it in very good shape. The countries, I said, we've already taken care of Iran, but now because of the fact that literally a single terrorist can put something in the water or shoot something or shoot a missile, a small missile, and it's fairly close range because it is a tight area, and which is one of the reasons they've always used that as a weapon. Iran has always used that as an economic weapon, and it's not going to be able to be used very long. Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm matters to me. We have some countries where we have 45,000 soldiers, great soldiers, protecting them from harm's way. And we have done a great job. And when we want to know, do you have any minesweepers? Well, would rather not get involved, sir. I said, for 40 years we're protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor. Very few shots going to be taken because they don't have many shots left. But they said, we'd rather not get involved. I just want the fake news media and everybody else to remember that was said, because I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries, because I know that we'll protect them. And if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time, just like I knew about the strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago, predicted all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction a year before he did. I said, you better get him. He's a bad guy. I watched him be interviewed one time, and I said, that's a bad guy. You better get him. 1 year before, exactly. I wrote it in a book. You can even check. About a year before the World Trade Center then came down, President Clinton actually had a shot at him, and he didn't take it. Unfortunately, I'm not blaming him for that, but he didn't take it. And he ended up knocking down the World Trade Center, but I predicted that too. I predicted a lot of things. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the strait for blood. I mean, these people literally need it. 95% of their energy or their oil comes out of the strait, and they should be in here very happily helping us. And it's incredible. We have we're number one in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill. We're double any other nation, and it's going to be soon triple any other nation. And that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. By the way, the relationship with Venezuela has been fantastic. Literally millions of barrels of oil are being taken out, and it's been a great help, and it's been to their great benefit. The president has done a really good job. We get along with him really well, but we've taken out millions of barrels of oil and brought to Houston and other places to the refineries. We have refineries set up specifically for that. And it's been a great relationship, and more and more is happening. It's a tremendous oil source, and we're stepping it up very rapidly. The big companies are going in, and they will actually numbers in a pretty short period of time, numbers that they've never been able to do. We'll be doing. There's a lot of oil under that land. We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted. But I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a paper tiger now. So now we're going to get down to the reason. We'll take a couple of questions in a moment, but we're going to get down to the reason we're here today. Actually, this was set up a long time ago. It's the Trump Kennedy Center. Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige of this revered institution. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest performing arts facility of its kind anywhere in the world. And I don't know that it ever really reached that stage, but it will over a period of time. We're rebuilding it. It's in very, very bad condition. It's been it's been somewhat of a disaster, to be honest with you. It's been let go to hell. That's what they've done. They did a poor job. They spent money in the wrong places. They built some theaters underneath that nobody uses, little ones, tiny theaters that cost $300 million. And the money was spent incorrectly, wrong. We're dealing with some networks on the possibility of renting those little theaters. Nobody's going to use them. They want the big halls. The halls are going to be incredible. They're in bad shape, but when they're completed, the bones are potentially something that could be unbelievable. So I want to, before we begin, I want to thank Rick Grinnell. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. He's been unbelievable. He was the ambassador, as you know, to Germany. There was no happier woman in the world than Angela Merkel. Angela. She called me, thank you, sir, thank you. Although she liked Rick a lot, there was nobody happier that he was no longer going to be the ambassador to Germany. He was difficult for them. He was not your typical ambassador. He was the opposite. He would do what was best for the United States, not for Germany. And I want to tell you, he did a great job. So good that I put him in charge of a thing called intelligence. And something he didn't really want to do, but he did it, and he did it incredibly well. There were a lot of leakers. He found out the leakers. And when he didn't find out who the leaker was in a certain area, he fired everybody. And he went into one room where there was leaks coming out. These are long-term problems that these various places have had. And he said, who's the one that leaked this? And they wouldn't admit it, so he fired the whole room. And he did a good job. I'll tell you, he was very good. And during this transition period, I asked Rick if he would run it, because we wanted to see. And if you remember when we first took it over, I didn't do it with enthusiasm. I did it because somebody had to do it. I had to turn it around because it was failing. It would have closed, and physically it would have almost fallen down. It was in very bad shape. The steel columns outside, as an example, were meant to be covered. You know, exposed steel is unusual to have in building. What I do best in life is build. I build buildings really well and under budget and ahead of schedule. That's what I do. Unlike the Fed building, which is going to cost billions of dollars. It may never open. I mean, right now, we have a wonderful Kevin, a wonderful new head of the Fed coming in. I don't know if he'll ever be able to occupy this complex. It was destroyed by Jerome Too Late Powell. I call him too late because he's always too late with interest. Should cut interest rates. He should cut them right now. They should have a special meeting. What's a better time to cut interest rates than now? A third grade student would know that. But that's a terrible thing. But what I do is build. I build great stuff. And what we're going to do is, right outside. In fact, if you look behind me, see the nice gold curtains? If you want to look into a nice foundation and you want to see a lot of work, very deep, very, very deep for specific reasons, we have a magnificent ballroom being built, because this is the biggest room and it holds like 98 people for dinner. But behind me, you're going to have a ballroom that this building and the people occupying it, in particular, every president for 150 years has clamored for a ballroom, a large, beautiful room. This is a cocktail room. And this whole floor will end up being a cocktail room for the cocktail area or pre-area for the ballroom before dinners. So we'll have heads of state. We can't even do a heads of state dinner. Usually what they do is they would do them on the lawn with a tent. But when it rains, the lawn is very low. And you know the land in Washington, it was built on swampy wetland. And when it rains and you have the king of Saudi Arabia, we have as an example, the king of the UK, I would say king of England, it was a great guy. He's coming in very soon. And when it rains, you know what happened? The rain would go over their feet. It would be about 4 or 5 inches over their shoes. This was not good. So, and it rained a lot. So we're building finally, because I do that. And by the way, no taxpayer money. I want to put that 0. It's going to be, it's on time, on budget. It'll be under budget. Be literally, we're having it under budget other than we've upgraded it in terms of the marbles we're using. We're using onyx and stones that are incredible. But it'll be something really spectacular. I'm looking at Mr. Steve Wynn, who's over there. He built a spectacular building, and he knows Trump builds a spectacular building. I build better buildings than him. I don't care what he said. But Steve is over here, and he really, with his incredible wife, Andrea, and thank you both for being here. Andrea's on the board, and Steve is so in love with his wife, he asked whether or not he could come. And I can say the same thing for the great Bob Kraft. He's got a wife that's so wonderful. He said, do you think I could come? She didn't have to accept that, you know. She could have said no. But Bob said, I would like to come. So, Bob, we will not let you vote, although his vote would be a good vote. He will vote for the proper thing. But it's good to have you both here. These are two great couples that know a lot about the things I'm talking about, like fixing, whether it's building a stadium or building a building. We know they know how to do it. So thank you, Steve, very much. But we've made incredible strides over the past year. If you remember, I said I want to run it for a year just to see, because the place is falling down. It's horrible. Air conditioning, heating is going to be ripped out in its entirety, and it needs new. It's old. It's how many years is it, Rick? What's the total? 50, almost, yeah, over 50. And we have 50-year-old air conditioning, more than that actually, and it's in bad shape. Everything's in bad shape. It's got to be redone. So I said, let's run it for a year just to see how it works. It's better than, you can't just go into something and try and figure it out. And we figured it out over the year. And you have to close it, putting new marbles in, beautiful, beautiful marbles. When you do marbles, you can't have people walking over the marble every night as it's drying and setting and going to a play. So we thought the best way, what I know best in the world is construction. The best way to do it is close it, do it properly, and reopen it, have a grand reopening. And when it's finished, it's going to be far better than it was when it was originally built. When it was originally built, it was good. It has one thing that's very good. It has great sound. I think there's a lot of luck in sound. You have some of the big opera houses. I don't want to get involved with saying which one, but in New York, as an example, where the acoustics were never good, and they've ripped it apart 4 times and rebuilt it, and it was never good. The good thing about the Kennedy Center, the acoustics are good, and they'll only be enhanced based on what we're doing. A lot of it has to do with the stones and the stones you use, the marbles you use, et cetera. Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige that this building will soon gain, I think, at a higher level than it had before. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest and will become the finest performing arts facility anywhere in the world. It's got the location, and it will have the building. It's got good bones. It's got good structure. Again, they wanted to originally cover the exposed steel. It was painted a cheap gold, and we turned it into a very expensively painted white, very heavy coat of very powerful white paint meant for steel, exposed steel. A very different kind of paint, but it's almost like putting a stone over the top of it. And the color is white, shiny white, and it looks a lot of people have commented, it looks so much better. Before they had the steel painted gold, and the gold was very cheap. There's actually never been a paint that's made that will look like gold. Steve will tell you that. You either gold leaf it or use real gold bullion, or you use a different color, Steve. Nobody's ever been able to make a gold paint that looks real. Little minor thing for the media. I'm sure you're thrilled with hearing that. But there's never been a paint. I said, someday I'm going to discover a paint where you don't have to actually use gold leaf. Gold leaf is a very, very big and expensive process, but it's a beautiful thing, but not when you use paint. So we got rid of the gold columns, which looked always terrible. They looked cheap and they looked fake, very much like the media, actually. And we took the columns and we painted them white. Before we painted them, Matt, very importantly, we structuralized them. We replaced a bad steel that was very badly rusting. I mean, these are columns that are holding up a building, and we had to replace areas of columns that were actually rusted out because it was in very bad shape. It's not even describable how bad this building was, both inside and out. I want to thank Rick Grinnell, but you really did a great job, Rick, on this, and we appreciate it. I'm looking for your next venture, because he really was, there was a story he got fired. He didn't get fired. He was here for a short period of time, for a year, figuring it out with Matt and everybody else. And Matt now is going to take over, and he's a pro at construction, great at construction. And I think Matt would like to run the facility too. He's fallen in love with it. And I think he'd do a good job. But if I don't think he will do a good job, I'll say, Matt, you're fired. I'm getting somebody else. So you're under no pressure, Matt, okay? It's like Bob Kraft. If a football player doesn't perform well, typically you will fire him immediately, Bob. Do you ever let them stay around for 4 or 5 years if they're bad? Not too many times, right? So anyway, I learned from you. So I want to thank also Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's been fantastic. I don't know, is Pam here someplace? Oh, hello, Pam. Good. She's been great. And the Speaker of the House, he's got the easiest job of anybody in government. He's got a majority of 2. I don't like to say 1 because it varies, but between 1, 2, and 3. And I think you're the only man that's ever lived that's able to be very happy about it. In fact, when we get up to 3, every once in a while we get up to 3. Actually, for a period of time, we had it up to 4, and then we had a death. And death is very bad when you're the Speaker and you have a majority of 2 or 3. But we had a death, and then we had another death, and we had some things, and but we're looking very strong. We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name? Do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious, and had a pretty grim diagnosis. And I mentioned it to the president. I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work. And if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
what was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay. That's it was grim. That's what I was going to say. I don't think
with a heart problem, by the way. This was a heart problem.
So the long story short, the president called him to encourage him and thank him, and they had a conversation. And the president mentioned in the course of the conversation, you know how to get my doctors involved, and they did. And within a number of hours, they took him to Walter Reed Emergency Surgery. The man has a new lease on life. He acts like he's 30 years younger, and he walked into the conference meeting, and we thought we'd seen a ghost. And I spoke with him over the weekend, and he's encouraged and thankful, and he thanks the president for his leadership and intervention. And thank you.
He actually called, Mike called me and he said, sir, we're up by 3, but we're going to lose 1 by June. I said, who? Neil Dunn. He's a great congressman. Incredible. He called to say that he was terminal, really bad heart. There's nothing they can do. I said, that's bad. Number one, it was bad because I liked him. Number two, it was bad because I needed his vote. But he really said, Mike, I'm going to last this out for the president and you. And however long I live, I mean, it looks like June is the time, but however long I live, I'm going to be voting for you. I mean, how many people are going to say that? Most of them are going to say, Mike, I'm retiring immediately. That's the end.
He's an extraordinary
But
man.
he didn't do that. It was really impressive. And then I realized I have doctors in the White House. The White House doctors are incredible. And they've helped me with other people. They're helping me with people right now. People that are very sick are like they're miracle workers. And I said, I have to call them. And I called the two doctors. They're both great. And they immediately went over to see the congressman. And he was on the operating table like 2 hours later.
Yeah.
And it was a long operation. They gave him more stents and more everything that you could have. I think he's got everything that you could possibly have. And they called up. They said, sir, I think he'll be fine. I said, you got to be kidding. He said, I think he'll be fine. And Mike was telling me the story that the other day he came into a meeting for the first time in a long while. Go ahead.
Well, it was incredible. I mean, he has a new lease on life. He has more energy than a man half his age, and very encouraged and encouraged all of us. So again, a testament to great leadership. And my hat's off to Neil Dunn and his beautiful wife and family. He's an extraordinary individual.
And just, because I don't want to have a terrible story about this, I did it for him first and for the vote second. But it was a close second, actually. But I did it for the vote second. All right. I want to also introduce Susie Wiles, who's fantastic. She's our chief of staff. And she's an amazing person, an amazing fighter. And she announced a minor difficulty, which will be in good shape. He'll be around for a long time. She had a diagnosis. You probably saw it. And she's going to take care of it immediately as opposed to waiting. She said, let's do it now. I said, do it immediately. Because with that particular ailment, the faster the better. That's the only thing I know about it. The faster the better. She's going to do it immediately. So she just started, actually. And she's going to be in great shape. The prognosis there is excellent, beyond excellent. So,
Thank you, sir.
but who needs it, right?
That's right.
Who needs it? So before we took over, just a year ago, this wonderful place was literally on the verge of collapse, both from a financial standpoint, maybe more from a financial standpoint, but also from a physical standpoint. Necessary maintenance has been ignored. The programming was very woke and out of touch with reality. And we had an orchestra that lost like $18 million a year, and they subsidized it every year. So what kind of an orchestra loses 18? And I'm being nice when I say 18, it was much more. And I started looking at the programming. They had tremendous union difficulties, like 19 different unions, and driving everybody crazy. And I think the unions are going to be great. I've always gotten along with unions. As you know, I got great union support. But you had 19 unions. Every time somebody wanted to put on a play, they had to deal with 19 different groups of people. And they say it was like Broadway, but worse. And you don't get worse than Broadway when it comes to the unions. I've watched that for many years. The programming was terrible. And they had a budget deficit of about $26 million minimum. Owed a lot of money. We're out borrowing money, which is a lot of people don't understand. So under the leadership of this exceptionally talented and rich board, it's a very rich board. Not everybody, but most of you are loaded. Ike Perlmutter's got so much money. Look at Ike Perlmutter. He ended up being the largest owner of Disney. Started with, was it $100 or less? It was a little less, Ike, right? He didn't speak English, and he became the largest owner of Disney. Right? But then they went woke and he sold the stock. He didn't like Mickey Mouse being woke, right, Ike? But he's one of the most brilliant business people. Thank you, Ike. It's great. And Lori, thank you very much for being here. So I think it's Lori that's on the board, though, right, Lori? What's with these husbands? All the husbands are traveling. I think it's the White House. I got all the husbands with the wives. That's never happened. Boy, oh boy, what great relationships. My wife is going to have to speak to me. This is pretty good. the biggest guys in the country travel with their wives to come to a meeting. But it has something to do with the White House, right, Ike? Right? You don't want to see me. You want to see the White House because it's a special building. But thank you. And congratulations on an amazing career. Most people don't know Ike Perlmutter. Isidore Perlmutter, and started with nothing and built a vast fortune just by deal after deal. Did you ever have a bad deal, Ike? Which was that? Don't tell. See how honest he is? Most people would say no. He says one, and it couldn't have been very bad. Great to have you. So under the leadership of this board, which is, as you see, incredible, we're achieving a very dramatic and quick turnaround. We got rid of all of the DEI. Some of the news media loves DEI, but we got rid of it. Maybe you're right. Brought back patriotic and family-friendly programming, and last year we raised over $130 million to keep this place going. Otherwise, it would have been closed. The building, let's call it the Kennedy Center from that time, was losing so much money it could not have stayed alive if we didn't come in as a group of people and a lot of wealthy people that made a lot of contributions. So with the Trump Kennedy Center honors alone, we raised this year a record $23 million, which was double what they had ever done before, with $23 million. There's still much to do. The previous management left us a facility in very bad condition. Abysmal is the word, and everything from busting pipes and leaks to serious electrical and structural problems. And some of it we fixed, but most of it we're saving for during the construction period because we'll do a much better job of it that way. Major renovations are required to keep the facility functional, and that'll start right after July 4th. We're going to have a little bit of a celebration, not a big deal, but a little bit of a celebration on July 4th. We'll have a little party. And then after that, we close and we start construction. We're fully financed. As I announced in February, after a one-year review based on input from highly respected experts and subject to board approval today, we determined, it's a little late for the board because we've already announced it, but these are minor details, but I think everybody agrees. But subject to board approval, we determined that the fastest way to bring the Trump Kennedy Center to the highest level of success, beauty, and grandeur is to cease the entertainment operations for a 2-year period of time as we complete high quality, really high quality construction. And we've already purchased seating as an example. We've already purchased a lot of the marbles and some of the things that are hard to get. Getting quality marble is very hard. Takes a long time. It comes from areas where it takes a long time to mine. And we're getting some of the best things you can. The marble is going to be incredible. The seats that we have, the seating is the highest level. Everything is the highest level. So this temporary closure will enable us to complete the work much faster and much higher quality. As an example, it's hard to show Shakespeare when you don't have any seats. As the seats are being changed, it's not exactly a great experience for people. So the right way to do it is just close it and fix it and open it. We'll begin right after, as I said, July 4th celebration. And thanks to the great, big, beautiful bill, we are fully funded, ready to go. And we have tremendous amounts of money coming in from some people around the table, but also from people that are not here, but that have made very generous contributions toward the Trump Kennedy Center. People that have never given to it before and would never have given it except I asked them to give. So, Rick, I thank you very much for the job that you've done, and I'm delighted that you really are. You did a great job. It was a little rough with a couple of the people, but that's okay. They've survived. Some of the artists, they took a pounding from Rick. It's almost like this guy right over here, Anthony. He knows what it is to pound people. Right, Ike? Anthony knows. Anthony's another great. You're not on the board either, Anthony. You're here with your wife? Oh, what's going on here? The most successful people, they're all here with their wives. I'm looking around. Oh, Wow, that's impressive. Anthony's another one. He started off with one truck. He had one truck 45 years ago. He ended up with 4,000 trucks, and he sold his company for billions of dollars. And you're here, Anthony? He's a member of one of my clubs, and all he has is cash. He said, I have a big problem, sir. What? I don't know how to invest my cash. Most people have a problem. They don't have any cash, right? Anyway, thank you, Anthony. You're the greatest. So all of these people have done so much, and they've done so much to help. And Matt, I just really, I'm here to a certain extent to wish you good luck with everything and to introduce you to the board. Many of the board know because Matt's been running a lot of the initial construction and planning, and going to be assuming the role of chief operating officer and executive director, where he'll lead a construction crew for the next, a big crew, by the way, because it needs a lot of work, for the next 2 years in preparation for the grand reopening. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be very, very special. We're doing a lot of special things. We have a lot of things happening. We have at the front of the White House on June 14th, you probably read, UFC is going to be here. Dana White, the great Dana White, he's building literally a stadium, a 5,000 seat arena right outside the front door of the White House. And they're going to have about 100,000 people in the park right across the street, where he's building, I believe, 8 massive screens for people to watch, all free for people to watch. It's June 14th, happens to be my birthday, and that was only by happenstance. It was not planned that way, but it's a Sunday night, which they never did. Sunday night's super prime time. It's going to be broadcast on CBS, which is the Ellison family, 2 great people, and great people. It's a great family. And it's going to be a tremendous event. And we have Roger Penske is going to have IndyCar here. We're going to have a race around the Capitol. That's going to be in August. So we have that. And we have a tremendous number of things. We have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, and we have the 250. And as you know, I was responsible for getting the Olympics. Actually, Bob Kraft helped me. And he helped me with the World Cup, too. You were very good. Who could be better, right? But he helped with the Olympics and the World Cup. But we have the Olympics coming. I was responsible for that, right, Bob? We have the World Cup coming right now, and I was responsible for that. Then we had a rigged election, and because of that, I was always very upset. When I got the Olympics, I said, I won't be president because it was last term if I went by the normal progression. And then I said, well, let's see what happens. And then they rigged the election. And I said, let's do it again. And we won in a landslide. And I came back and I ended up with the Olympics and the World Cup. Somebody said, did you do that on purpose? So I claimed the Olympics and I claimed the World Cup because I did get both. And then I tried to claim 250-year celebration. I said, I got that. They said, no, you didn't. That one you didn't get. They're giving me no credit for that one, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't. So I gave up on that one quickly. That wasn't working. It wasn't working. But I just want to thank everybody. This board has been incredible. And it's really nice. What we're going to do is we could take a few questions from the press. And then after that, we'll have our meeting. And we have a little lunch for the board, so we'll have a little bit of a lunch. And it's an honor to have you all here. It's so many of you, Jimmy, so many of you are friends. It's a great honor to have you here. And we're going to do a great job with the Trump Kennedy Center. Okay, yes, please, CNN. Hey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not CNN, I'm Daily Wire, but thank you for the question. Numerous countries have told me they are on their way. Can you give us a hint what they are, what that entails, how soon they might be there?
You mean who are the countries?
Yes, sir.
I'd rather not say yet, but we'll be announcing Marco Rubio and the various people that are doing that will be announcing. And I have to tell you, we have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. They've already started to get there. It takes a little while to get there. It's like, in some cases, you have to travel an ocean. So it doesn't go that fast, but it'll go fast. And we have some that are fairly local that are doing it. But we'll give you a list. Some are very enthusiastic and some are less than enthusiastic. And I assume some will not do it. I think we have 1 or 2 that will not do it that we've been protecting for about 40 years tens of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. So I'll I'll be reporting that to you in the House and the Senate. And I'll say, why are we protecting countries that don't protect us? And I've always felt that was a weakness of NATO. We were going to protect them. But I always said, when in need, they won't protect us. Now, this isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. But I will say that we built the greatest military in the world, and we protect people. And if we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us, because we've helped them for years stay out of wars. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can you tell us if you have spoken with French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz? Have you been speaking with the French president?
What does that mean?
Have you been speaking with the French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I have spoken to him. He's been on a scale of 0 to 10. I'd say he's been an 8. Not perfect, but it's France.
Are you
We don't expect perfect.
Are you confident that France will help with the reopening of Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I think he's going to help. I mean, I'll let you know. I spoke to him yesterday. I don't do a hard sell on them, because my attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them. But it's interesting. I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react. Because I've been saying for years that if we ever did need them, they won't be there. Not all of them, but they won't be there. I was very surprised with the United Kingdom, because the United Kingdom, 2 weeks ago, I said, why don't you send some ships over? And he really didn't want to do it. I said, you don't want to do it. We've been with you. You're our oldest ally. And we spend a lot of money on, NATO and all of these things to protect you. I mean, we're protecting them. We're working with them on Ukraine. Ukraine's thousands of miles away, separated by a vast ocean. We don't have to do that, but we did it. Well, Biden did it. I mean, I have to be honest with you. Biden got taken to the cleaners. But we worked with them in Ukraine. We don't need to work with them in Ukraine. And then they tell us that we have a mine ship around, and they don't want to do it. I think it's terrible. No, I was very surprised. I told him, we requested 2 aircraft carriers, which they had, and he didn't really want to do it. And then right after the war essentially ended, meaning they were obliterated, he said, I would like to send the aircraft carriers. I said, I don't need them after the war has ended and won. I need it before the war. So I was very upset not upset, I was not happy with the UK. I think they'll be involved, yeah, maybe. But they should be involved enthusiastically. We've been protecting these countries for years with NATO, because NATO is us. You can ask Putin. Putin fears us. He has no fear of Europe whatsoever. He fears the United States of America and the military that was built by me in the first term. Yeah.
President, you mentioned the significant amount of oil that China derives from the Middle East. What is the status of your conversation with President Xi in terms of getting China to cooperate, in terms of making the Strait of Hormuz safe for those oil tankers?
Yeah. So China is a great example. They get 91% of their oil from the Hormuz Straits, which we protected for years. And it always bothered me that we have these countries. Japan gets 95% of its from the Straits, the Hormuz Straits. And it always bothered me that we're protecting and we don't need them. We didn't need them before we started dig we must. Dig me must. That's the Trump policy of lots of oil. And we didn't use them very much. It used to be at 10%. Now it's at almost 0. We don't need, we don't need oil. We have all the oil we need for ourselves. It's one of the great assets that we have. We have more than double what anybody else in terms of oil production. We're at more than double any other country. So we don't need it, but we did it. It's almost, you could say we did it out of habit, which is not a good thing to do. But we did it because we have some good allies there. We have some great Middle Eastern countries there, Israel there. So we did it for a lot of reasons. But it always amazed me that we did it. We never asked for reimbursement. And it was really there to serve other countries, not us. And by the way, we have the Sugar King. The same story. Look at that. Alfie Van Hoel. Alfie, thank you both very much. Huh? That's Pepe here. Pepe. Hi, Pepe. How are you? How are you? Is Alfie in the backstage? Huh? Is he sitting back there waiting for you? No? You doing all right? Pepe is a great friend of all of ours, I think, in the room. Tremendous. And we appreciate you being here. Great to have you. Thank you.
Mr. President, honored.
That's great. Both of you. Thank you very much. So go ahead, please.
Mr. President, you've said that Iran does want to make a deal. Now, into the third week of this bombing campaign, what would that deal look like? What are the ask that you're making of the government?
They want to make a deal. They're talking to our people. I don't know if they say that to you. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. Don't forget, they are a country that for years, I didn't know this until recently, they're a country based on disinformation. And now they're using disinformation plus AI. And that's a terrible situation. That's a terrible situation. They showed all sorts of things happening in the last 2 weeks that never happened. Between their kamikaze boats that don't exist, between blowing up the aircraft carrier, one of the great ships in the world, the Abraham Lincoln, on fire. They showed it on fire. I called the general. I said, General, what's with the Abraham Lincoln? It looks like it's burning down. No, it's not burning down. Not a bullet was ever fired at it, sir. They know better. I said, this is my first glimpse of AI and what they've done with it. They showed buildings in Tel Aviv burning to the ground, high rises burning. They showed buildings in Qatar. They showed buildings in Saudi Arabia burning, and they weren't burning. They weren't hit. It was all AI based. Terrible. It's terrible. And I think that's the only thing they do well. They're negotiating. And we always talk. When, somebody said, well, would you talk? Why would you even talk to them? I talk to everybody because sometimes good things come out of it. But I don't know if they're ready yet. They're taking a pounding. I don't know if they're ready yet. And we don't even know their leaders. Look, all of their leaders are dead, as far as we know, but they're all dead. We don't know who we're dealing with. We knocked out the first group. Then the second group met, 88 met to pick the leader because the first group was all dead. And the second group got knocked out. They're all dead. Then the third group met. I would think they're a little nervous about meeting. I don't know if they're nervous. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're crazy. If they're not nervous, then they're crazy. But we met with the next group, but we don't know who their leader is. We have people wanting to negotiate. We have no idea who they are. Yeah, please, Peter.
Thanks, President Trump. What are your advisors telling you about the Ayatollah's son, the new supreme leader? What are they telling you about
Well, it's not only them, it's you people. I mean, a lot of people are saying that he's badly disfigured. They're saying that he lost his leg, one leg, and he's been hurt very badly. Other people are saying he's dead. Nobody's saying he's 100% healthy. And he hasn't spoken because the Ayatollah would sit and he'd spew hate from a form of a throne. Not as nice as a throne. I like the English throne much better. But it was a fancy chair. But he'd spew hate from his chair. But you'd see him a lot, right? This one, we haven't seen at all. So that could be for a lot of different reasons. We don't know, Peter, if he's dead or not.
Now that you've announced,
I will say this, nobody's seen him, which is unusual.
something else. Now that you've announced that the U.S. has destroyed all of Iran's mine-laying ships, why can't the U.S. just immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we could, but it takes two to tango. We have to get people to take their $1 billion ship and and drive it up. If when Pepe has his big sugar ships coming around and they cost $1 billion, and we say, I think it's okay now, Pepe, take your ship, drive it through the Strait of Hormuz. He may say, let me wait a little while, because it takes ship owners, and these ships are very expensive. They could cost up to $2 billion. So they don't want to take a chance that, gee, I think you'll be okay. They got to know it. So they don't have to set, we don't know if they even set any mines, but the thought that they may have is enough to keep people from saying, we don't need it. Now, we are pounding that area, that coast, as you know, left side. We're pounding it, like really pounding it hard. And again, they may have no mindset. We hit every one of their mine droppers. They call it the mine layers, right? The ships. They're pretty sophisticated ships. Every one of them is gone. But it only takes one. So it's a little unfair. You win a war, but they have no right to be doing what they're doing. But we're hitting them very hard. And today is a big day where we're pounding a certain area that has very much to do with the strait. And I think we'll get it going very soon. In addition, we do have other nations coming in. You need people to watch and people to see. We have other nations coming in. Yes, please.
If the United States is working to secure the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of other countries like China, and our allies aren't yet stepping up to your standard, is the United States getting back to being the world's policeman?
Look, the United States should not be very much involved. They can on a certain basis. They've been doing it for a long time. But I've always said, if you look back years ago, I said, why aren't we being reimbursed? These are the richest countries in the world. Why aren't we being reimbursed for maintaining the Hormuz Strait? And why aren't we being reimbursed for that? I've said that for years. You can go back. They reported on it yesterday. I've been saying a lot of things about the straits. Number one, I said it's the one advantage they have, but that's a suicidal advantage because they kill themselves more than they kill the rest of the world. And there are things you can do with time. There are other things you can do, but I think we're going to have the situation straighten out pretty quickly, and I think we're going to have some good help, and I think we're going to be disappointed in some nations too. And I'll let you know who those nations are.
One of your advisors, David Sachs, said the other week that the U.S. should, quote, declare victory and get out of the Iran war.
Yeah,
he also warned that if the conflict escalates, Israel may contemplate the use of a nuclear weapon. Has he shared that assessment with you?
No, yes. Israel wouldn't do that. Israel would never do that. And there's a theory. You've pounded them to hell and you could just leave now, and it'll take 10 years for them to build back not nearly what they have right now. And I guess that's another theory, but we want to have it ended so that another president doesn't have, look, for 47 years, no president was willing to do what I'm doing, and they should have done it a long time ago. It would have been a lot easier. There's no president that wanted to do it. And yet every president knew. I've spoken to a certain president who I like, actually, a past president, former president. He said, I wish I did it. I wish I did, but they didn't do it. I'm doing it. Yeah.
Which president?
I can't tell you that. I don't want to embarrass him. It would be very bad for his career, even though he's got no career left. Go ahead,
President,
please.
you mentioned.
How about the man right
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, you mentioned that you're not entirely sure who you're dealing with, who the leadership is in Iran. Do you see a viable opposition movement still in that country following all of the protests that we had seen before the airstrikes and kind of an opposition movement that could become a viable leader in Iran?
Well, the biggest problem, and we have brave people in this room, but the biggest problem that I see is that, they put out a warning, and we have the warning. We get everything they get. And it said any protester that goes onto the street will be immediately shot and killed. This is a little tougher than the American way. This is not quite as tough as, nobody can believe it. So I can't imagine, they don't have guns. And the other ones have guns, highly sophisticated machine guns and AK-47s and other kinds of guns. And they did that with the women. So the women had 250,000, even 500 people protesting a year ago. And they shot women right through the middle of the forehead with snipers. And they didn't have to do many. About 10 went down bleeding profusely, and 250 to 500,000 women went running in the other direction because they can be brave, but they're not stupid, and they have no gun, and you have snipers in buildings specifically for this reason. So a woman goes down falling, bleeding from the head, and it doesn't take long for that to spread. And when that spreads, that crowd dispenses. And nobody else has been able to do that to the extent that these people are violent. They killed a minimum 2 weeks ago, 32,000 people. So, and they put out actually a notice 2 days ago. If you protest, you will be shot and killed. So, I don't know. I would say Mike Johnson's the only person I know who has the courage to go out in that kind of an atmosphere. I don't think so. Yeah.
Have your advisors told you anything in terms of how long we can expect gas prices as high as they are right now?
I don't need advisors to tell me that. I know what it is. You know, the Prime Minister of UK, United Kingdom, yesterday told me, I'm meeting with my team to make a determination. I said, you don't need to meet it with the team. You're the Prime Minister. You can make your own. Why do you have to meet with your team to find out whether or not you're going to send some minesweepers to us or to send some boats? I said, you don't have to meet with your team. It's the same thing here. I can tell you that when this is over, oil prices are going to go down very, very rapidly. So is inflation, so is everything else. But frankly, much more important than short-term, even long-term oil prices, you can't let the most violent, vicious country in the last 50 years have a nuclear weapon, because the Middle East will be gone. Israel will go first, without question, and they'll certainly take a shot at us before we get our act together and say we got to take them out. You can't let Iran, who's truly a nation of great terror and power. Look what happened in the last 2 weeks. They weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. And the other one, you know, they fought back. They could have yielded. But think of it, if we weren't around, they had tremendous power. They had thousands of missiles, most of which we've terminated. They had thousands of drones. They were making drones and missiles all over the place. We've knocked out most of those factories. I mean, now they're sending out 2 or 3 missiles. Now, you know, they've still got some. They might have 8% left. But mostly they've been eliminated. They've been terminated by what we did and what Israel did too. Yeah, please.
Israel is expected to expand its ground offensive in southern Lebanon to go after Hezbollah. Have you discussed that with Israeli leaders?
Yeah.
And does the United States support a potential Israeli invasion of Lebanon?
Yeah, no, I did. And I know Hezbollah is a problem. It's been a problem for a long time, not just now. And it's a certain area, because I was with the other night a person whose parents live in Lebanon. This is a very substantial person, wealthy person, whose parents live in Lebanon. I said, really? How do you live in Lebanon? Your parents are living? Oh, yeah, they live there. And over the years, they've gotten used to the fact that it's being bombed. But they explained to me that it's really a different section of Lebanon. It's the section where Hezbollah is. And they get used to it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, people live in Ukraine. You would think they wouldn't live in Ukraine, but they live in Ukraine. I don't know that I'd do that, but they live in Ukraine. They live in Lebanon. Hezbollah is a big problem, and they're rapidly being eliminated. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
analyst. General Keane, sir, as always, thank you for coming on. Can I just begin with the Strait of Hormuz? How do you read that story? We are determined to prevent Iran from blockading it. It seems to me, again, Mr. Trump is signaling his intentions, and it's another war aim that can be met. How do you see it, General?
Well, first of all, I think the Strait of Hormuz problem gets resolved when we end this war, and we're 3 to 5 weeks from doing that. I think in the meantime, the fact that the media and the president's opposition party seems to be in a frenzy over the fact that oil prices are spiking. And it seems to me that oil prices spiking should not be the pacing item for this war. The reality is that we're going to end this war on our terms based on the conditions and the objectives to be achieved. And it seems to make some sense to me that if we have to put up with some oil prices spiking for a few weeks to end this tyrannical regime's diabolical influence and control regionally and writ large in the world, and imposing their will and determination and the hell that they've caused, you know, for almost 50 years, it's worth the cost of doing that. I mean, can't we bear this little sacrifice for a few weeks while we do this? I mean, that makes more sense. Let's finish this war on our terms and get it right. And those prices will come down. Now, with the Strait of Hormuz, there is a problem there. If we start to bring our warships through right now, the Iranians still have the capability, not just at the coastal area, which we can eliminate, but hundreds of miles back to range those ships with precision weapons. And that makes no sense in terms of the risk when we're going to finish them off entirely in a few weeks. In the meantime, the commander of Central Command has it as a task, and he's deliberately working to eliminate the potential of those offensive weapons interfering with escort operations in the Straits of Hormuz. We're likely not going to begin that task of escorting tankers through until that threat is removed. But I think about the same time, the war will be ending in any event. We're on a pathway here. The president has talked about it. He has the patience to listen to his commanders and to listen to the IDF leaders and to Prime Minister Netanyahu. When those objectives have been achieved, then I think we'll see the termination of military operations. But until such time, we're going to continue to pursue those objectives.
Well, that's what the president has said. The president agrees. The president also said, as you just did, just, you know, a little bump up in gasoline prices, a very small price to pay to get rid of this awful terrorist regime that is a menace to all civilization, but fighting the U.S. for almost 50 years, as you put it. And I also was interested, 3 to 5 weeks. I mean, these are things that President Trump keeps saying. I mean, a lot of people choose not to believe him. My point in the riff is we should believe him. Things are on schedule. You yourself have said that to me on this show and on the radio. Things are on schedule. Now, you can't be certain about any of this. I understand the fog of war and the risk to it, but gosh, the president has been very level-headed, it seems to me, and has been a truth teller, General Keane.
Sure, absolutely. And where does he get all his information from? Well, he gets it, you know, from the Secretary of War, the Chairman of Joint Chiefs, principally from the Central Command commander, who has all of these facts. He is leading the war effort for us. And also, he gets the information from the IDF operations. We have a 3-star general and a complete staff embedded in the IDF, and they have a 1-star general and a complete staff embedded in Central Command's headquarters. The trust and exchange here is really something to see. And listen, Larry, for the military people out there who would appreciate this, who've gone through 20 years of 9/11 wars, we've never had a partner like this who brings together not only the shared values, which we've had in the past, certainly, and common objectives, which we've had in the past, but unbelievable capability and proven capability. These are the 2 most proven militaries in the world conducting the first time ever combined operations against a common objective and a common enemy. And we're going to get this job done together. Make no mistake about that.
Well, that was my other point on the rift. I've said it a million times. I've heard you say it. We, the United States and Israel and our allies, are winning the war. We are winning the war. and it will be successfully won. Is there any doubt about that?
There's no doubt in my mind about it. And talking to the commanders, I'm kind of irrelevant compared to them. You know, they speak with total confidence. And when they began this operation, you know, our commander flat told the president, you know, I have total confidence that we will be able to accomplish successfully our military objectives, Mr. President. And I'm certain that that confident and that commander, Admiral Brad Cooper, who's truly exceptional officer, transferred that trust and confidence to the president himself. And that is where he is. He was then, and that's where he's been ever since on this operation. And he talks to Prime Minister Netanyahu. These are two wartime commanders now talking to each other, much like Churchill and Roosevelt were continuing to talk to each other. Common objectives, shared values, working together as best as it can possibly be expected. I'm not Pollyannish. I'm not trying to, you know, provide flowery remarks here. I'm just trying to state the facts. This is really organizations coming together built on trust and confidence in each other. And it's something really to behold.
And they're changing history, General. And they're changing history for the better. You know what I mean? For the better.
You betcha. I mean, the opportunity here to take these guys off the board finally, maybe not immediately, but reduce their effectiveness so much that they're powerless and eventually change will take place. And to accomplish something like that, you're right, it is historic. And we'll see close on, because we're talking to the Arabs. When this settles and this threat is removed in the region, we're going to see normalization among the Arab states and Israel exponentially greater than where we are now. And the Middle East will be changed for decades to come. Look at all the forces we've had in the Middle East throughout our lifetime here. Do we still have to keep the forces at this kind of scale going forward if we're able to historically achieve the political objectives we're trying to achieve here? I think not. It'll dramatically change.
Yes, sir. General Jack Keane, thank you. We always appreciate.
Oil has indeed passed $100 a barrel. First time we've seen that since 2022. Actually, we've got it down to $95 as of right now. Chevron's president, Andy Walsh, joins me now. Sir, how long will oil stay at these levels? Can you give us a clue?
Well, Stu, I'm not really good at predicting oil prices, to be honest with you. Chevron's mostly focused on our people in the region and our assets in the region, and we have to kind of see how this military action plays out to know where it's really going to go.
How fast can we make sure that tankers can get through the Straits of Hormuz? I mean, are we looking at days, weeks, surely not months?
Yeah, it really depends, Stu. We're trying to understand what's the next military action. What's the U.S. government going to do? Chevron's prepared to help get our fuel out of there and our oil to markets, and we're really just kind of making sure we're taking care of our people. So really hard to predict what's going to happen, whether it's going to be extended or short term or long term.
Okay. I'm going to change the subject for a second, because you wrote a letter, a powerful letter, warning of an economic collapse in California under Governor Newsom's climate policy. Question: are regulations causing what you might call irreversible damage to California's economy and energy security? Is it that bad?
Yeah, I believe it is. That's why we wrote the letter. I'm glad you're asking. We think that the policies they're putting in place will eliminate all refining in the state of California. And if you think about what's going on today in the world, energy security and reliable energy is really important. And I'm afraid that California is heading down a path of relying on imports from Korea, India, China to fuel the cars and airplanes and trucks that people need to live their lives.
Well, I've got a regular gasoline in California now averages $5.20 a gallon, and it's going up. I mean, could you reach $6, $7 in California? Is that possible?
Well, Stu, what they're proposing is to add another $1.20 to a gallon of gas via a tax in the next 5 years. So yeah, I think prices are going to go up. They're already sometimes twice the price of other places in the United States. And a lot of that is taxes, fees, and regulations that burden the industry and burden Californians. And unfortunately, Stu, it hurts the people that can least afford it the most. Yeah. And that's really concerning.
Well,
Aren't the people of California getting a little tired of this? They're already paying $5. It might go up to $6 or $7. Aren't they going to make some changes?
Well, so that's why I'm talking to you. I want people to understand what's going on. I want them to understand that, hey, if you close a refinery, it doesn't come back. Okay. These are irreversible decisions. And the lawmakers in California have decided that they don't want critical infrastructure like refineries. They've been working to put us out of business for 20 years. It's happening. There's a refinery shutting down right now in the Bay Area that's operated by Valero. One shut down last year, operated by Phillips 66. And it's just I think it's disastrous policy that's going to make it difficult for people to live their lives in California, and expensive.
Well, you wrote this strong letter to Governor Newsom. Have you heard back from him?
I've not. No, I have not heard from him. We are talking to the Air Resources Board. It's the California Air Resources Board that's trying to put this new policy into effect. And look, it's just a tax, Stu. They're just taxing consumers, and they're making it hard for us to do business there. And there's going to be lasting impacts. This is going to, they're going to be reliant on supply from outside the U.S., and that's not good policy, in my opinion.
Indeed, it's not. Thanks very much for joining us this morning, Andy. We do appreciate it. And come back soon and tell us how things are going in California. We'd love to hear.
Okay. Super pleasure. Thank you, Stu.
You got it.
But first,
you want to file free? Hit it.
But first, there's this. Today, the inaugural 2026 Supplier Matchmaking Expo will kick off at the Charlotte Motor Speedway in North Carolina. The event is co-hosted by the U.S. Small Business Administration and the National Association of Manufacturers, aiming to support President Trump's Made in America agenda. More than 800 small businesses and local suppliers will have the opportunity to meet with larger companies seeking production partners such as NASA, Boeing, Ford, Toyota. Joining me now is one of the co-hosts of the event, National Association of Manufacturers President and CEO, Jay Timmons. Kelly Loeffler, the U.S. Small Business Administrator, will be joining us momentarily. Jay, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Tell us what to expect as President Trump has engineered an industrial revival here in America.
Well, Maria, you and I have been together at the Reagan Library. I was in your studio a couple of weeks ago. I think you ought to come down here to the Charlotte Speedway, because what we're going to attempt to do is make sure that our economy is going full throttle as we match small businesses with larger manufacturers, and to your point, ensure that we have more things made in America.
Right. And so what specifically can we make in America that we're not making right now?
Well, that's a great question. So look, I think that we have the capacity to do anything here in the United States. We just have to kind of decide exactly what is going to create the highest value. Certainly right now.
Hey, I'm done with the politics. I'm gonna show like a couple of Sheriff Brady's BS with y'all, then I'm getting out of here. I'm done with the politics for now, bro. I don't care. We done heard Trump talk twice, and I really don't care. Now, this is Operation Fool Around and Find Out again. He has like 3 or 4 of them. This is one from 5 months ago. He has one from 10 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago. This one's his newest one. And then I think I have like the first one also.
Operation Fool Around and Find Out again. And we're going to introduce you to some of the big bosses that were involved in this. And by the way, for the big bosses who don't know, this is our NIA Academy. We have representatives from all over the United States. Part of their class was to be there to not only see the undercover operation, but the technology, and then to be here today to see how the press conference goes. Our focus was to rescue the victims of human trafficking and to also intercept child sex predators, pedophiles, deviants before they could get to children. And that's what we're going to talk about today. But first off, I want to introduce to you Florida's Attorney General, James Uthmeyer. He's a dear friend of mine. He was the chief of staff for Governor DeSantis. And now he is our Attorney General. And we really, really, really like the support and the work that he does. He's going to speak with you. Then we have our Chief Financial Officer, Blaise Ngoya. He's here with us today. He was appointed to fill that position of CFO only 2 months ago. And the energy and enthusiasm that he has brought, the vision for the state of Florida that he has brought is remarkable, and we're glad that he's here with us today. And of course, my friend, my state attorney, Brian Haas, and I say my state attorney because I can tell you that I've had the opportunity to be the Major County Sheriff's of America president. I've had the opportunity to be the president of the Florida Sheriff's Association. So I've been around the United States. There's never been a finer state attorney anyway, any place, anywhere than Brian Haas. He gets after the bad guys. We arrest them, he prosecutes them. In fact, as we speak today, his prosecutors, for which I'm grateful, Mr. Haas, are having a lady sentenced to life for causing the death of one of my law enforcement officers. And because of your great work and that of your team, she was convicted as charged. So thank you very much. And she'll spend the rest of her life in jail for contributing and creating the environment that caused my deputy to be shot and killed in the line of duty. In addition to that, we will have speaking today, One Name, One Voice, Dr. Mary Ann Thomas, One More Chow, will be Sine Dresler and Stacy Ham. We'll have speaking with us Heartland for Children, Katie Ann Parchment, our Osceola Sheriff and my friend Christopher Blackman, the Bloomington, Minnesota Police Chief, Booker Hodges. He's a dear friend of mine, and he's here. His team came down to participate and to learn. What's important to understand with these human trafficking operations, we were able to identify what we believe are victims of human trafficking. And as our goal, we have resources. Our NGOs are embedded with us so that we can immediately turn them over for services. And you'll hear more about that in just a few minutes. But let me give you the highlights of what occurred. There were 246 arrests in only a 7-day operation. 230 human trafficking arrests included 99 Johns, 111 prostitutes, and 20 other arrests. One of the things that I'm going to camp on and begin with my comments in a few minutes was the fact that we arrested 16 travelers. That's right. They were sexual deviants that thought they were coming to a home to have sex with a child. And many times wonky, crazy, nasty, vile, ugly sex. Not that all of it's not with a child, but at a higher level. We're going to talk about many of them. We actually located 10 potential victims of human trafficking. Listen, folks, when I tell you that not only were 219 arrests from the state of Florida, 37 were from Polk County. Now, you would think of all the places, the people in Polk County would understand not to show up since we do this often and we arrest 200 plus every time. But it goes to show even in our county, there's still a few people that live under rocks. There's 11 other states that are represented in those that were arrested. The state of Washington, California, North Carolina, New York, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Georgia, Virginia, Texas, and Nevada. 26 of the people that were arrested were married. 18 was the youngest person we arrested. 67 was the oldest one. We also had people on government assistance. Now, I have to point them out. You know, our CFO is really interested in waste. Well, think about it. You, the hardworking people, were out making money, earning money, paying taxes, and they were being paid to violate the law. And I imagine there were more of them that but this is the ones we identified. Of course, we arrested 9 that had a military background. 1 was active Army, 5 previous Army in addition to the 1, 2 Air Force, 1 Navy, 1 National Guard. 15 firearms were brought to the operation by different suspects. One of the 15 firearms was stolen and we recovered it. Of course, what would an operation be if we didn't arrest theme park employees? We had 2 from Universal arrested and 2 from Disney arrested. 32 people were charged with drug possession. 3 individuals had active warrants. 16 individuals had prior prostitution charges. And 7 of those were from previous operations we've done. They showed up again. They like us so much. They like the jail so much. They wanted to come go to jail again with us. 2 of them were from the Fool Around and Find Out that we had just a few months ago. 2 of them came back for a second trip. Well, you know good and well that they got 2 brain cells, okay? And they used 1 on the first one and 1 on the second. They have 0 brain cells left now. March Sadness, 2 came back that we arrested in that operation. Operation Traffic Stop in 2023, we got 1 of those back. In Operation Fall Hall of 2022, I guess they have a short memory. We have those back. Now, some people would say, oh, they're not such bad people. Well, these folks had a total of 706 previous charges, 317 felonies, 389 misdemeanors. And we lodged against these folks new charges, 371 new charges. So let's go through really, really quick. I always want to start with our child sex predators. These are the nastiest of the nastiest. This is Trey Taunton. He's 40 years of age. He lives in Mineola in Central Florida. He's a psychological therapist, and he worked for family life counselors in Lake County. Now, let me tell you what makes him so scary. His job was to counsel at-risk children, and at-risk children are traditionally those that are the easiest and the most vulnerable to be groomed. Family Life Counselors has fired him. And before that, he was a swim coach at the Mount Verde Academy in Lake County, where he was around pre-K to 12, from pre-K to 12th grade. Now, I underscore, he did not work for Mount Verde Academy when this occurred. They fired him, or he left their employment in 2024. And you know what his profound statement was when he was arrested? My husband is going to divorce me when he hears about this. Well, not only does he hear about it, he gets to see it right here. He told the undercover male who was 15 that he loves oral sex and kinky sex. Now, this guy shows up at a house thinking he's going to have kinky sex with a child. Now, here's the interesting part. When he was working through a time, he called the undercover and said, my counseling appointment has canceled, so I can be there about 4 in the afternoon. I can get off work early. Well, he arrived and went to jail because we were there protecting the community. And then there's Christopher Williams. He's from Orlando. He's 31. He works for Positive Behavioral Solutions as a psychological and social rehabilitation specialist coordinator. I'm not sure what that means, but I do know what child sex predator means, and that's what he is. He was immediately fired. And he talked to the father thinking that the father was negotiating a deal for there to be sex with a little 13-year-old girl. He's charged with human trafficking. And we could tell by the way he conducted himself, this was not the first time he was in that position. And of course, this person did not actually travel but he engaged what he thought was a child on the internet. This is Robert Hill. He's 56 from Lake Placid. He's a sergeant with the Department of Corrections. He had worked for them since 2019, so he was on the outside keeping people in, and now he's on the inside of the jail, and we're protecting children from him. And he's wearing this shirt that I really like. I used to be a people person, then people ruined it. Well, the reality, he was trying to ruin children's lives, but our detectives stopped that. He used extremely graphic language, very, very graphic language, and he was also trying to groom the parent to have sex with a child. And then there's Louis Macalino. He's 62 from Davenport. He's a CEO for Heritage Assisted Living Facility in Plant City. Now, I want you to think about this. The assisted living facility in Plant City Heritage, he's the CEO, and he's out grooming and trying to have sex with 15-year-old boys. He's been married 35 years. Oh, by the way, he resisted. But we do appreciate the fact that Louis' vehicle was paid off because we've seized that, and our plan is to use it in future operations to catch more bad guys. And then there's Jamel Jones. He's a manager of McDonald's. He wanted to have sex with a 15-year-old child. Why does he worry us? He's in a management position, a leadership position, and McDonald's hires a lot of kids. He confessed. And he also confessed that on a previous occasion, he had sex with a 17-year-old male in Osceola County. We have the very fine sheriff with us today from Osceola. His team's looking further into this. They did say he was polite. I guess McDonald's taught him well to take care and be nice, but he's in jail because he was trying to have sex with a child. And then there's Hugo Dos Santos from Kissimmee. He's 39. He's a legal assistant at Grand Vacations Timeshare. He's married. He said, "Oh, I hate this because now I'm not going to be able to adopt children." Well, duh. It's going to be difficult because we're going to try to send you to prison for a long time. He was extremely graphic and wanted to have sex with a 15-year-old boy. Grand Vacation says they've suspended him, but they didn't say they'd fired him. I don't know. We don't allow cell phones in the jail or the prison system. I don't know how he's going to continue to work. And then there's Spencer Englehart. He's 26 from Mineola. He once again was talking to undercovers, thinking he was negotiating with a father to have sex with a 13-year-old female. He was very graphic. And then when we arrested him, he said he was doing his own investigation and he was going to notify law enforcement later. Wink, wink, nod, nod, right? Oh, he had a gun in the car. He was charged with human trafficking. But it's important to point out that that is the worst of the worst of the worst, because they're trying to attack your children. But let me go over this group. This is our human trafficking arrest, and we've just pulled a few of them out. Then I'm going to turn it over to our Attorney General. This is Jabaz Lowe. He's 24. He's from Point Siena. What's interesting about Jabaz is he was a member of the Orange County Sheriff's Office. He was a recruit and in the academy. Now, he didn't tell us that, so he lied to us during the investigation. I can't imagine why he didn't want to tell us that he was a recruit for Orange County Sheriff's Office. But you know what? Orange County Sheriff's Office came here and fired him quick. I believe it's safe to say that his law enforcement career was over before it began, and he didn't get it. And it's shocking to all of us because this is a guy that passed the background, the polygraph, and the psychological. He was an Army veteran. But the good news is we caught him soon when he was soliciting sex. because otherwise, had he been able to keep his composure, he would have been a law enforcement officer, but no more because of the great professional work. And then there's Kiera Marie Johnson from DeLand. This is a guy. He's 33. He's a DoorDash tech support as his employer. He wanted to have sex. Oh, by the way, we caught him in May in another operation exactly like this. He was adjudicated guilty. Our state attorney prosecuted him, got him a 6-month sentence, which is a sentence of probation, which is a pretty good sentence for a quote unquote first-time offender, on September 10th. We arrested him on September the 11th when he came back. He's what we call a slow learner. But he's also in jail on top of this for a violation of probation. And Mr. Haas says, I believe we can deal with this guy. Now, you understand some of these deviants will not change their way, and the only way to keep them from trying to attack victims is when they're locked up in jail. That's the only way. Then there's Brittany Finney, 37. This was an online ad. She says, I do in-call only. And here's what she said in her advertisement. No affiliation with any type of law enforcement of any kind in any way, and F Shady Grady. Now that just warmed my heart. She's got a long criminal history. She had 28 previous arrests. Sweetie, welcome to the county jail. Stephen Saul de Jesus Colon. He's 34 from Kissimmee. He's a former corrections officer for the city of New York. He currently owns JJ's Auto Towing, and he arrived in his tow truck. And he wanted to have sex with a female. So he arrived in his tow truck, and then we hooked his tow truck up to our tow truck, and we towed him back this way. And then after we got his tow truck out of the way, then we put him in our van, and we took him this way to the county jail. Now, I guess maybe he had a friend or either an Uber, because he didn't have a tow truck to ride away from the county jail when he got out. And then there's Richard Gashaw. He's 54. He's from Dayton, Texas. If you're ever in Dayton, Texas, he owns Rooster's Bar there. But he was here visiting his mother, who was very sick and in the hospital. And even though he owns Rooster's Bar there, he wanted to come here and have sex with a woman. So let me picture this for a second, okay? He's married. For years, he's married to this lady in Texas. She's probably there running the bar while he comes to visit his mother. That's what good wives do. And now he's laid up with a prostitute, or at least he tried to until we caught him. Well, I bet that made the old rooster cock-a-doodle-doo. Any old, I won't finish that. And then there's Wei Mo from Oviedo. He says he's a nuclear engineer and he's self-employed, and he wanted to have sex with a female. We may be a nuclear engineer. We don't have any call for those at the jail, but hey, he may be able to learn a new trade while he's locked up in jail, like trustee, handing out food service or something like that. Then there's Samuel Du. He's from Apopka. He's 43. He's a retired software engineer. He's a coder, okay? But as my guy said, he might have been a coder in software, but it didn't compute very well for him here. And he said, well, I don't like going to a bar to chase women. He just wanted to save money, just get, cut right to it, just pay for it and let's go on. What he doesn't understand is he was coming here, and many of his victims may very well have been the victims of human trafficking. Now, I want to camp one more second on this, illegal aliens. There were 46, I believe, illegal aliens that we arrested in this operation. Now, you would think if there was ever a time that you were in a foreign country illegally with a president of the United States and Governor DeSantis saying, if you're here illegally, starting with the worst first, we're going to deport you. The last thing you'd want to do is commit crime and draw attention to yourself. But duh, they showed up to violate the law. Now, all of them have ICE holes on them. Several of them have already been picked up by ICE. The others are with us until ICE picks them up. And ultimately, when they finish their business with Mr. Haas, then they will be deported. So it's nice that we were able to scoop up 46 in just 7 days. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to look out for the victims of human traffickers, and we arrested those. We're going to look out for the children. And now I'm going to introduce to you our Attorney General who gets it, who understands that when we all work together and he ensures that we coalesce with each other and work together, that we can keep Florida safe and make Florida even safer. General?
Well, it's great to be here. Polk County and our great sheriffs doing what they do best, working together to combat evil and put bad guys away. Today, 240 or 40 plus arrests. But I think what's really significant here is that collectively, all these guys that are being arrested, they combine for over 650 prior charges. Charge after charge after charge. And yet they get out and they keep committing crimes. They keep victimizing people, victimizing children. We saw this recent case in North Carolina, this brutal murder on a train. Again, a guy that had been released 14 different times. Soft on crime policies do not work. I'll tell you what, you got a great state attorney here and our team of statewide prosecutors. We're not giving out get out of jail free cards. We're going to put these guys away for as long as we can. We're going to get them off the streets and we're going to protect our kids. When I took the oath of office at the beginning of the year, I made a promise to Floridians that priority one would be protecting our kids, combating human trafficking, and getting as many child predators off the streets. And we've worked up and down the state with law enforcement, and we've done that. A record number of arrests, a record number of convictions. We will continue to get every one of these sick people off the streets. Parents, evil people are finding new ways to get to your kids. It's real. This is proof of that. 240 plus arrests in one sting. And it keeps happening over and over and over again. The sheriff pointed out the large number of illegal immigrants in this case. On the street is an illegal immigrant. But every time we do one of these criminal takedowns, there's a disproportionately high number of criminals that are here illegally. It shows the nature of what's happened under the open border policies that President Obama and Biden promoted. You've got drug trafficking, human trafficking, and tons of crime coming in through the border and impacting local communities across.
These sting operations. I had an opportunity to be inside the rooms with the detectives and law enforcement, communicating as if they were children. And the most amazing and disgusting thing happened as soon as they turned the switch on. They were getting flooded with offers to have sex with underage kids. And this is some of probably the most heinous conversations you will ever hear an adult have with the child. I'm seeing some of the heads bobbing in the front, so you've probably seen some of this. It is absolutely disgusting what our kids are subjected to. I'm going to talk to the people at home right now because I've seen this. They have seen this. Our AG has seen this. Our sheriffs have seen this firsthand. Protect your kids because you have no idea the depravity that is out there waiting to take advantage, take hold of your children and to abuse them and turn their lives upside down for things as seemingly innocent as a coloring book app. These kids are being targeted by online sexual predators for the purposes of destroying their souls. If you were able to see some of the things that I have seen, what law enforcement have seen, you would double and triple and quadruple the time that you watch your children because they are unrelenting. We as parents, we need to continue being unrelenting. I'm going to talk now specifically to one group of people because I think this is very, very important. We have led on this issue at the state, and that is a lot of these tech companies are in a state of either de facto protecting these predators or just outright protecting these predators. It is very difficult for law enforcement to get the proof that they need to prosecute some of these in a court of law. And the reason being is a lot of these tech companies, social media companies, with good relationships with law enforcement, they attempt to try to police themselves. But a lot of this stuff is now going away in the form of disappearing messages, in the form of encryption. These social media companies really need to be held accountable in destroying evidence. And I'm saying that I believe, in my opinion, they are destroying evidence. Because if you have a conversation with the 63-year-old man communicating with the 12-year-old boy online, when the 12-year-old boy is thinking that he's talking to his 14 to 15-year-old online friend playing some online games, and there's a 62, 65-year-old man grooming this person to have a sexual encounter with later, should be a slam dunk in a court of law. But what's actually happening is the social media companies are hiding behind privacy in disappearing messages so law enforcement can't get the information. And the conversation goes something like this. Put that SOB behind bars. Show me the proof. And then when I go back to try to get the proof, the messages are gone. They're disappearing because now there's new disappearing messages on a lot of social media accounts. Social media companies should, in my opinion, stop the encryption of any message that has a minor account. So law enforcement can have the tools that they need to put these scumbags away for life. So with that, just want to reiterate, if you're a parent out there, very obvious, it may not be online. Protect your kids as if their lives depend on it.
Just want to take a moment to recognize Sheriff Grady Judd for this operation. These things don't just happen. They're a result of a lot of hard work and dedication. And I see some of the folks in the room that worked the long preparation for this, the late nights all the way through into the morning. And there's a reason why we do this. And it's because of our victims and to protect our society. So it's the honor of a lifetime for me to serve alongside with folks like Sheriff Grady Judd and our wonderful law enforcement partners as we make sure that we do everything we can to keep our community safe. And we'll be back here again and again and again. This is not the last one. This is certainly not the first one. But, you know, I began my career as a prosecutor 25 years ago this month. And one of the things I learned very quickly was that there's not a whole lot of people that stand up for some of these victims. And oftentimes when they become victims in cases, it may be the first time that someone has an opportunity to advocate and help them. And that's what we're going to do for our human trafficking victims, make sure we're doing everything we can to get them the services they need and hopefully get them on the right path to making sure that they have the best life that they can. So my prosecutors and I stand ready to pursue these cases, hold these defendants accountable, make them pay their debt to society, and ensure that we continue to have a great place to live, work, and visit. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mark Brutnell, the FDLE specialist in charge for FDLE Tampa. I'm honored to stand here today with these amazing professionals. I just want to also thank the investigative team. Great job on this. The state attorney mentioned it, a lot of long hours, a lot of investigative techniques went into this. To arrest 246 people, that's a big undertaking. Job well done. Commissioner Mark Lash with FDLE, our AG and our CFO, our Florida cabinet, kids are their top priority. They don't just talk the talk, they walk the walk. And I want to thank you, General, for your support on that. I think one of the takeaways today has been parents have those hard conversations with your kids. It's tough, but you have to do that. Set some guidelines and some guardrails to save your kids from monsters like this. If you need some help with those conversations, there's plenty of places to go. You can go to secureflorida.org. There's tips to have those conversations with your kids, but also the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is a great resource to have those hard conversations. Again, I just want to say on behalf of FDLE and Commissioner Glass, excellent work. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Marianne Thomas. I'm the founder and president of My Name, My Voice, and we are a network that bridges community service providers with law enforcement so that we reduce harm in these spaces. First, I want to begin by thanking Sheriff Grady Judd and the entire Polk County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Judd does something that many law enforcement agencies overlook. He connects service providers directly with the people who need them. That partnership matters. It saves lives, restores dignity, and creates pathways to real change. The recent undercover operation focused on human trafficking. Our goal was not only to identify victims and help them exit exploitation, but also to meet every person caught up in this operation as a human being. At My Name, My Voice, we believe everyone, whether victim, buyer, or seller, has a story, a history, and a capacity for change. Some people do need long-term confinement for the safety of society and children. Others, though, can change when given the opportunity to understand the harm they've caused and the trauma that shaped their choices. We hear people say, "It's my choice." But when the choice is do this or lose your home, we have to ask ourselves if that's really a choice at all. Trauma and desperation narrow options until they become chains. We exist to widen those options again with compassion, resources, and accountability. During this operation, My Name, My Voice spoke with over 180 individuals. Of those, several asked for follow-up services or referrals. In total, My Name, My Voice assisted 28 people with post-release needs while maintaining a sense of individuality within the holding area. Each of these small connections matters, because each one creates a doorway to a different future. This is why lived experience advocates are so important. Survivors know the terrain. We know how to meet people where they are without judgment, and we know how to bridge the gap between law enforcement services and human beings who are hurting. When survivors lead in these spaces, the work becomes more trauma-informed, more effective, and ultimately more humane. I want to personally thank the men and women I worked alongside this week. I appreciate what you do from the bottom of my heart. When I was being trafficked, I met good officers who helped change the path I was on. I know you all do that quietly every single day. The operation showed me again what is possible when law enforcement and survivor-led organizations collaborate. Finally, as we move forward, let's remember our guiding principle at My Name, My Voice, to be a bridge that elevates survivor voices and transforms support systems. When we center survivor voices, we reduce harm. When we treat every person, even those accused, as human beings, we open the door to real accountability and change. Thank you for this opportunity. for your partnership, and for your dedication to making Polk County a safer and more compassionate place. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sani Dressler, and I serve as the Senior Director of Anti-Trafficking Operations with One More Child in the state of Florida. One More Child has served victims, families, and children for over 120 years, offering direct care service, prevention, and advocacy. Last week, our anti-trafficking teams joined the Polk Sheriff's Office on the ground each night during their most recent operation. I want to thank and commend Sheriff Judd and his team for their ongoing leadership and deep commitment for ending exploitation in our communities. They continue to be one of our most trusted and impactful law enforcement partners. They continue to be the strong leaders in the community that allow agencies like ours to meet survivors where they're at. That week, we were able to communicate with over 60 individuals, of which 36 have already accepted services. We were able to engage them in services such as emergency shelter, mental health counseling, survivor mentorship, and ongoing advocacy. Throughout the operation, our team was able to encounter people that were deeply vulnerable, living some serious, hesitation in their life, but full of hope at many times. However, many of them were just focused on surviving. We understand that not everyone is ready to identify as a victim in that moment, and that is okay. What's important is that we are present, consistent, and ready to offer support whenever they are ready to take that first step. At One More Child, we are committed to providing more than temporary assistance. We offer survivor-informed and long-term support, whether that journey begins during an operation, weeks, or even months afterwards. No one dreams of a life in exploitation. There's always a deeper story behind how they got there. Our role is to help create an opportunity for a new story to begin. Partnerships like this one are essential, but we know that we are only one piece of the solution. We need broader community engagement, tougher consequences for those who are fueling the demand, and a united commitment across every sector to say clearly and firmly, human trafficking will not be tolerated. Finally, I want to recognize the true leaders in this work, our survivor mentors and lived experience experts. These individuals bring a unique and irreplaceable perspective to everything we do. Their stories, their presence guide us in the services that we're providing. At One More Child, we make it a priority to have a survivor leader during every operation because their insight is valuable and essential. It is now my honor to introduce one of those incredible leaders, someone whose strength, voice, and lived experience continues to inspire change every day. Please welcome Stacy Ham. Thank you.
Good morning. I would like to take a moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone involved in the Polk County sting operation. Each operation serves as a powerful reminder that our work to fight exploitation and support survivors is far from over. Throughout this operation, our team was present each night, standing along survivors in their most vulnerable moments and offering immediate care and support. It's an honor for me and other survivor leaders to contribute our lived expertise to law enforcement, helping bring a deeper understanding and a more trauma-informed perspective to these efforts. As someone who personally experienced human trafficking, removal from my biological family, and time in the foster care system, these operations continuously remind me how deeply rooted cycles of exploitation can be and how so many are still caught in those cycles today. Many of the individuals that we encountered during the operation bravely shared their stories, describing how they were misled into exploitation through false promises of safety, stability, and better opportunities. Their stories echo the true reality that traffickers are continuously preying on those vulnerable, especially our youth, those who have aged out of the foster care system, and those who are simply trying to survive and be seen. This work is not easy, but it is so necessary. Every conversation, every connection, and every act of compassion plants a seed of hope, and it reminds survivors that they are not alone. I'm beyond grateful to be a part of a team that shows up with empathy, strength, and an unwavering commitment to helping survivors break these cycles. As a survivor, I have faced fears of speaking up, fears of not being believed, and fears of what might happen if I share my own personal experiences. But through it all, God has given me the strength to keep it going. Choosing to speak has brought me freedom, healing, and the chance to turn my pain into His purpose. My survivor story is just one of so many. There are countless others whose voices are waiting to still be heard, whose journeys matter just as much as mine, if not more. Each story carries pain, strength, and resilience, and together it's a reminder in the world that we are not alone. To any survivor who may be watching or quietly following along, please know that you are seen, you are valued, and your life does carry a greater purpose than the pain that you have been going through. If you are a survivor seeking support or need someone to walk alongside you in your journey, please know that there are safe people here ready to listen and be that support in your journey. Please know reaching out for support is not a sign of weakness. It's a courageous step towards healing and reclaiming your life. Only together can we continue to shine a light in the darkest places and create pathways to freedom, healing, and dignity. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Katie Ann Parchment. I am the program manager for the Prevention and Diversion program at Heartland for Children. Heartland for Children is a lead community-based care agency under the Department of Children and Families, and we oversee the child welfare system for Polk, Highlands, and Hardy counties. Thank you, Sheriff, for having us once again. Human trafficking is one of the most devastating crimes that someone can be subjected to. Victims are often left with deep physical, emotional, and psychological wounds that often take time, many years to heal from. While Polk County Sheriff Department works diligently to investigate cases, rescue victims, and hold traffickers accountable, we are honored that we are able to walk alongside the Sheriff Department early on in this process to help victims start their healing journey. By working alongside law enforcement, we are able to provide specialized care and support to survivors need truly to rebuild their lives, from helping survivors to connect to emergency housing, social services, counseling, medical care, and many other services through a trauma-informed lens. Our organizations help to ensure that survivors are not just rescued, but restored. The men and women of law enforcement that work tirelessly to make this operation run smoothly are always an excellent example of professionalism, empathy, and determination. Together, we collaborate to create a safe net that supports victims and those at risk of being victimized by providing them with the tools needed to help distance themselves from their abuser. Together, we bring justice, compassion, hope, and community members to the community members of Polk County. If you are listening right now and you are being trafficked, please know this: you are not alone. You are stronger than your current circumstances. There are people ready and able to help you, believe you, and walk with you towards freedom and healing. Your life has value, your story matters, you are loved, and there is hope for a new beginning. If you or someone you know needs help, there are resources available in our community. The Florida Abuse Hotline, 1-800-96-ABUSE, the Florida Human Trafficking Hotline,
Thank you for being with me today. As I told you the other day, I would give you a wrap up on our double murder investigation that occurred in Secret Cove. Before I do that, we're going to kind of lay out how this occurred because, as you're going to see in a minute, we've got a lot of suspects involved in this, but we want you to see the video. First, we're going to show it to you without sound so that we can pause it and I can explain what it is that you're not only seeing now, but what I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. So this is, there's just a lot of moving parts and you'll understand once we go through it. Okay, this is at the entrance. You come off of Reynolds Road. And let us stop it right there. Okay. Alex Martinez, he's 17 years of age. You'll learn later. One behind him is David Ewell. And I'll run it through again. And if you'll watch him as he walks, he's got a shotgun down his pants leg. And then on the other side, watch him as he walks. See how he's walking like Chester, a little stiff-legged. Okay, stop there. The other guy that's running there, we believe has an AR-15 in his pants. Now understand the far guy is 18 years of age. He's Anthony Roush. David Ewell, the one with a shotgun, is 15 years of age. Did you hear what I said? He's 15 years of age and he's got a shotgun down his pants. And the lead is Alex. Now before we move on, right now, the victim's white Mercedes is out of camera shot, and just around the corner, there's actually another apartment and then the intersection. So let's go ahead and play through it for just a second. As you can see, Anthony's running over there. He's going to be in the bushes as a lookout. You see him over there. He's got his gun. We made a tactical approach. That vehicle has nothing to do with it. This vehicle's just a lady coming home with her child, and she has nothing to do with it. This is one of our victims of the murder. He has nothing to do with it. He's just riding his electric bike, minding his own business. Our victim/suspect's been shot, and he runs. You see our suspect, Anthony, run out of the woods there. Now they're all scattering. Let's back up and look at it one more time without sound. And then in a minute, I'm going to play it with sound so you can hear the gunshot and hear all the revving of the engine. So there they are. They're taking up position. What you're going to find out is Alex went to the car. David stayed on the front porch of this house. Next door is the one we believe at this point in the investigation did the shooting. This lady's just trying to come home. She doesn't know anything about anything. There's our victim who is run over in just a few seconds, minding his own business. Okay, you see our suspect is running from the car or running after the car makes the corner. All right, this vehicle here has nothing to do with it. We would, however, like to find those people, and obviously had the ability to see this guy sprint out of the woods. So we are still mopping up witnesses and that sort of thing. All right, now let's play it a time or two with sound. Okay, and we'll play it again in just a second with sound. You'll hear the distinct pop. You'll hear the engine race as he comes around the corner. He's shot. You'll also hear a kind of a pause. Then you hear the engine race again. Then he hits the bike and the house. Turn it up a little louder, Carrie. You can hear two hits. You can hear when he hits the motor or the bicycle, the electric bicycle, and then hits the house. And he pushes him into the house and underneath the car. Okay, let me introduce you to the players here. This is Jessica Chambers. She's 19 years of age. She is dating Alex, our shooter. Alex Martinez is 17. Jessica Chambers is 19. We have another video of them coming out of the house where Kristen Guzman, who's 23, lives. They came from his house in order to go to Secret Cove to commit the robberies. So there's Jessica's in the car. Isabella, who's 21, is in the car. She is holding her 1-year-old. Jessica's holding the 4-year-old, but they've got this 1-year-old and 4-year-old baby here. Alex is in the car. Kristen's in the car. And I believe Anthony's in the car, and I'm sorry, David's in the car, and Anthony arrives, or Anthony's in the car, and David's already there because they have relatives in the neighborhood. Kristen, who's 23, is the mastermind of the robbery. Why does he get Alex, who's 17, or David, who's 15, involved in it? And I don't know why Anthony did, because he's an adult. Well, Kristen knows that, hey, if this is a robbery, it'll probably go easier on the 15 and 17-year-old because they're juveniles. At least he thinks that. The 19-year-old victim driving the white Mercedes, did you hear what I said? Only 19, has sold Kristen Guzman marijuana before. So there was no reason for our 19-year-old victim to be booed up about selling dope, freaked out about, because he sold to Kristen before. So they set up the meeting at this intersection. Our victim, who's 19, driving a Mercedes AMG, has 2 1-pound bags of marijuana and a thick wad of cash with him, as we explained the other night. Our victim, who's 19, is going to live forever. He's living in infamy in movies. You know, as I said the other day, he's got "Life is a Gamble" tattooed on one hand, and "The world is yours," a Scarface quote, tattooed on his chest. So they all leave about 12:47. I would say maybe 1.5 miles, 2 miles at the most is where Kristen Guzman lives. He's driving, and they drop off David, Alex, and Anthony, and that's where you see them walking up. As you know, Alex has got a 9mm. David's got a shotgun. And from everything we can tell, it looks like Anthony has an AR, a rifle. So they plan their mission. You hear the pop, you hear the car race off. You hear our 38-year-old victim who has nothing to do with this except the poor guy's riding the bike in the wrong place at the wrong time. He's hit, driven into this apartment, this house. The car's completely in the house, and he's rolled up underneath it and killed instantly. They all flee. Alex goes back to the apartment that's just off the view here, picks up the shotgun off of the porch. And he takes his hoodie off, wraps that around the shotgun, and dumps it behind the convenience store at Reynolds Road. Some of you asked the other day, what evidence did you get? And you see where the events took place. The shotgun behind the convenience store, the intersection where the robbery was, and then the vehicle inside of the home. Kristen Guzman, who's still in the car, Jessica who's in the car, and Isabel who's in the car, then flee, and they scoop up and go back to the residence. Now, what's interesting, Kristen talks to us. He thinks we're going to have a drug ripoff, right? And he knows they're armed, and now he's got a double murder on his hand. He probably didn't know it was a double murder. He probably didn't know that the guy was run over on the bike, or maybe he did. So our suspect, the shooter, said, hey, I crashed out and shot the guy. Kristen tells Jessica, take your boyfriend and get him out of my house, get him out of here. So Jessica takes Alex back to the Motel 6 on Highway 98 North in Lakeland, where he lives with his mother. The investigation unfolds, and we encounter Alex and his mother at Lakeland Regional Health. They're there checking on her mother, who is apparently being treated or maybe in the hospital. The mother tells us, my son didn't have anything to do with any of this. And we showed her the video clip of her son. She immediately identified him, started hitting him, and saying, I told you to stay away from those people in that area. I didn't shoot anybody. To which she said, it doesn't matter if you shot or not, you were there. Mama cooperated as much as the mama could. But let me take this a step further. Our 19-year-old drug dealer, who's a victim of a murder, is on probation. David Ewell, who's 15 years of age, is on house arrest pending felony charges. Kristen Guzman is on felony probation. Anthony Roush is on felony probation. Isabella and Jessica have no criminal history. Alex, who went from no criminal arrest to 2 counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to rob and a litany of other charges, went from 0 criminal history to 2 counts of first-degree murder. And this is the mastermind. The investigation's still underway. But there's some of you would say, well, those poor children. We'll get over that real quick, okay? Let me show you a picture. This is from April. Anthony is holding the rifle and wearing the Good Vibe shirt. I don't think he had any good vibes that day. And then there's Alex standing next to him with a Return to Neverland tour. I understand that is a gospel rap artist. But interestingly enough, our victim, who was 38 years of age, when I arrived at the scene, I kept hearing gospel music. And I looked around and his cell phone was on the ground. When he was riding his bike this particular day, he was listening to gospel music. And his cell phone was still playing the gospel music when we arrived at the scene and found him deceased. None of this should have happened. This has everything to do with teenagers and guns and drugs. Did you hear what I said? Is there any morons in the world that don't understand that teenagers and guns and drugs end up with murder and death and destruction? This was a horrible thing. The 19-year-old was absolutely wrong. He was on probation, but he was big time, but he still shouldn't have died. He still shouldn't have been shot. And when he was shot, the bullet went in the right side, crossed through his body, came out the left side. And that's why he bled to death in just a matter of seconds. But he was trying to get away from being shot anymore. He was shot once, and that was enough to cause his death. It's sad, but the fact remains, we stand up here at this podium, and I love social media saying all kinds of crazy stuff. Oh, it's not the drugs. It's not the drugs. Listen, look at these folks. Let me say this again. Probation, our 19-year-old on probation, the 18-year-old on probation, the 15-year-old on house arrest. Oh, by the way, newsflash, I know this is an Einstein moment. He wasn't at home where he's supposed to be on house arrest. It doesn't have to be like that, but there's an underworld that thinks money and drugs and guns are cool. And now we have 2 kids, 6 people locked up for murder, a dead 19-year-old. It's really a sad situation. Okay, I'll entertain any questions you have. We are petitioning the state attorney to charge all of them as adults.
Also, you mentioned something about the fellow Christian who left, and then this happened, and you said that he was speaking with you, but he was kind of thinking it was a drug issue. He didn't realize at the time that there had been deaths involved. Is that right?
No, Kristen, by the time he talked to us, knew there were deaths involved. But initially, he ran from the scene. Obviously, wherever he was in the community, he either saw or heard the vehicle crash. So he probably didn't know what all happened, but he knew this, that the deal went bad. So riddle me this. How much money and drugs did the bad guys get? 0. Nothing. They killed 2 people. They've got a lifetime they're facing in prison over a failed robbery that I'm convinced he wanted the youngsters to commit, thinking that it wouldn't be as hard on them. But the reality is he didn't care. Except that why he masterminded it, he picked up 2 first-degree murder charges.
How did he come about being spoken to?
Kristen, our detectives, who are the very best, by the way, and you might be interested in this, in 17 years, we've had 2 unsolved murders. Did you hear that? That's pretty sporty, right? And in one of those 2, we have all the players identified, but it was a gang deal and nobody's talking. So there you go. 17 years, 2 unsolved murders. You can be assured.
What did you say, Daniel? I did what? I lost friends because of stupid choices? Let me see, bro. Let me check you out, Daniel. Let's see your history in my channel before I go in on you. You play, you pay. So, living on an Ohio State campus, walking down the street, doing just at the wrong place at the wrong time and getting popped in the chest is wrong. He deserved it. Bro, I hope you bring your ass to Ohio, bro. Stand your ground, bro. I promise you, get within 5 feet of me, bro. Put it on everything.
You can be assured of this. If you commit crime, you're on somebody's camera someplace, number one. Number two, if you commit a murder in this county, my homicide team, who is without a doubt the absolute total best, will find you and will bring you to justice.
That's what they'll say about you, Daniel. Play stupid games, stupid stuff.
Two have escaped us in 17 years, and one of the two, we know who did that. And the other one was a long time ago before the cameras were as prolific as they are today. So, for all of you masterminds of crime with 4 brain cells, understand this. You're always recorded someplace, and we're going to get you and put you in prison. We would rather these folks on probation had been locked up someplace, then none of this would have happened. If Kristen, instead of probation, was locked up, he couldn't have masterminded this unless he did it from inside a jail. But even if he tried to, the victim who was going to sell the drugs, if he was locked up, wouldn't have been out there to sell the drugs in the first place. And if David Ewell was home on house arrest, he could have thanked his lucky stars for being on house arrest if he'd obeyed that at 15. Now they're all jammed up.
Again, how did the detectives come about, finding him and speaking with him?
A great deal of investigative work that I'm not going to share with you today. That's a clue. That's an answer.
All the suspects facing murder charges, did you say?
Jessica is not. Isabella is not. Jessica is facing contributing, conspiracy to rob, and false information and accessory after the fact. Isabella is charged with conspiracy to commit robbery, 2 counts of child neglect, false information during a felony investigation, murder investigation, and once again, accessory. They are both 21 and 19. They're both adults.
But when you look at that, Sheriff, they're all kids.
Yeah, they are.
If they killed 2 people, now they've ruined their lives too. Talk about that.
Oh, absolutely. There's no winners here. There's absolutely no winners. The oldest one's only 23. This one's 15, 18, 17, 21, 19, teenagers, kids. They're kids. But they were doing adult, mean, bad crime. Listen, this is nothing but a thug robbery gone bad. And Alex's mama looked him in the eye and said, I told you to stay away from that place. But he didn't. He went back running with his buds, and it got them all locked up for murder. 2 counts.
I know you mentioned mastermind. You used that word more than once, but I imagine this wasn't the most well thought out crime.
Well, they had their plan going until the 17-year-old freaked out and shot the guy. Now, interestingly enough, our 19-year-old drug dealing victim did not have a firearm. He had a wad of cash. He had a lot of dope. He did not have a firearm. I don't suspect he anticipated problem because he had dealt with Kristen before. So he went there thinking it's another marijuana deal. Make a little money, They had no intention of doing anything other than robbing him of his cash and of his dope. Thank you all very much. I appreciate you being with us today.
I could easily see you a victim, Daniel. Easily. What's up, everybody? What's up, Keeks? I'm gonna do a couple more, then I'll talk with y'all. What's going on here? Okay, here we go.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm going to introduce my colleagues here, and I'm really, really excited for you to be able to see our federal partners and our other city partners from not only around this community, but also in the state of Georgia. The special agent in charge for HSI out of Tampa, Kevin Sibley, is with us, and Kevin will also speak. We have ASAC Hector Colon with us, Group Supervisor Louis Aquino. We have Lieutenant Isaac Jackson from the Haines City Police Department, Chief Roy Whitehead from the Snellville Police Department in Georgia. We have with us from HSI Atlanta, the Group Supervisor Thomas Cadwalder, and Border Patrol, we have Patrol Agent in Charge Glenn Lindell and Javier Lopez. And you go, why all these people? Because all of these agencies and more were involved in this operation. This was an extensive operation. So I want to start by laying out for a few minutes how significant this investigation was. As you know, I've been with the Sheriff's Office my entire adult life, and this is the largest methamphetamine seizure in the history of the Polk County Sheriff's Office. And the largest seizure included 1,342 pounds of liquid methamphetamine. It was transported in buckets like these. Now, I want to make sure everyone understands that Home Depot is where America shops, to include the dope users, okay? So obviously Home Depot didn't have anything to do with this other than they sold the 5-gallon buckets that transported this drug. 1,342 pounds or 120 gallons of liquid meth. In addition to that seizure, we also seized 63 kilos of crystal meth and 25 pounds of THC gummy bears and hard candy. Did you hear what I said? You know, that low level, nonviolent, marijuana related drug that was supposed to be legalized only for the very sickest, and they just happened to make it in gummy bear and hard candy. 25 pounds of it was coming to this county and ultimately would have been marketed to your children. In addition to that, there was 2,544 Xanax pills seized as well. We're going to give you the details in a few minutes. But the street value on all of this is about $54 million. Let me underscore that, $54 million. And we're going to talk just a minute about some of the cartels. And we're going to explain to you why one of the cartels is not very happy today, because their folks got caught with a whole lot of drugs. So the cartel lost a lot of drugs. And in addition to that, they're going to jail for a long time. But let me give you a history lesson for just a minute and take you back. The Juarez cartel is operated by Pablo Ledesma. And obviously he's from Juarez, Mexico. This is an old cartel. It was established by Pablo a long time ago and are those who came before him. Pablo is currently wanted by the federal government. In fact, there is a $2 million bounty for his arrest. That's right. Any of you watching today would like some money? Federal government will give you $2 million to tell them where Pablo is. Then there's the Sinaloa cartel. The Sinaloa cartel is a larger cartel than the Juarez cartel. And you know this, it's a household name in drug running. El Chapo Guzman runs that cartel. El Chapo is currently residing in a federal prison in the state of New York, but his cartel's still alive and well. So what do we need to know about those two cartels? First and foremost, they're at war with each other. The Sinaloa cartel is trying to take over the Juarez cartel. They are in the process of murdering each other and murdering other people and murdering innocent people that get in the way. They're doing things such as decapitating. They're hanging the opponents from bridges by the neck to make sure that they send the message of how serious they really are. The operation we're going to talk to you today is drugs that came from the Juarez cartel. We call it Operation Dirty Water. And here's how it began. On January the 8th, we had a mail package that was sent from Ontario. This is a multi-country operation. This package flowed down to a reception center in Tennessee and then ultimately was to be delivered in Winter Haven, Florida. In that package were 2,544 Xanax pills that were coming to Amber Cason. Working with our federal partners, once the drugs were intercepted, it was sent to us. We set up a controlled delivery, and ultimately we arrested Amber, and you see her on the wall here. From that, on January the 14th, when the delivery was made, the next step in this operation was on March 13th, when 26 pounds of meth was delivered to our undercover agents by Jennifer Mears from Stone Mountain, Georgia. That's right. All right, are you ready for this? Because you can't make this stuff up. I didn't start out with once upon a time in a land far away, because it's true, even though it seems like it should be some kind of horrible fairy tale. She was released from federal prison for a 10-year stretch on January the 20th of this year. And on March the 13th, she's delivering meth in Florida while she's still on 5 years of probation. Did you hear what I said? I didn't stutter at all. We have information that she was immediately delivering and carrying meth for the Juarez cartel just as soon as she got out of prison. So that 10 years in federal prison didn't slow her down at all. The fact that she was on probation and not supposed to leave Georgia didn't make any difference to her at all. She's a bad girl. Now she's an arrested girl. But she wasn't arrested on the 13th. When she delivered the drugs, she left. And then on March the 29th, Jennifer was to deliver 35 pounds more of meth to us. But a series of issues occurred. The psychic in Georgia said, I don't think it's a good time to go to Florida. Quite frankly, when Jennifer Mears went to the psychic who warned her not to come to Florida, she forgot to ask one question because the psychic was right. It's not a good time to come to Florida. She didn't ask the psychic what the lottery numbers were for the week because the psychic was right on. But she still wanted to make the drugs available. So she said, well, you can come up here and get them. So we worked with our local police departments and obviously HSI. And let me underscore that HSI is simply the very best. So we went up there and we obtained with HSI and with our local police departments the 35 pounds of meth. It was in her truck parked across the street from the landscaping company where she worked. And she had us pick it up while she was out doing a landscaping job in another area. You follow that? So she was not around. So where did this drug come from? Where did this person that's still on federal probation, straight out of prison, get this 35 pounds and 26 pounds? Well, she got it from a guy by the name of Isidoro Palacios. Isidoro Palacios is a bad man. He's listed on the wall too. Isidoro Palacios is associated directly with the Juarez cartel. He's been in trouble before. At that time, we arrested Jennifer on March the 30th, and we arrested Jennifer on the previous delivery of drugs in Florida. Now let's go to April the 5th. Search warrants are executed at Isidoro Palacios' houses, 2 different locations by HSI and the local police agencies. Isidoro has a house on Stonewell Tell Road in College Park and another one that they hit on Westbrook Road in Union City, Georgia. They seized another 77 pounds of methamphetamine. In addition to that, they broke up a cockfighting ring. That's right, along with smuggling drugs for the Juarez cartel, he had a cockfighting operation going on there. So let's go to April 8th. Luis Martinez was arrested by the Henry County Police and HSI with 1,342 pounds of liquid meth and 14 firearms. Luis, newsflash, is in this country illegally, and this is what he's doing. He's in this country illegally, bringing this drug to your children. How do you like that? How do you like him smuggling 1,342 pounds or 120 gallons of liquid meth across the border? Then he's drying it out into the crystal form and giving it to your children, and he's here illegally. You like that? Well, when these Border Patrol agents are putting their life on the line at that border every day, that's what they're trying to stop from coming into this country. So don't believe that crap you're seeing on the evening news about there's no crisis at the border. There's crisis at the border. It's in the form of children. It's in the form of drugs that they're coming to infect our children with. But it's not over yet. There were more search warrants executed. And when we went to Herndon Road with HSI and the local authorities, we didn't find any narcotics at that house, but here's what we found. We found Crescencio Loza. Crescencio Loza. He had 2 stolen firearms. That's illegal. He's in this country illegally. That's illegal. And he was the one that had the tunnels. The tunnels where all of this was to be stored, as we're told, as soon as it was taken from a liquid form back into a crystal form. Now, I want you to keep in mind, so we have meth, we have pills, we have illegal folks, we have firearms, we have stolen firearms, we have murder, we have torture. I want to bring to your attention, and I'm going to say this a couple of times, much to the chagrin of some and the delight of most. There is this drumbeat across this country that this is a low-level, nonviolent drug. This is a low-level, nonviolent crime. Explain that to the Lebanon family, where the 2 twins that were 8 months old were murdered, where the 8-year-old and the 12-year-old, or the 10 and 12-year-old children were murdered, where mom was murdered in Sonora, Mexico, by these drug dealers. Explain that to the families of the people that are hanging by their neck from the bridges in Mexico over the gang war. You know, there would not be any gang wars and fights if there wasn't a market in the United States and around the world for this stuff. So the next time someone tells you that this is all low level and violent, know a couple of things. Either one, they're totally ignorant. 2, they were born and lived their entire life under a rock. 3, they're misleading you at best and lying to you about the danger of drugs, from the use of your children right on up to the trafficking amount. Well, there's one guy on the pictures here we haven't talked about yet. Brian Thomas Stanton, he's 37. Guess where Brian Thomas Stanton resides today? Home sweet home in Georgia, the federal penitentiary. That's right. Brian Stanton's home is the federal penitentiary in Atlanta, Georgia. He was the mastermind of this entire operation from federal prison. Did you hear that? Did you hear what I just said? This is not a horrible fairy tale. It's the truth. This guy organized and set up all of this operation from home sweet home, the federal penitentiary in Atlanta, Georgia. Isn't it nice that that's where he resided, since heck, Atlanta is reported to be the meth distribution center for the Southeast United States for the gangs out of Mexico. I'm a little passionate about this. It's not just because it's Thursday morning. It's because members of law enforcement are putting their life on the line every day to protect the community, and more importantly, once again, to protect your children from getting access to this very dangerous, deadly drug. We'll accept questions, but before we do that, once again, I want to introduce to you one of my colleagues who has a great deal of experience in law enforcement at the federal level, is a professional in the truest sense of the word. And because of his leadership and his eagerness to help us with this operation, and because we partner across city, county, state, and federal lines, this is how this happens. Because this is an international drug smuggling operation that came all the way down to your child in Polk County, Florida. Make no mistake about it. All of this drug here was not destined for Polk County, just a piece of it. And then because of HSI, because of the leadership of these professionals that are here with me today and others who couldn't make it, we were able to take this from the street level all the way back to the distribution point. And I'm still shocked that this guy could do it and mastermind it while he's locked up in federal prison.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Sibley. I'm the acting special agent in charge for Homeland Security Investigations in Tampa, Florida. As the sheriff said, this case could not have been possible without tremendous interagency cooperation at all levels of the government, from city, county, state, and the federal government. This case started pretty simply with a package intercepted in New York City by U.S. Customs and Border Protection. That package was referred to my office in Tampa, and it was assigned to enforce. The United States Border Patrol agent immediately made contact with the Polk County Sheriff's Office and the local drug task force operating here. And within 3 days of that package being intercepted, enforcement operations were happening here in Polk County. Now, as many of you know, enforcement operations are not exactly what happened here. Based on the information we gleaned from the enforcement operations here in Polk County and the seizures and arrests made here, we were able to identify additional leads in Georgia. We referred those leads to our HSI office in Atlanta, where, working with our organized crime drug, we're able to do the other enforcement operations and make the arrests and seizures that the sheriff spoke about. This is an ongoing investigation, and hopefully we'll be able to come back to you soon
see. It kicked me out. Oops. Hold on. Sorry. I was trying to line up the next thing and it just like booted me.
Or Haywood. One. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Is this the accurate amount of buckets that it would have taken?
That's the accurate amount of buckets. Yes, ma'am.
Cartel presence is expanding in Central Florida. What are the trends?
No, it's this is normal everyday operation across the United States. They're smuggling this drug in across the border hand over fist. And they're smuggling it in by the hundreds of gallons. And because it's easier to smuggle in a liquid form, and then they bring it and they dry it out and they return it to the crystal form. And then they distribute it down to major distributors, local distributors, and then street sales of drugs. The beautiful work by this team, I mean, this, as Kevin said, that this is a snapshot of how investigations work every day. So yeah, we got this. Some of the people in the Juarez operation are mad. And I can tell you, Jennifer Mears fear that someone will kill her for losing the dope. Well, I hope not. She's locked up. We're going to try to send them all to prison for a long time. But she's messing with some very dangerous people when you're currying this kind of dope for these kind of violent, murderous gangs. Yes, ma'am.
You said you had an undercover. How long were they on that assignment?
That started in January. It was a very short investigation, and it began with HSI's interception of these pills. You see, when the folks on the street are using meth, it's very caustic and it's very harsh. They use Xanax pills. They use marijuana to kind of calm it down, or as they say, take the edge off of it. So it's not unusual. In fact, more times than not, in fact, I don't know of a time that we don't see somebody with meth, with a meth pipe, that they don't have marijuana or some pills, usually marijuana, to cut the causticness of the meth.
You said that only some of this was likely going to be distributed in Polk County. Do you know where the rest of it would have gone?
Atlanta is known as the distribution hub of at least the Southeast United States, and it would have been distributed all over the United States. You see, this started with pills. When we intercepted the pills, we were able to work to the meth. And then we, in an undercover capacity, ordered up the meth. It didn't just come here. It was in Atlanta. But we're working the investigation to find out where this operation goes, because this drug does not originate here. So we purchased this in an undercover capacity to figure out where the rest of this operation was occurring. So no, this was not destined for Polk County. We arrested the people. They were willing to send it here. They wanted to establish conduits into the county, and we were our undercover detectives were their new operation in Central Florida. Surprise with the cops. Okay. Haines City is part of the task force, the HIDTA task force. It was the Polk County Sheriff's Office HIDTA task force. The police departments, both city and county police departments in the Georgia metro area. HSI was our umbrella authority and actually was involved in the investigation from the very beginning and allowed us to get a toehold in this with them. But that's what we do every day. That's what you don't see. you see this garbage on the local news and you don't see what's really happening. You don't really see the men and women that are protecting your children. You don't see good America. You just see flashpoints of what's occurring around the country. But this is what we're doing behind the scenes every day to keep you safe. And I must tell you, most of the drug arrests we make are not newsworthy. The media doesn't show up for them. We don't even bother anymore. It has to be one of this magnitude before it's newsworthy, because just the few kilos of meth we take off week in and week out, that doesn't make the news anymore. But we're doing all that all the time in addition to these major operations. This is a major transnational narcotics investigation, and the largest the sheriff's office has ever been involved with as far as volume of drugs and street value. I've told you everything that I can, but stand by for news. There's always another investigation around the corner. God bless you. Have a good weekend. See you later.
Yeah, that's not very surprising, the way that that all went down. That is very common in that world. Men use women a lot, and women use men a lot, and they go hand in hand. You know, men kind of have the strong arm, women have the face, the pretty, and can kind of get away with it. And, you know, it's a partnership. So yeah, there was definitely a dude in her ear, and it's like that a lot of time. Very, very rarely do you see a woman doing big stuff like that without a dude involved.
Then, as you have specific questions, I have Detective Hermelbrock here. He was one of the detectives that brought all of these cases together, a lot of these cases together. There's 2 or 3 different operations, and he'll be able to drill down a little bit and give you some details. But I want to tell you that our concern started July 17th, 2019. Dartavius Outsey drowned. This young man was 16 years of age, and he was given an appropriate burial by his family and friends. And guess what happened? Some gang members disrespected his grave. They danced on it. They took videos. They posted it. And as you can imagine, that would set us all on fire. It certainly set his brothers and friends on fire, and a huge conflict began. And I give that July 17th, 2019 date as the beginning. And I'm going to read through
What
some
the
of
heck
the
was that
timelines
ad, yo?
after that, and then I'll introduce my colleagues to you. So beginning in 2019, there is rumblings among the different street gangs, and most of them are what I call the kid gangs, the younger group. They're in their teens and early 20s. Where we started an investigation in 2019 against a nationwide gang. Now, normally I don't use their names. I've already done a press conference on this, but it was the Sex Money Murder Gang. This investigation began, and ultimately we ran it between 2019 and 2022, and it culminated in what we call a T3, or a communication ordered intercept by the courts. We made 41 arrests in that particular operation. And during those 41 arrests, we arrested the entire hierarchy of the gang in the state of Florida. The president, the vice president, the secretary, the treasurer. We also arrested the president of the North Carolina chapter. So we decimated that gang, and we were very proud of that work. And we saw a lot of their gang activity diminish. We also still to this day see a lot of conflict that is occurring between the gang as they try to restructure. But still, with that magnificent investigation by our detectives, and you see the organizational chart over here to my right, the gangs went on. In 2020, we had 6 drive-by shootings, and that's a low number for the entire county. We credited a lot of the work that was ongoing at that time into the sex money murder gang as a reduction. During 2020, we also did another T3 or an intercept investigation called Operation Hotwire. Now, why did all of this occur? Because we saw this bubbling up and we heard the chatter in the streets. In 2021, we went from 20 drive-by shootings to 16. And then during that year, when we went to 16, Daron Altsey was killed. Okay, this is Daron. He's only 20 years old. He was shot and killed. And he was in this vehicle, in this drive-by. They left the bowling alley in Winter Haven and had a running gun battle up and down the road all the way into Florence Villa. That was worked by us and the Winter Haven Police Department together. It started in the city. As soon as they left the parking lot, it ended up in the county, and ultimately we worked that. Now let's progress. In 2022, we jumped to 63 drive-bys and gang shooting. And in that year, Ira Footman was killed. Okay, I'm sorry. Ira Footman was killed in this car. Darren Altsey was killed in Haines City. There was an arrest made in the murder of Altsey. And of course, we made the arrest of Footman. Footman was shot up in this particular car. Still, the event went on. In night in the Lake Wells area, in the unincorporated area, there was 2 drive-by shootings. Those 2 drive-by shootings occurred, one on Laura Road, and a 19-year-old young lady was shot. And you go, well, what was she doing out late at night? Well, she wasn't out late at night. She was in her house. And then a few minutes later, there was another drive-by shooting where a 12 and a 14-year-old girl were shot. And that 12 and 14-year-old girl were shot. And you go, my goodness, what are they doing out? Well, they weren't out. They were in bed. And had they been sleeping traditionally in the bed with their head, one of them would have been shot in the head and there would have been a murder, but they happened to be sleeping sideways in the bed. So when the bullet came through, it hit them in the lower extremities and they survived. That was a gift from God. But the interesting thing about that particular shooting is those folks in that house had nothing to do with the gang. They meant to shoot up the house next to that house, but they didn't. They ended up shooting up the wrong house to get back at a gangbanger.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in the.
So in 2023, between January and July, we had 32 gang shootings. These shootings were not only in the cities of Haines City and Winter Haven, the unincorporated area. The police departments are working their investigations and coordinating with us. We're working our investigations. But at that particular time, I met with my colleagues from the churches, and 2 of the representatives are here today. The vice president of the Ministerial Alliance for Polk County, Pastor Johnson, Curtis Johnson, is with us. And also Minister Irvin Mahoney. They're going to speak with you in a minute. They were among those that we met with first. And I said, gentlemen, I need your support. We've heard you and we've heard from you because the community saying, We had a grandmother's house shot up in Winter Haven, in the city of Winter Haven. When a grandmother can't sleep peacefully at night because she catches an errant bullet, that's over the top. I worked for these gentlemen as well as the rest of the people of Polk County, and when they said, Sheriff, we need to step it up. And even though they were cognizant of, and we had been working hard doing T3s, what we found, we were getting the more organized folks, the older folks, but we weren't getting these kids that were running and gunning. And as I said at the time, we are not going to allow kids to shoot kids. We're not going to allow kids to kill kids. So as I met with the ministers, and they were not only totally supportive, but then they said this, we'd like for you to report back to us. So the investigation goes on. We created a gang task force, and we talked about that. Every police agency in the county joined with us at the gang task force. FDLE put resources to it. Our Attorney General Pam Bondi, also the U.S. Attorney's Office. We all work together in order to deal with this running and gunning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that we hear that, oh, these are just kids. They're 16, they're 17, they're 18, they're 19. I want you to see something here. When all of a sudden you have this kind of gun pointed in your face by a teenager, and you go, how did they even get this gun? They're not allowed to even possess it. But they were running and gunning and shooting. But that's not all. If these guns aren't cool enough, here's another gun that we see. This is a Glock. It's got an extended mag, but it's also got this. It's called a switch. This is a fully automatic handgun because of this switch. Now, this is an older model switch. If you can afford the newer model switch, you cannot tell that there's a switch here at all until you take the firearm apart. And this is what these kids are shooting at each other with. Our deputies seized 57 guns, and there's a group of the guns there that they seized. I also would like to point out, as you see these silhouettes, those are folks that were innocent victims. They had nothing to do with the shooting, but they just happened to be there. So the investigation went on. You're going to hear from Detective Hermelbrock in a minute. We centralized all these investigations, and Detective Hermelbrock did a remarkable job, and he is the one that put this together. It was called Operation Drive Bye-Bye, and we certainly weren't going to allow Operation Bye-Bye to occur. So now the investigation is ongoing. We have several different operations underway, and the results were this. Between February 2023 and August 2024, we've seen a 30% reduction in the gang shootings from the previous 18 months. We've seen 45% less gang drive-by shootings than in the previous 18 months. We made a total of 144 arrests with a gang task force. But I want to pause here. If you don't think we have a forgiving criminal justice system, listen to this. Of the 144 arrests we made, they had a total of 1,599 previous arrests.
Did your teenager develop depression, anxiety, or eating disorders after becoming addicted to social media?
Let me say that again. The 144 who we have arrested again, already had a prior 1,599 arrest. And when they not only had this 1,599 arrests, that amounted to 2,835 criminal charges. That was before they were arrested in these operations. And only 67 of the 144 had been previously adjudicated of a felony. Their charges had been dropped to misdemeanors, or maybe some of them had been no-billed or null-prossed, and you go, my goodness, how's that happen? Well, I can tell you how it happens. When somebody sticks one of these guns in your face and goes, you really don't want to testify against me, do you? Oh, no, sir, I don't. And you don't want to tell anybody I've threatened you, do you? Because, you know, if you send me to jail, my brother here will be back. So sometimes when we see these charges go away, it's because the state attorney's not left with any witnesses. I can tell you clearly and unequivocally that a lot of this activity you see is on the east side of the county, but we also saw a reduction of drive-by and gang shootings in the west side of the county, the Lakeland area. We saw that reduced by about 64% during this time. I want to share this with those that are watching today. There's more arrest to come. I'm not here today reporting the end of this operation. I'm here reporting back. I met with the Ministerial Alliance last night, and I gave them a report to the community. I call it a report to my bosses. And I told them what all we had done. And I thank them for not only supporting us, and you'll hear from them, but requesting that we make sure every neighborhood in the county is safe. Our crime is at a 50-year low. So let me put this in perspective. This is really a small number of people shooting up each other and tormenting each other. And a lot of times they didn't call, they didn't want to be a victim, they didn't want to be a witness, and we had to dig these victims and witnesses out. And that's why some of this occurred because, and was figured out because of the work we did. But before I get to the chief and then my colleagues from the community here, I want Detective Hermerbrock just to give you a brief overview of what he did, because he took events from all over the county, brought them together, figured out the timeline. So he's going to give you a brief understanding of what he did to bring all of this together. And I believe it's safe to say the overwhelming majority, if not all of them that have criminal charges pending, are still locked up in jail. That's another reason this year we've seen our shootings go down, because it may come as a shock to some people who want to hug a thug. But when you're locked up in jail, you're not shooting up kids in the neighborhood. When you're locked up in jail, you're not robbing people. When you're locked up in jail, you're not shooting into little old ladies' houses. When you're locked up in jail, you're not murdering people. So, Detective, come talk to him for just a minute.
Thank you, Sheriff Judd. Good afternoon. My name is Detective Hermelbrock with the Major Crimes Division. On July 5th of 2023, I began a drive-by shooting investigation in unincorporated Winter Haven. During this investigation, 2 residences were shot, and we determined that the target location was a known gang member's residence. Just to be clear, this residence has been shot at 4 times within the past 2 years, reference to gang retaliation and gang violence. Unfortunately, as I said, 2 residences were shot. The intended target's neighbor, unfortunately, their house was also shot with an elderly couple asleep inside. From that investigation, I was able to link, as the sheriff said, working with Winter Haven, Haines City, and district detectives, to link 5 other drive-by shootings in relation to gang violence. In a lot of these shootings, automatic weapons were used, as the sheriff said. These are illegally altered firearms, making them fully automatic. They are able to shoot a rapid number of rounds in a very short period of time. From that investigation, we were able to also solve other violent crimes to include possession of the machine gun, armed burglaries, grand thefts, carjackings throughout this from 2022 up until the current time. Let it be known that these gang members did target other gang members, but unfortunately, 3 innocent people were shot during this violence. Anything else?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vance Monroe, Deputy Chief of Winter Haven Police Department. I'm just here to say I am thankful for the leadership of the Sheriff's Office and the Sheriff for bringing this task force together. We can look around this room and see the results of their efforts. But what you can't see here around the room are the young men and women whose lives were changed, who are not taking that path. That's why it's important that these partnerships continue. This has just strengthened our resolve at the Winter Haven Police Department to continue with these partnerships in this task force. And Sheriff, once again, thank you very much for your leadership in this area.
Thank you, sir. Okay, now we're going to ask our Vice President, Curtis Johnson, to come up here and speak with us.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'm the Vice President of the Polk County Ministerial Alliance, and I came to support our great sheriff in this endeavor because it's not only one community, it's all of our communities. And I think that we must band together as a church. And this is why the Polk County Alliance have met with the sheriff on more than one occasion. And we believe together we stand, divided we'll fall. And we are not gonna back down with crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. We have Minister Irvin Mahoney.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Minister Irvin Mahoney of the Parkview Christian Life Center in Haines City, Florida, where Pastor Henry L. Babers is my pastor. I wasn't one of those guys, but I have a testimony that these guys in the early 1990s, they changed my life, and they changed my life forever. And they took me to jail, and they talked to me, and they told me things about my life that I wasn't doing right. Officer Riley carried me to jail. He knew my family. Officer Riley knew the Malsby family. My uncle is the big city commissioner in Lake Alfred. But Officer Riley carried me to jail in 1990. He went by McDonald's on 6th Street, Grady, and he bought 2 Big Mike hamburgers and French fries. Y'all know Officer Riley. And I was handcuffed in the back. I said, well, maybe Officer Riley gonna feed me a little bit before I get to the jail and get locked up. But Officer Riley stopped beside the road before he transported me. And he ate both of those hamburgers and all those French fries, and he didn't give me a drink of the Coke. And that right there was one thing. But then when I went in the courtroom, Miss Frazier was in the courtroom, and she said, you come from one of the best families in Florida. Why are you doing what you're doing? So that began to, while I was in Orange and stuff in the early 1990s, changed my life. And now I have an organization that I mentor with in Detroit, but we're going to bring that organization to Florida. And I want to be deputized here in Polk County, like I've been deputized in Michigan. We got an organization in Michigan called Come Out, Stay Out. Bishop T.D. Holden, and we got the sheriff up there, Chris Swanson, in Flint, Michigan, who are partnering with the jails. We had Jelly Roll, one of the We got guys who have ex-offenders who have made mistakes in life, and now they are their husbands, they got families, their grandfathers, and they live in a different life. And there was an old saying that says, if you can't beat them, join them. I got a job with Polk County some 15, 16 years ago and nobody would hire me but the landfill. But Mr. Palmbach, Larry Palmbach hired me. Kim Byers was assistant director at the landfill before Ms. Anna Woods came in, but they gave me an opportunity. And I saw then that I had a chance. And then, Mr. Grady,
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund.
I began to work for the guys that was on probation. And they sent me one day to pick up 13 guys from the jailhouse one Saturday. And I realized that I have a rose, that I'm not the same gangbanger. I'm not the same cocaine addict that I used to be before 1990 because of these men arrested me and because of Officer Riley eating those 2 Big Mac burgers in front of me and carried me to jail, and I was hungry. But it changed my life. And now I have a book out that's called I Left the Jailhouse on My Way to the Crack House, but I stopped by the church house. I partnered with Michigan, but I want to partner with Polk County right here. I'm a minister. I'm preaching funerals of young men going out, coming back from jail and prison, getting on fentanyl, and they're dead. And we got organizations in Detroit, whereas we got Arcans and we got things that we're trying to make a difference in Saginaw, Lansing, and Detroit, Michigan. But I live here in Polk County. My main objective, Mr. Grady, I'm going to join forces with you. The church is going to join forces with you, and we're going to stop this gun violence. We're going to stop this stuff that's going on in this great community, Polk County.
Thank you, Minister. And that's one more example that it's not just the arrest, it's the aftercare. Now, these 3 young men here that I pointed out, Demetrius was 16 when he was stabbed to death inside the Publix on 6th Street in Winter Haven, and the Winter Haven police made an arrest. Ira was 22 and Diron was 20. They don't get to grow up. They don't get to grow up because people had guns. And I want to say this one more time. This menacing gun was taken off of a 15-year-old boy. Now, can you imagine a 15-year-old boy running with a gang and how dangerous that is? That's what our law enforcement officers are facing every night in order to keep the community safe. So crimes at a 50-year low, we're thankful for that. But I pray every night for the men and women in law enforcement as we're going to make a positive difference. And these folks that think they're going to run and gun and get away with it, they're wrong. They're super wrong. I'm going to send them to prison for a very, very long time, just as soon as our prosecutor, Brian Haas, who's the best, gets a conviction. He's all in on this with us, and he has vowed to stand shoulder to shoulder with us and make sure that we don't allow this community, as it continues to grow by 100,000 people in the last 4 years, to become the next Detroit or Chicago or LA. Okay? Are there any questions for any of the team here?
Sheriff, your youngest arrest was a 15 or 16-year-old. Has your investigation revealed how they are being recruited? And also, are there any intervention measures before they even enter a game?
Sure. A lot of this is communication now. It's social media. They, like everyone else, are on social media. They're making their rap songs and they're disrespecting other people or other gangs. For example, in the city of Lakeland, and I don't give the name of the gang, but one street is named for one gang, the very next street over. Now, these young guys grew up together a block away, but they're in a totally different gang. So at the end of the day, it's all about being cool. Look at this picture. That's why when people say, oh, my grandson, he's 15, he's 16, he's just a child. This is what people are seeing in the streets. This is what these kids look like in the streets. and they will kill you graveyard dead. And unfortunately, we have the evidence to prove that. So, but they've got to outcool each other. So a lot of it is social media. That's how they brag. That's how they market. You know, back in the day, we used to fight a lot of gang graffiti spray painted on the side of walls. Well, my goodness, it's hot outside. Now they do it online. They've made it real easy for us to keep the neighborhood clean. So that's how a lot of it occurs. And then it gets to be retaliation. Keep in mind, when they disrespected Outsie's grave, this is a 16-year-old kid, a boy. Then the shooting started. And then this gang shoots, and this gang retaliates, and this gang shoots. And we're arresting people. But they have no conscious understanding what the rest of their life in prison means. Because despite this gangbanger being shot and killed at a very young age, one of his buddies goes and shoots another one, knowing that we're arresting people and they're disappearing into the system for a very long time. So they're brazen, they're bold, they're immature, they have no understanding of life, that a life term means a life term. And that's why we're trying to educate on the backside. Let me close with that. We have a GRIP unit. It's called Gang Resistance Intervention Program. And every day we counsel and we mentor these kids in our school system. We have a prolific program to work with these kids at the schools. Now,
Rebound and recover with the Planet Fitness Sweat Cord.
Join and get your first month free. Deal ends March 13th.
here's the news that I can't share with you because you can't measure it. You can't measure the absence of an event. So we can show you what shootings occurred. We can show you who we arrested. But we can't show you the dozens and dozens and dozens of kids that didn't get in the gang or got out of the gang or didn't get shot or didn't shoot, because we can't measure the absence of an event. But we can tell you that all of that working together, our school system is remarkable. They not only want us there to protect and keep the kids safe, but they want us there to counsel and mentor the kids every day. That's why we have a 50-year low in crime. But if you have one kid that shoots one kid, that's unacceptable. So when we get to 0 drive-by shootings, 0 gang retaliations, and 0 kids being shot, and 0 kids getting these guns, and they're getting them off of the streets, they can't walk in and buy them, then we know we're successful. But as long as you have anyone shooting at anyone, it's not acceptable.
Sheriff, so I'm looking at all of these photographs, and it's almost all Black males. What are you doing for that particular community to try and prevent this beyond GRIP? I mean, do you have community partnerships?
You know, it's interesting that you say that. First off, you see we're here with the Ministerial Alliance. So we are dealing with our intervention at every level, starting with our ministers in the communities, in all of our programs are focused. And as I explained, the question was asked last night is, I know there's got to be gang members other than these Black kids committing crime. And we see one-offs, but these are the organized, structured people that are local, that are prolific. We see a group of gangbangers show up one weekend at a party here and they shoot, we arrest them, but they're not from here and they don't camp here and they don't continue their crime sprees here. So we see what we call pop-up crimes. But this is folks from the community. That's why we went to the ministers, or the ministers came to us 18 months ago and said, hey, we need to step this up. We need to get everybody together. So we're doing mentoring through the schools every day. And that's where all the kids are. When these kids aren't in jail, they're in our school system. We are having interventions at the churches, at the communities. We also have our Polk Sheriff Charity, where when we learn of families that don't have food, that don't have clothing, we take food, clothing to them to help them out, and we mentor and coach along the way. I believe that's why when you look at the overall volume, not only have you seen it decrease, but you've seen a remarkable response to us. Before we made the first gang task force arrests, we took our known, what I call our kid gangbangers, from teenagers through our early 20s, and we went to the mom and daddy's house and we knocked on the doors. We had some mamas and daddies slam the door in the face. We had one mama say, I wish you'd hurry up and arrest him because he'll be alive and safe in the county jail, and he's going to get killed if he keeps running the street doing what he's doing. So we got the door slammed into our face. To the mom, when we went there and said, hey, if you don't keep your kids home at night, we're going to arrest them, because we'd rather have them arrested than either shot dead or locked up for a very long time for shooting someone. So we had mothers that were of the gangbangers who said, look, I'm 5 foot tall and 100 pounds. He's 6'3" and 230. I can't control him anymore. And we've been making a positive inroads with all of them.
Is there anything that you would ask from community leaders? I know like Powell and Lakeland would like a new building, and they've been asking the city commission. Is there anything that the county commission could do for these young men to keep them off the streets?
They do. Most cities do a great deal, and Powell and Lakeland is one example of great work. But if you see something or hear something, say something. That goes for crime, but it also goes for children in need. If you see something or hear something, say something. We will get services and help from the various cities all the way through the county. We have programs, we have help programs, but you know what? Let me just call it like it is. These kids.
Every student deserves an education they can count on, one that delivers results and opens doors. For more than 20
Or like that. They don't want help because they're cool, they're in charge, they got their guns, and they're the boss of the streets. But we'll never say never, and we'll always give them the opportunity to mend their evil ways, or we'll help them mend their evil ways.
Sheriff, any message for the community? Because I know some of these firearms are stolen out of vehicles.
Some of these firearms are stolen out of vehicles, and some of these firearms were never reported stolen. So some people had their guns stolen, and they go, I'm not going to call. But I would much rather be on record, if I were one of them, saying, I don't own that gun anymore, somebody stole it. But we know the vast majority of these guns are stolen. People just don't call and report them to us. But call us, get on the record, let us know a gun's out there, and we can trace that gun. If it turns up, some of these guns, one or two of them were stolen in like California or New Jersey, Texas, that we saw here. So these guns travel all across the United States, and we can't do this by ourselves. When I look at Pastor Johnson and Minister Mahoney and our own Joe Hallman, who's Deputy County Manager, we are all working together, and we're working together with the parents that will allow us and parents that will tell us. But make no mistake, the apple didn't fall far from the tree with a lot of these kids. Their mamas and daddies were the generation before them that were mean and didn't want our help. And they're either in jail or prison, or some of them are dead as well. So we're dealing with a finite number of folks that are very dangerous. And if you don't think one of those kids won't shoot you graveyard dead, just look in their eyes and look in the barrel of their gun, and you'll see that they will shoot you. And our officers and deputies are the ones taking those guns away from them and locking them up so that they can't hurt themselves and they can't hurt someone else. Okay.
If the pastor or minister could answer what difference you've seen, positive difference that you've seen in the community since these people have been taken off the streets and the operations have happened.
It's been a big difference due to the fact that Polk County Sheriff's Department is doing their job and they're doing it with excellence. And when I see young kids, because I do the prison and jail ministry, I travel to all the prisons around Florida, and I travel quite a bit of places. But when I see youth and young kids that are saying, Minister Mahoney, you've come out and talked to me, or I seen them in prison at Polk Correction or wherever I see them, they're saying, I'm going to go home. I'm going to join me a church, because we understand that this man and his deputies don't play the radio. And for that to be said, it makes me feel good as a minister, because when I go to the prison to speak to the groups of kids and we're doing water baptism, we're doing a lot of different things in the prison that we wasn't able to do in the past. Now to see kids in prison that are in a faith base and they're getting water baptized and they come home, they're saying they're not going to be a part of the gangs anymore because they know this man will lock you up. And I've seen a lot of kids around, from young kids up until 30, 40 years old in prison, in whatever prison they're in right now today, that are saying that when they do get out after 15, 20 years of being locked up by this man, they're going to come home and join the church and do something different from what they did from gangbanging.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to clarify, it looks like from the notes we received here, about 105 or so of the 144 you were talking about were arrested prior to April 2022.
That there has 105 of them were arrested in some of these other operations. We arrested more than 44, but 144. We arrested more of them, and we arrested some that are not part of these organized gangs that were caught up in, but they're not documented as being gang members or gang associates. So they don't only run with other gang bangers. They have associates, and so when you look at the numbers and you add them together, you know, this number may appear to be different from that number because some of these arrests may not have been in the gang.
Sure, is the task force open-ended?
No, yes, it's open-ended. It is not ending. It is. And my last statement, stand by. There will be more arrests.
I was going to say, it seems like a lot of these focus, as you said, on the east side of the county.
That these groups were on the east side of the county. We also saw a 64% reduction on the west side of the county as well. And you will see more arrests. But make no mistake, if you want to commit crime, some of you are going to get away with it for a while, no matter who you are, whether you're in the gang or not. Some of you are going to get away with it for a while. But stand by, we'll get to you. And there are people that will watch this social media and your television station. They don't realize it, but they are going to jail because we have zero tolerance for people who shoot at kids or shoot at anybody, but especially kids. But when a 15-year-old has a AK-47 Draco style handgun.
So I'll just talk about the kid as I'm setting up the next video. You know, the way these gang members, cartels treat these kids, or drug dealers, etc., etc. It's the same way predators look at children. They find the ones that are vulnerable, the ones that are easily impressionable, and they start with them young, and they basically groom them into what they get and get them to do things. That's why I was saying in the chat, the scariest person to deal with is honestly, you don't want to see a kid, because they are, one, they're riding for somebody who they think, has their best interest, and two, they just don't know the value of life yet. They don't know the value of life. They don't even know, like I said, Tanya, what 20 years is. Like when you commit a crime, you should know like 20 to 30 years or life, how long that really is. And you just don't know that as a kid. So like a lot of, I feel bad for these kids, and some of them are bad kids. Yes. But I feel like, a lot of them were brought into this.
Being with me today. This is a remarkably exciting day for us. I'm going to start by telling you that we did a protracted investigation over the last 2 years. It ended up with the oral intercept, or a wiretap, as we know. It's important to understand that when you do a wiretap investigation, that immediately that investigation is going to leave your jurisdiction. It always does, because we're dealing with an international smuggling ring that operated out of Winter Haven, Florida. There was a lot of predicate cases that was put together before the wiretap was ever requested. And it takes an entire team of people across the United States. So first, I want to introduce to you those that are standing up with me, and then we'll talk about the other agencies that were involved, and you can get a flavor for the complexity of the coordination of this investigation. First and foremost, none of this can happen without our state attorney, Brian Haas, who's with us today. Mr. Haas and his wonderful prosecutors, Nicole Orr and Jennifer Ordonez, are in charge of this investigation. They have worked hand in glove with us for over 2 years. Our state attorney is the real deal in Polk County vernacular. He puts bad guys in jail. He prosecutes people. He does what's right. And we're proud to have him prosecuting for us in the 10th Judicial Circuit. Osceola Sheriff Marcos Lopez, a good friend of mine and my colleague, we helped us immensely during this investigation, and he's standing up with us today. FDLE Special Agent in Charge Mark Brutno from our Tampa office is here with us today. All of them will speak, as well as our police chief from Winter Haven, who worked closely with us because this organization was focused on and operated out of Winter Haven, David Brannon. But without Homeland Security investigations, we have Group Supervisor Darcy Corton and U.S. Border Patrol Agent in Charge Matthew Hackmanzik. We could not have been successful. We had to have contacts, and we had to have work that occurred from the importation of methamphetamine by the pound, by the multiple pound, from Mexico into Los Angeles and Fresno. And from LAX to Fresno, all of this drug flowed through Memphis and some directly to us through the Orlando airport. So we also had the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, the Orlando Police Department, the Tampa International Airport Police Department, the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, the Fresno Police Department, and the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in Tennessee assist us. Now, all of these predicates in front of a press conference, usually people go, but I want you to understand, without them, this couldn't have come together. It was that massive an operation. So we began in September of 2020. We received information that the Jefferson family from Winter Haven was smuggling large amounts of drugs into Florida, from Mexico through California, and then to the streets of Central Florida. In February of 22, we ultimately initiated the wiretap. And why did we do this? We bought and made predicate cases for the wiretap throughout the 2 ensuing years but we couldn't get to the top and link the organization together. This was a very different kind of operation. If you look at our org chart there, you notice that there's kind of three distinct groups of people. They were all interacting, but they had heads of each organization, and we'll go over and introduce you to some of them in a few minutes. But it wasn't the traditional organization. It was multifaceted. So we started the investigation, and here's what we determined. We determined that this large amount of drugs, by and large, was being smuggled to us from LAX in domestic flights. And I want to focus on domestic flights for just a few minutes. As a result of this investigation, we arrested 85 suspects. We added 355 new felony charges, 93 new misdemeanor charges to them. But listen, folks, I am sick and tired of this national media and these national groups telling us that drugs are low level and nonviolent. I think we'll demonstrate to you in just a few minutes that it's anything other than low level and nonviolent. That's right. The overwhelming majority of these people, not everyone, but the overwhelming majority of them had a previous 690 felony charges that had been filed against them, as well as 194 previous convictions and 12 misdemeanors. So we're not dealing with people that are low-level, nonviolent people. Where did all of that silliness come from? And it's important to understand, and I want the people of this country to understand, that get to watch this on social media from my lips to their ears, that anybody that's trying to advance an agenda that drugs aren't dangerous, that drugs aren't deadly, they are lying to you. They are not telling you the truth. In this particular operation, we seized 268 pounds of methamphetamine, 6.8 ounces of fentanyl. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, just 6.8 ounces. But according to our DEA partners, 2 milligrams of fentanyl can be a deadly overdose. Okay, Grady, so what does all that mean? It means that 6.8 ounces of fentanyl could have killed up to 96,000 people. And we know in this investigation, and I'll repeat it again, that one of the Jefferson family, prior to the startup of this investigation, died from a drug overdose, but still their family poured this poison into our community, even though one of their loved ones died from some of the same drugs they were importing and selling on the streets. We seized a total of 49 firearms, all kinds of other assorted drugs and pills worth $12.8 million, and we seized $235,000 in cash. We know firsthand there were at least 2 drug overdoses during this investigation. And one of the drug overdoses, as I said, was one of the Kingpin's brothers that occurred just before we kicked the entire investigation off. It's important to understand why we were up on the wiretap, that we heard chatter within minutes of an unsolved homicide that's still being worked diligently by the Winter Haven Police Department at this time. So when you know that you have at least 2 overdose deaths, when you know that there is chatter on your wiretap as to a murder that just occurred in the city of Winter Haven, you're dealing with violent, dangerous people. So I want to point out, when we talk about low-level nonviolent crimes, this is what people were having pointed in their face. I'm going to introduce you to a guy who was kicking the door in and doing home invasion robberies and telling people he was the police. But look at the high-powered firearms that we seized. Now you see this firearm and you go, yeah, that's a pretty ominous looking firearm. Well, our folks, our detectives from the various agencies who are simply the very best in these long-term investigations had to face these guns, had to risk their life to get this gun away from hardened criminals and put them in jail. So at the end of the day, it's important to understand that people risk their lives in law enforcement in order for an investigation of this to come to a successful conclusion. But I want to highlight one event before I get to our folks. Listen to me, folks. There's nothing more important to us than the screening that occurs on our aircraft. When I hear people grumble and complain about having to go through scanners and TSA checking and their bags checked, and I hear that grumbling, I think, are you all out of your minds? They're keeping you safe. They're protecting your life. And I'm excited and thankful when I go through a TSA screening that those folks are there doing that for me. But here's what we know. Over and over and over on these domestic airlines from LAX, through suitcases, drugs was smuggled here. That's right. Look at this. On one occasion, on one airline, 6 suitcases with this drug was smuggled into Orlando. They didn't so much as throw a pair of underwear in the suitcase to act like they were hiding the drugs. You think LAX has got a drug smuggling problem at the airport? I believe that they do, and they need to address it ASAP. There were 6 of these suitcases on one flight. Think about that. Let me show you what this group looked like. All of this came in on one flight. One flight. So what happened at the other end of the line? There needs to be a deep dive into the baggage handlers and to see where the hookup was to allow suitcase after suitcase after suitcase to get through the scanning with no clothes inside, no evidence of clothes inside, just drugs. You think we've got a big operation going on here? I think we've uncovered a problem for LAX. 94 pounds of meth and 48 pounds of cannabis came in that day on that one aircraft. And here are the masterminds. Here are the ringleaders from left to right. Abdosh McKenzie, DeMarcus Jefferson, Dwayne Stackhouse Sr., Leonard Henderson, Javaris Samuel, and DeMarte Munson. You'll hear more about them in a few minutes. But I want you to see the men who masterminded, who were the ringleaders, who put together this very complicated this very complicated criminal enterprise ring that we investigated, and see how dangerous these men are. And DeMarcus Jefferson lost his brother to the same drugs, the same poison he was peddling in our community. So let's look at some of the individual players. Here's Abdosh McKenzie. We'll go over real quick. He was selling fentanyl pills. He would tell us that in the undercover operations, I operate in mysterious ways so the cops can't catch me. Newsflash, it wasn't so mysterious. He got his first job in 9 years recently at KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Do you know why? He was proud of that $200 he made that week. Now he's a major drug smuggler. Why did he do that? Well, he was jammed up in a custody dispute, and he had to show the judge that he had a legitimate job. Otherwise, where did the money come from? But he is a businessman, because then he would pay his co-workers with dope to prep his workstation at work. But he's an ethical KFC guy, because my guys ask him, can we have the recipe for the Kentucky Fried Chicken? He wouldn't give it up if he had it. But this guy was scamming the system the whole way. Then there's DeMarcus Jefferson. He's another local kingpin of the operation. His brother is the one at only 25 years of age died of a drug overdose. Ladies and gentlemen, let me underscore once again, I can't understand how in the world DeMarcus could peddle poison to people when his family suffered such a loss as their 25-year-old kid brother. But there are people dying every day across this country because of drug overdoses and drug abuse. And yet we continue to try to downplay it as nonviolent, low-level drugs. You'll hear me say that a lot. The next person that tells you that, ask them if they're out of their mind or if they're on drugs, because it's dangerous. Now, along the way, just before the investigation, here's DeMarcus Jefferson's vehicle as he was intoxicated and drove through the front of a store. Some of the local news stations covered this. But what did he have with him when he drove into the front of this store while impaired? He had drugs, because he made phone calls, and we have videos from the store of people running up with masks on, going into the trunk and taking items out of the trunk before law enforcement arrive. DeMarcus is also involved in violent crashes. Then there's Antonio Jefferson, another one of the family members. In April 2021, we and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement charged him with armed trafficking in methamphetamine. While, let me say this clearly, I don't want you to miss it. While out on bond, he was trafficking more methamphetamine. Did you hear what I told you? Let me say that again, so you want to hear it clearly. I don't want to stutter. In April, we arrested him with FDLE on armed trafficking of meth. He bonded out and was trafficking in meth. And then we heard him on the Intercept saying, my attorney wants me to help. He wants me to cooperate. He wants me to give substantial assistance. He bragged, how can I do that? I'm the head of my organization. How can I help? Well, we're going to help Antonio Jefferson. We're going to help him to the state prison for a very long time. I hope his attorney got paid in advance. Then there's Nathaniel Carr. He was federally indicted for robbery from home invasions robberies, where he portrayed himself as a law enforcement officer, where he was kicking in doors throughout Central Florida. He's in custody. But we also have him for conspiracy to traffic in methamphetamine that occurred before he was arrested for his robbery arrest. He resided in Lakeland. He currently resides in federal lockup. Then there's Vicente Basanta. He's here from Venezuela with political asylum. Did you hear that? He is here with political asylum. Apparently, his ex-wife, who's not with him anymore and is not here, was a news reporter for the opposing party in Venezuela. So when the new party came in, she was scared, and guess what? He fled to the United States. Does he appreciate the United States? Oh, no, he doesn't appreciate the United States. He comes here to traffic in drugs. And what you have here is a Bible case. You see? People recognize these as Bible cases. But what did Vicente do? He carried his drugs in these Bible cases. Now, how much more low down can you get? So we give political asylum to a guy from Venezuela to come to this country to traffic in drugs and hide it in Bible cases. What the heck? I'm certain there must be some other words for him beside what I've said, but they probably wouldn't be appropriate. Oh, he was trafficking in cocaine. He's still here legally on asylum. I say we send him back. This is Clay Bryan. Now, this is interesting. To tell you how this international operation goes, Clay pulls up at the racetrack gas station in Eagle Lake, and he leaves the car running. Did you hear what I said? He left the car running while he ran into the store. Was only going to be gone a short time. Voila. 3 juveniles from the area steal his car. And all of a sudden, they're wrapped up in an international drug smuggling operation when they steal the guard of the stash house's vehicle, which had a pound of meth in it. But being the enterprising young men that they were, not knowing they were in with some really bad dudes, they found the meth. But did they decide, let's abandon our stolen car and our meth? No. Then they talked about, hey, I'm going to sell this meth and make some real money. That's right. So these little dudes not only ripped off a major international drug smuggling operation, then they were going to sell the dope to make a profit. Well, they all got arrested. But it's funny how there's twists and turns because they did us a favor by stealing that car that day. All of that led us back to Clay Bryan, and we seized an additional 24 pounds of meth. And it all started because they stole the car that Clay was operating. Thank you, you little criminals. Raspers. Then there's Dormonte Munson. He's known as D-Money. He's a local rapper. He was a mastermind. He was one that really put together the trips from the LAX to Florida. But here's the neat thing about DeMonte. He would go through the community. He would provide fireworks on the holidays. He would have Christmas gift giveaways. He would provide Easter egg hunts. You see, he was the good guy in the community, made the money, shared it with the kids. You know, he was grooming himself as a community charitable contributor for the underprivileged. The whole time he's doing it was smuggled and trafficked drug money. He had an associate, Samuel Javaris. Samuel Javaris got a legitimate Georgia driver's license with a false name on it, and he booked the flights. He utilized the false names. It worked. He had a robbery warrant and a VOP for battery on a law enforcement that was 10 years old. We couldn't find him. He had taken on a new identity successfully. And he had a friend with him, Aldrea McPherson. You see, he's big time. He had a home in Fresno and a home in Davenport, and he moved the drugs. And when we went to stop them so that we could serve the search warrant, Aldrea called children who she had access to and told them, hide the dope. Little kids, hide the dope. Are you kidding me? So what did they do with their money? They bought gold, lots of gold. This won't even fit over my head like the last one, so I'll just hold it up. $36,000 worth of gold. So they're providing things for kids in the neighborhood. They're buying gold. They're telling their family and friends about how successful they are. And the whole time they're peddling poison to your kids. I want to turn the podium over to Brian Haas, our state attorney, who is simply, as I've said before, the very best. There's not enough positive words to say because our state attorney's office is game on about how do we protect the people in the community? How do we keep people safe? And when we suggest these long, very difficult, complicated cases that some prosecutors across the state and nation want to run from because of their complexity, our state attorney and his team run to those cases in order to protect the community. Mr. Haas.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'm very thankful to have been able to be a part of this investigation from the very beginning and understand all the complexities and all the work that went into this. I think that these cases show how our communities are all tied, not just here within our county, but across our state and across our nation and across our world, which is why it's important that we all do our jobs to make sure that the criminals are being dealt with appropriately. Being easy on the criminals, wanting to be their friends, that's not the answer when you're dealing with folks like this. You've got to be aggressive and you've got to take control of the situation, which this is a step in that direction. I think one of the things that really left an impact on me was the amount of work that went into this case. And I know some of the folks that were involved are here today, prosecutors from my office, but across agencies, detectives and folks that spent hours and hours and hours putting the time in, probably missing events with their family and things like that, making those sacrifices to put this case together. And I think that a lot of that goes a little bit unthanked for all the work that they did, but we certainly appreciate it, all the work that you've done. The case it's an important day here today, but there's a lot of work still to do, a lot of prosecutions. You see this board, that's a lot of cases. We have a lot of cases and we just got some more, but we're up for the task and we're committed to making sure that we see this through all the way to the end. It will take a long time. The last thing I'll say is a word of thanks to Sheriff Judd. If you look at all of the people up here today and all of the folks that were assembled to make this happen, it's not just local folks, it's other state agencies, federal agencies. It's because of Sheriff Grady Judd and his leadership that this happened. It all starts at the top, and we are so fortunate to have our sheriff as the leader of making sure that this all happened. So thank you, Sheriff, for all your work.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. The Osceola Sheriff Marcos Lopez, is a dear friend of mine. And our counties not only abut up to each other, but we have a major metropolitan center where the county line runs kind of through the middle of town. So we have part of the town and Sheriff Lopez has the majority of the town, but we work closely every day on all kinds of investigations. And Sheriff Lopez is the epitome of professionalism and cooperation. Sheriff, thank you for the opportunity to work with you. You have some comments?
Just want to thank everyone for having us here. Sheriff, you know, all the people that work together to take care and make sure that we could put good cases together for prosecution with a state attorney. It's really important because this poison is really killing people. And, you know, criminals don't know borders or boundaries. And like the sheriff says, they go back and forth from Osceola to Polk. And, you know, we really got to maintain a firm hand and make sure that our state prosecutors are putting them in prison for a long time. You know, they don't care. Don't wait till some of this stuff hits your neighborhood and when your kids die. You know, you guys got to be supportive and make sure when you go to those polls and elect those elected officials that are going to be tough on crime, be very selective and do your research, because believe it or not, it affects you. Your property values will drop and you'll start getting this type of trash in your area and then you're going to regret it. But I thank Sheriff for this opportunity and thank everyone for being here. All the men and women that do this every day and risk their lives to expose themselves to these dangers. There's a lot of work to be done. Like they said, this case will still go on for a little bit, but all these people, hopefully they'll stay in jail for a long time. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sheriff. And we have Mark Brutnell, who is the special agent in charge out of Tampa with us from FDLE. Mark's teams and our team work together every day in short-term and protracted investigations, and this is only one more example. But FDLE is always there, and we love their energy and their enthusiasm, and we really love that statewide jurisdiction. Come on up.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning, everybody. I first and foremost like to thank the investigative team and the prosecution team that are here. You guys did amazing work. Without that hard work, we would not be here today to make us all look good. You guys are the true champions behind the scenes. Clearly, this drug trafficking organization does not know jurisdictional boundaries, and the amount of poison they've peddled and the firearms and the violent crimes that come with it is very, very scary, but it's a daunting task that obviously we're all up to handle. Again, they don't know jurisdictional boundaries, but I got good news for the public, either do we. As you see here, federal, state, local, all working hand in hand with big results. Again, I want to thank the men and women that put this case together. It was an excellent job well done. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, sir. And we have Police Chief David Brennan, who's going to make some comments. Chief Brennan and his team and my team work together every day, everything from minor disturbances to the most major international smuggling rings. And I can always depend on the Winter Haven Police Department and Sheriff Brennan, maybe, I hope you don't run against me next time. Chief Brennan, I worked for a Sheriff Brennan one time. Chief David Brennan is there with every operation we do, everyone, all the time. And he is very special to us. Chief, come on up.
First, I'll thank you for the promotion today. So, we, as always, as he said, we're always working with the sheriff's office. We're also working with other agencies because we can't do this job. Like they said, the drug dealers, they don't know where it stops and where it stops. And as you can see, they're going all over the country and international. It's very important, one, to work with each other so we're successful for our community, because it's not just Winter Haven, it's Polk County. Also, even just for the safety of our own detectives and making sure that we're working together and not stepping on each other's toes. As I look at this board today, there's several names that I see and recognize more than I would care to admit over the years, whether it's them or their family members that I dealt with back when I was a patrol officer or narcotics sergeant, worked cases with the sheriff's office on them, doing different buys. And just to go back to what they're talking about in fentanyl and how dangerous that is these days, it's not just the people that are taking narcotics that they know may have fentanyl in it because that's what they want. It's also the people now that are probably buying marijuana, not wanting fentanyl and don't know it's there. That's what we're dealing with. The overdoses are going up and up, and we're having to deal with that. And not just that, just the safety of our officers, not knowing every time they open up a package of drugs, what are they going to be dealing with? So I do appreciate the sheriff having us here today and the assistance we were able to give on this case.
Thank you, Chief. And our federal partners have chosen not to speak publicly, but don't let their lack of public comments overshadow the fact that they were game on and totally engaged every step of the way. And had it not been for them, there's a lot of things that we could not have accomplished in this. So you guys are simply awesome, and we appreciate it very much. Okay, does the media have any questions of any of the team up here?
How many years has this operation been in operation?
Yes, ma'am. We've known about some of these players, and as you can tell by the previous felony arrest, they've been arrested periodically. But the information came to us that the Jefferson family was heavily involved in major league methamphetamine smuggling. And we've been working this investigation about 2 years, a little more than 2 years. We're right at it. But information is, and we've known that they have been involved in smugglings and robberies and drug dealing for a number of years, but we didn't know of this operation until we collected our intelligence and worked with the other officers involved. But you must understand that my organized crime team, my detectives at work and special investigations, and our supervisors, ladies and gentlemen, they're simply the very best in this business. And they're game on all the time, and they work with their colleagues across the state and nation. And that's why these cases come together. We still have 3 people out of state that are still at large and are on the lam that we're working with our colleagues. But when we can pick up the phone and the Fresno police are game on to help us, that's important. The Orlando police officers and the police departments game on. But I can't overemphasize these folks before. You know, these folks didn't roll out of Sunday school and decide they would create a little mischief this week. These are hardcore people for the most part.
I'm a little hung up on the drugs in the suitcase thing. Were these drugs that were in checked bags, and is there evidence that TSA agents were in on it?
Well, this drug was in checked bags. And sometimes they would have what they call ghost tickets. They would get a ticket to travel, check their bag, and never get on the airplane. And the suitcase would fly by itself. Other times, in this particular case where we took the 6 suitcases off, there were people on the planes with the drugs, 6 of them. But they're very talented and they're very experienced. So this is not the first time these drugs have leaked through, which causes you to be suspicious of when they schedule the flights and who was on duty down checking the baggage in, because they would come off of the planes through the security, down the elevators, and spread out. We watched a very, very, very impressive effort for them to be able to pick their drugs up and avoid detection. We did surveillance, and people would come from Orlando, and they would go to Lakeland and then down to Bartow and then back to Winter Haven before they'd end up back in Davenport. They would make a round robin trip. So they were very calculated. But look, they weren't hiding this among clothes. They were sending it in this form. So at the end of the day, there was a hook someplace. There had to be. LAX needs to get on this.
What's amazing to me is that you're sending your kid back to college, or your cousin's coming from New York or whatever, and they're on the same plane as this.
Thousands upon thousands of people have flown domestically with drugs in the cargo hold underneath of them.
Is there an indication that there's a distribution network going on in other cities just like this, considering that it was as complex as having airline flights and other things?
This particular operation was here, but we would have to be naive not to think that there's other major smuggling operations going on just like this across the country. This is kind of 3 smuggling operations all working together. Like I said, there wasn't just one boss of this. There were kind of like collateral duties across the different operations. But of course there is.
Can you tell us how many people were wiretapped and how that played into all this?
I can tell you, was it nine telephones we listened to? 11 telephones we listened to over this operation. And understand, when you roll from phone to phone to phone, they drop phones and go to other phones, and then we have to go update the paperwork and get the state attorney's approval, and then ultimately the judge that's overseeing the case is approval before we can intercept the communications. But there was 11 different telephones in this operation.
How critical were these wiretaps to getting these criminals off the street?
The law clearly says that if there's any other method to successfully dismantle the organization, you can't use communications interceptions or a wiretap. So you have to exhaust other investigative methods before you go to a wiretap. So this organization could not have been dismantled absent this operation with this wiretap. And keep in mind, this investigation is still ongoing. People watching this, and I hope you're tuned in on your favorite social media. We're after you too. Don't sleep well tonight. Don't think you can just drink good wine and snort coke.
Get him.
We're after you.
I love how he just sits there and trolls them. It's so great. This one's March Sadness. Like, he does something for everything. He doesn't just do trafficking. He does everything. He really does hit up every single topic. I will do my last one, and then Ohio has a sheriff that's just cool. You guys will like him. He's from Texas. But you guys would like him a lot.
I am joined by our colleagues who are going to gather around and be a part of our press release this morning. Let me introduce you to Chief David Brand from the Winter Haven Police Department, Jim Alinsky from the Haines City Police Department, Chief Velasquez from the Lake Wells Police Department, Chief Andy Ray from the Auburndale Police Department. We have Dr. Mary Ann Thomas once again from One More Child. We have Misty LaPerriere from Sail of Freedom. We also were joined by DCF, who worked with us on this operation, and Heartland for Children. And it all started with Operation March Sadness 2, 2022, on the 8th of March. Now, we don't think basketball should be able to dominate March by itself, so we have our own bracket, but instead of brackets of winners, we have brackets of losers. And we're going to go over and tell you some of the absolute, not only sadness, but craziness that we saw during this last operation. But I am eternally grateful for our police chiefs, because we wouldn't be able to do this unless we all work together. And my fantastic detectives that work so very hard. And certainly our counselors, because they join us in every operation. They work a lot of hours so that they can be there the instant that we identify and help us identify the victims of these human operations. It's unbelievable, the victims we get with our human trafficking operations. And we identified one this time that I'll talk about without her name. Many times it takes follow-up investigation by this wonderful team of counselors in order to get there. But let's start with Mr. Finley. Mr. Finley is not involved in this from a human trafficking / prostitution operation, but we hit a grand slam in that we also found child sex predators. And he's the first child sex predator that we identified. He's 39 years of age. He's a handyman. He's from Mulberry. And he traveled to our undercover location thinking he was going to engage a very young child for sex. Newsflash, it wasn't a very young child. It was a group of detectives. He's been charged as a result for traveling, for resisting arrest. That's right, he ran from us. He didn't want to go to jail. He had meth. He was also charged with attempted lewd battery and transmission of some very ugly stuff that he thought was going to a 13-year-old child. So it would have been a grand slam week for all of our resources and efforts if we'd have just gotten Timothy Finley, who thought he was traveling to meet a child. It's pretty nervy if you think about it. He was showing up at the child's residence when he thought mom and dad weren't there. But he wasn't alone. Then there's Shannon Johnson. He's 41. He's from Orlando. You know, it's interesting. The Orlando stations aren't here today. They should be, because they got a lot of these problems over in Orlando, and the community over there needs to be made aware of it. He thought he was communicating with a 13-year-old child. He wanted to be her daddy. He wanted to have different kinds of sex with what he thought was a 13-year-old child. He works at a warehouse. He was charged with traveling, attempted lewd battery, transmission of photos of himself, nude photos, you know what I mean? And he didn't have any children himself, but he wanted to play this game of daddy. That's right. He has a criminal history. And when we arrested him, he said, "You got me. You're right. We got him." So if we'd arrested 2 child predators, that would have been a grand slam week. But we got another one. This guy's from Gainesville. He's employed in construction. He did not travel, but he communicated with what he thought was a 14-year-old child online and said, "Don't tell the cops." And then he sent videos and stills of himself doing things an adult should never do in the presence of a child, or publicly, or recorded for public consumption. Nasty stuff. Rose here, Jody Rose, is a nasty, nasty guy. He's 36 years old. So we traveled to Gainesville to get him, or we had the Alachua Sheriff's Office travel for us to get him. When we arrested him, he said, "It's just a misunderstanding." Maybe a misunderstanding on his part. It's not a misunderstanding on our part. He was sending nasty videos and photographs to children. No criminal history up until now, but now he's got 11 felony charges. So he made up for lost time with his arrest. That would have been a grand slam if we'd only gotten 3. Then there's Xavier Jackson. He's 27. He thought he was chatting with a 14-year-old, and he sent photos of himself doing things that's totally inappropriate. He did not travel. So once again, the Orange County Sheriff's Office assisted us, and because he's from Orlando, and traveled to arrest him, where he was charged with 3 counts of harmful material and 1 count of unlawful communication. Oh, did I mention that he just happens to be a lifeguard at the Polynesian Resort for Disney? You think there's a few children around there? That's right. I didn't stutter. He was a lifeguard at the Polynesian Resort for Disney and was bragging about that. So we were able to arrest 4 predators in this operation. This is huge. 4 arrests of this magnitude in a week is simply remarkable. But let's move on. These guys weren't predators, but they all have something in common with the last arrest. They work for Disney. So you have Wilkinson Fidel. He's 24. He lives in Orlando. He thought he was coming for sex. He's been a Disney employee for 4 years, and he works at the Cosmic Restaurant in Tomorrowland. Except now he is in the county jail if he hasn't made bond yet. And then there's Shahab Malav. He's 27. He's a software developer for Disney. He's worried because he's here on a work visa from India. He thought he was coming to have sex with 2 ladies. Surprise, once again, undercover detectives. Then there's Ralph Lease. He's 45. He lives in Winter Garden. He's an IT employee for Disney. He's been there about 4 years, and he's married. So I'm sure Disney's not pleased. I bet his wife's not pleased, but we're pleased that we arrested him. I'm going to tell you about a trafficker. It's not often we arrest traffickers at the undercover site, but we did. And normally when we arrest traffickers at the undercover site, it's a male. Let me introduce you to Tiffany Nash. She was the trafficker of a young lady. Tiffany's 32 years of age. Why she's not been busy committing crime, because she has 61 previous criminal charges, 41 of them felonies and 20 as misdemeanors. She's the manager of the Kentucky Fried Chicken in Orlando. Now, I just don't believe I'd want any finger-licking good chicken that she touched. Just saying. What she does is she would set up the deal.
Look at her pig carry going down in KFC.
And then she would force this young lady, this victim, to come along. This deal was for $300. If this lady were lucky, she would get $20. So the lady, the victim, Ubered over, followed by Tiffany to make sure that the deal went right, and Tiffany got her money. As soon as we
She looks like
took
Ronald McDonald.
the
That they
victim
took off the
down, ostensibly for an arrest, this wonderful team determined she's the victim. So she's not criminally charged, and she's not up here on this board because she's immediately turned over and treated as a victim, not a criminal suspect in an event. So Tiffany's been charged with human trafficking, deriving proceeds, possession of cocaine, possession of meth, possession of paraphernalia. And guess what? She's not managing the Kentucky Fried Chicken place today. She's in our county jail. And we don't serve finger-licking good chicken there. The victim has been turned over for services. Then we have Daniel Peters, 66 years old. He thought he was coming for a girlfriend experience, kind of a date. He went on an escort site. Oh, can I show you the other picture of Daniel Peters? This is the Honorable Daniel Peters, who is a retired judge from Cook County, Illinois, or the Dishonorable Judge Peters from Cook County, Illinois. And when we were doing our follow-up investigation to validate all of this, what did we find out? He also retired from the Cook County Sheriff's Office, according to him. That's right. He said he was a special assistant in legal affairs, and he worked, are you ready for this? In the Office of Professional Regulations, where he was the director. You're kidding me, right? No, I'm not kidding you. As my old daddy would have said, that's a known fact. He said, quote, I've been on the other side of this. Well, I'd like to ask him today, so which side do you like best? Now that you have been the prosecutor, you've been the judge, you've been at the state attorney's office, and now you're the defendant. So we locked him up in the county jail. He says he lives in Palos Hills, Illinois. He requested an attorney. Well, Judge, you need an attorney. You got problems. He went to the jail in Polk County. Then there's Richard Jackson. He thought he was coming for sex. This guy wouldn't be particularly interesting out of the group. He lives in Orlando, but he worked at a family amusement park called the Fun Spot, around children, around a lot of people. So we thought it's worthy for people to know, if you go to the Fun Spot, if they still employ him, you need to know that he will do illegal things for money. And then there's Nelson Cruz. You know, we got this thing going with with food restaurants. He is a manager of a restaurant as well, Cracker Barrel in Altamont Springs. He's married. He's worried as well because he's here on a work visa from Honduras. He thought he was coming to have sex. Now, he lives in our county, but obviously he hasn't got the message yet. You know why he said he did this? Are you ready for this? He had an argument with his wife. So he decided that I'll just go have an event with a prostitute. I bet his wife's not happy. I'm just guessing. He's arrested. And we don't serve Cracker Barrel at the jail, so he won't have to worry about seeing delicious food, only nutritious food. And then there's James Compton. He's 42. He's a graphic designer. He wanted to have all kinds of sex, and he wouldn't be particularly interesting, except for the fact his 17-year-old son was refereeing a youth soccer game across the street. Hey, I guess he just got tired, right? Let's see. My son's refereeing this youth soccer tournament. I don't have anything to do. I think I'll go across the street and have sex with a prostitute. There's your all-American dad. So he has a criminal history back in 1998 for lewd battery. So the night's wrapping down. We have arrested this child predator who resists us and runs. So we have to tase him. And as is our protocol, when you tase someone, you have an ambulance run an EKG strip to make sure everything's all right. So we have to call an ambulance to the scene, and a fire truck shows up. We've got another undercover deal, cooking. So our undercover people try to blow off the deal. Hey, we'll do it tomorrow. Here's the deal. There was a guy by the name of Seth Phillips and Christina Garrett coming from Bradenton. Christina is Seth's girlfriend. Follow this now. coming from Bradenton, where they're to be paid $1,000 to have sex with two undercover people. They think this is going to be $1,000 in their pocket. They're going to have sex. Going to be a great evening. However, Seth left his wife at home while he shows up with his girlfriend. So he gets in the area. We have the guy resist. Now we got to have the fire trucks there and the ambulance and the EKG strips. So we text our undercovers, text and say, hey, the cops are here. Told them the truth. Ambulance is here, fire trucks here. We'll do it tomorrow night. Seth, who's a former Marine and a Lyft driver, is not happy. So here's what he says. I'm mad. I've come all the way over here for $1,000 and now you're blowing me off. You are going to pay me $100 for the ball of meth. You are going to pay me $500 for the cancellation. If not, you better have a lot of friends with guns and a chopper. You'll sleep well if you pay knowing that the boogeyman won't come. And then he continued to threaten. And guess what? He showed up. That's right. The ambulance had cleared out. Fire trucks had cleared out. We'd shut the operation down for the night. The detectives were in the house. When they noticed on the camera, a car pulls up. This guy gets out of the car along with Christina. He does not walk to the house. He sprints to the house, gun in hand. You see where this is going. So our detectives, who are simply the very best, they say to themselves, Self, we think we ought to have a gun since this guy has just arrived gun in hand. We open the door with 4 of our guys with guns, and he's got a gun above his head. He's coming down with his gun. Christina saves his life by jumping in front of him. He puts the gun in his waistband, so we don't know if he's bringing it down to point it at us or he's counting 4 guns and he brings it down to put. It is that close to a shooting. Microseconds. We take him into custody. He's charged with 4 counts of aggravated assault with a firearm, attempted robbery, possession of meth, extortion by threat. Christina's charged with prostitution and possession of heroin. And he made the statement during the interview. He became totally cooperative at this point and said, you would have been right to shoot me. Well, I appreciate his understanding of the gravity of the situation. But because our detectives did exactly what was right, and because Christina got in the way, and she gets credit as well for him being alive today, because this was a very tough situation. I'm going to turn the podium over real quickly to first Chief Andy Ray, a dear friend of mine and a professional, consummate professional law enforcement executive, as are my other friends and colleagues here today, for a few comments. Chief.
Sure. Good morning. Just like to point out the hard work of the detectives from the sheriff's office and from our agencies that assisted them as well. I know how much work goes into this. It's a ton of work. And so great job for everybody that was here and working on the case. Also like to point out, like the sheriff did, that we don't just do it as a law enforcement agency. We also have other agencies that are in the business of helping children and victims in cases like this. So Sail of Freedom, One More Child, the Department of Children and Families, Heartland for Children. Everybody is involved in this because it's important and because the victims of human trafficking and the sex business deserve our help and need our help. So we're glad to be a part of it. We're glad to look out for the interests of kids and of the victims in these cases. And we're happy to be a part of taking people off the street that are dangerous to your kids in the community. So thanks for the opportunity, Sheriff, to work with you. And it's always a pleasure.
Good morning. Same as Chief Ray, we do appreciate the sheriff always asking us to come over and participate in these events. It's not hard for us. We define volunteers, even though it's a lot of hard work and hours, but we always have plenty of detectives, just like the detectives from all the other agencies. They're great people. They come out here to work hard. And as you can see, this is not one city that is an issue at, it's across the county and people coming into our county. So we have to keep this up and make sure we protect these victims. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So as the sheriff said, I believe we got 4 actual predators this time, and no matter how long these events take place, I don't know how long it's going to take before people understand that Polk County is not going to tolerate it. So just one predator would have been worth the event. So I just want to thank the sheriff. He's always asking for additional help, and I want to thank him. Thank you for having us there, and we will continue to do these events. I'm confident of that. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Marianne Thomas, and I am the Senior Director of Anti-Trafficking for One More Child. We are invited back year after year by Sheriff Judd, and I am honored and grateful that he invites us in to do work right alongside victims the minute they are recovered. Like he said, we help in identifying victims when they are recovered, and the minute that they are, we are able to sit down with them. We are able to explain services that are out there for them, explain what the next steps are for them, and walk them away from that situation. This time we were able to get a trafficker, and that really makes my heart so happy. And on that note, I want to speak to you on that level as someone who has been that person. Sheriff Judd alluded to a lot of these girls are also victims and they just didn't identify. So I want to speak to my sisters and brothers out there. Are you tired yet? I know you're listening. Please come in. Please understand these are people who care. This is law enforcement who is on your side. Come in and talk to them. They want to help. Thank you so much for having us every year. I really appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Misty LaPerriere, and I am the law enforcement liaison for Selah Freedom. First and foremost, I want to give a big thank you to Sheriff Judd and all of the agencies that collaborated on such a big operation and all of your tireless hours and efforts put in to remove predators from our streets and help protect our kids. I think this is very unique in the sense that Sheriff Judd does invite in victim advocates, as Marianne had shared, to be able to meet with the victims right there on scene and offer services. As we know, sometimes it takes 8 to 10 points of contact before somebody is ready to get help and get out of the life. So we will continue to make contact, even with those who maybe did not admit a history of human trafficking, to find out what services are needed if they are wanting services. So again, I just want to say thank you for inviting us out. And again, for all the time and effort that you guys put into these operations. So thank you.
I also want to thank Wesley and Ashley Barnett, who are philanthropists in the community. They have a care and a concern for these victims of human trafficking. They agreed to accompany me on Friday night, and they saw firsthand the evil that is occurring in society. And they have this deep care and concern for our community and for the victims in our community. And I appreciate you both being there so very, very much. Are there any questions?
Sheriff, without giving away too many details on how the sting operations work, just to clarify, do your detectives infiltrate websites and set up these dates, or?
All of the above. Social media sites, dating sites, escort sites. We go into all the various sites, and we're joined by my colleagues, by the detectives from the police department. So we can cover dozens of locations in order to effectively communicate with not only the predators, that was an additional bonus this time, not only the Johns, but also the victims and the potential victims. We know some of these ladies we arrested for prostitution denied being victims. However, there will be follow-up by this wonderful team of folks, because we know some of them are victims that would not admit to being a victim. So it was a wonderful day when we found one that admitted to being a victim, because that's not normal. Normally they have to work with these folks for weeks and months before they'll agree for services, but this one agreed to services immediately. So we go looking where they are, where they're out scouring the web pages themselves for customers or victims. And these Johns, there's a significant fine for them to pay, because you think about it, without them, these victims wouldn't be there. Out in the next little while, an unbelievable operation. This operation was only possible because of remarkable work by a lot of professionals. I'm excited today. As you can see, a lot of people fooled around and found out. And I want to start for just a couple of minutes and go down the list, because this is very important. I want to make sure that we recognize, for example, our NGOs, One More Child and Heartland for Children, and you'll hear from them in a few minutes. Heartland for Children is contracted to DCF, because when we do these human trafficking operations, we make sure that we're able to begin services immediately as soon as we discover them. So we couldn't do these at the quality and the level we do without them. There's been a change of administration. I don't know if you noticed, in the White House. And now we are allowed to have ICE with us. ICE was embedded with us for the first time. Now there's two groups of ICE that you'll see and hear from, HSI and the ERO side. Then, as you see in front of you here, my colleagues from around the state and around the country, we have a National Innovation Academy. They were also embedded. It's part of their training curriculum. We have an 8-week program, and it is a high-end program for those who are in leadership positions in law enforcement agencies around the country. And it's important that we give them some real-world hands-on technology experience. We appreciate them being there. And by the way, if you've not sent people to this NIA, this National Innovation Academy, you're just not as cool as you could be. I just want to add that, okay? For the first time, our Sheriff's Artificial Intelligence Laboratory helped set up the infrastructure for this. It's the first of a kind. For those of you who are local, know that we spoke about artificial intelligence and starting the cell unit not so long ago. And I do want to add, we partner with the Polytechnic. They give out 3 major awards, and we are excited that our students assigned to us as a capstone course embedded in our cell unit won 2 of the 3 top awards. The other one was won by NASA, so I thought they were in pretty good company with that. Chris Hansen from True Blue was with us on our predator side of the operation, and I'll talk more about that. Angie Morchie for Sinclair Broadcast, which has 90 television stations, was also embedded with us, and you may recognize her from Spotlight on America. So why do I talk about all of that? Because it's the partnerships and the relationships and the trust that make successful operations occur. That is foreign to some law enforcement agencies in some parts of the nation, but it's not foreign to us here. It's how we've done business for a very long time. I'm going to go through real quick. You've already heard from One More Child. There's going to be two speakers, Jody DeMangi and Stacy Ham will speak with us. The Hardy County Sheriff's Office is here with Vent Crawford. Osceola participated with Sheriff Lopez. ICE, David Gritty, who is the Assistant Field Office Director, is going to speak. DCF is here with Amanda Wilson. The Attorney General's office is here, and Rita Peters is going to speak. She, by the way, I like to brag on Miss Peters. That's her professional name. We call her Rico Rita around here. If you're involved in an organized criminal enterprise and she hasn't prosecuted you yet, she will. Just wait. Homeland Security, Tom Fowler, Haines City PD, Zephyr Hills PD, Chief Derek Brewer. Haines City PD was Chief Hopwood. Lake Alfred PD, Chief Bodenheimer. Lake County Sheriff's Office, Captain Ron Patton. Lake Wells PD, Captain Stephanie Cook. Bartow PD, Captain Bill Stevens. Davenport PD, Captain Don King. Auburndale PD, Lieutenant Skinner. Now, the other agencies that aren't here that also participated, the U.S. Army CID, Pasco Sheriff's Office, Hillsborough Sheriff's Office, Claremont Police Department, Marion Sheriff's Office, Winter Haven Police Department, Tampa Police Department, Pinellas Police Department, and obviously our state attorney's office, Brian Haas, who is the absolute very best. Now, I'm going to go off script here for just a second, because whenever we do these operations, there's a mastermind behind it that you never see. Well, our mastermind's about to retire. Bobby, come stand up here for a minute. Lieutenant Bobby Kirkpatrick is simply the very best. So when you see this operation today, I want you to know that the silent genius behind all this is this man. 15% of all arresting child predators is very difficult. It takes a talented group of folks. You're going to hear more about these child predators because they're the most despicable. And I can tell you that if we didn't make any of these arrests and only had one child predator we took out of circulation, all of the resources would have been worth it. Illegal immigration, as you know, is on everyone's mind, and you can watch the evening news depending on what you watch, what you want to hear. But I can tell you that about 15% of all of our arrests in the human trafficking operation and our predator operation, about 15% were here illegally in this country. You'll hear more in a minute. They came from Venezuela, Cuba, Honduras, Mexico, Haiti, Colombia, Guatemala. 22 of these folks were receiving government assistance. That's right. We work, we all work, we pay taxes, and then that tax money was given to these folks to use to come commit crime. I want you to think about that the next time you look at your pay stub and see your money going out to the federal government. Know that the federal government is giving money to these folks so that they don't have to work and can come here and violate the law. The youngest we arrested was 17. The oldest was 70. Our folks stand in the gap between good and evil. They took 8 firearms during this operation from 8 different suspects. 25 people were charged with narcotics. We filed 386 new charges, 102 felonies, 284 misdemeanors. Now, there's always some that say, oh, it's low level, you know, it's consenting partners and yada. And once you get over that, understand these folks had as many as 919 previous criminal charges. One guy we'll discuss had 2 murder charges. And by the way, he spent a long time in prison, but he got out just in time to fool around and find out. You'll see occupations from military, 1 active Navy, 13 veterans, a medical doctor, a retired NFL player, engineers, insurance brokers and agents, regional vice president of a timeshare, Walmart store manager, party planner, IT database, IT software engineer, an IT guy that works in a technology area at an international airport. Now that gives me comfort. IT database guy for the federal government, crane operators, business owners, and in the medical field, RN, CNA, medical techs. We had a lot of different people from a lot of walks of life here. But you can see how remarkable this operation is. And I am going to go over in just a few minutes some of the things that you just can't believe. Now I'm going to start with the predators. They're the ones that obviously worry me the absolute most. I'm going to go through these quickly because we have several of them. This is Arthur Denard. He's a registered sex offender already out of Tampa. And he's registered because he had sex with a minor in 2007. He's been to prison on 2 different occasions and he's out. We've said it over and over. If a sex predator is out, he's dangerous. And he came here thinking he was going to have sex with a 15-year-old child. In fact, he didn't actually travel. He just talked online, and Tampa police, one of our colleagues in this operation, picked him up. And he told this 15-year-old child, I want to put a baby in you. Well, we put a gel in him. So there you go. Then there's Eric Corliss. Eric Corliss is a regional executive for Red Cross Disaster Relief. Think about this. Red Cross does marvelous, beautiful work, and we're so proud of them. But this guy has embarrassed himself and embarrassed his family and embarrassed the Red Cross. He's a big boss. He's an Army veteran. He's married. He was, are you ready for this? Get a grip. He was married to a law enforcement officer, a supervisor in Hillsborough County. That's right. He left his phone at home so his wife, I'm sure a trained detective, wouldn't know where he was. When she heard about it, she's absolutely mortified, and she packed up and left, and she said, sayonara, I'm taking the kids and leaving. This didn't appear to be the first time. He was experienced at what he did. And he also went to great lengths to try to hide his identity when he was online. But think about this. A professional man with the Red Cross married to a professional lady, and he took advantage of her, embarrassed her and the children, and he went to jail. Then there's Vern Cunningham. He's 26. He's an illegal alien. Our ICE partners put a hold on him. He came for sex with a 15-year-old female. He brought cookies. Wasn't that nice? You know, I mean, after all, she's a child. She may want a cookie. You know, where's the milk? You know what I'm saying? But he wanted to bargain. I'll pay half up front and half after it's over. And when we arrested him, we asked this guy, well, why did you do this? He said, well, curiosity killed the cat. Well, you're going to have the cat people on you now. So Gregory Cooper's from Wesley Chapel. He's married for 31 years. He's got 2 adult daughters. He was in the Air Force for 20 years. He had a top secret clearance. That's interesting. He came thinking he was going to have sex with a 14-year-old male. And since it's a kid, he goes, what might he like? I'll take him an orange soda and some fruit gummies. Was that before or after? You know, I'm just saying. He's a regional manager for Enzer Roller in Lakeland. At least he was. He was very nasty and very graphic with what he said and did. They're in prison. county jail actually now. Prisons where we're going to do our best to send them. Nicholas Capart's 46 from Riverview. He's married. He's got 2 children. He spent 10 years in the Marines, and he wanted sex with a 14-year-old girl. And he said, hey, if this goes well, I'll permanently make you my girlfriend. His chat was remarkably nasty as well. Then there's Domingo Francisco Miguel. He's married with 3 children. He has a legal green card. However, upon his conviction, ICE has agreed to relook at him because he's not a U.S. citizen, but he has a green card to be here. He traveled to have sex with a 15-year-old girl. He told his boss, now he lied to his boss too, by the way. I just thought I'd share that with you, that he needed to go get some medicine. I guess he didn't realize that his medicine that he'll get will be at the county jail. But he was a jolly old soul. He said, when I get out of this, I'd like to be a detective. I really would. He said, I like your work. I don't know if he's trying to, grease us up or if he's just a nut job. Doesn't make any difference. He's going to the county jail. Aston Mack, he's 35 from Deltona. He wanted sex with a 15-year-old girl. He ran from us. Can you believe that? That wasn't nice, but he did. He thought he was talking up a deal with a family member. Well, I'll pay you and I have sex with a child. What? What are you thinking? Now, he worked for the Opportunity Community Ability Group, OCA, in Orange County. And that's a group that helps special needs children. They say he never had any contact by himself with the children. Mostly he was admin support. But I want to brag on OCA the second that we notified them. They terminated him. They were totally cooperative. They were mortified. They were glad that we found him and arrested him. But he's in jail, charged with human trafficking. Matthew Klein is 48. He's a receptionist at Guard Law Legal Group in Lakeland. He shouldn't have to go far to find an attorney to represent him. He wanted to have sex with a 14-year-old male. He thought the child was home alone. He admitted that he had had sex before with children. That's still under investigation. He was also looking for children on 2 different apps. We found him really working hard to find children. He traveled and he, by the way, neglected to tell us in our undercover capacity that, oh, by the way, when I have sex with you, I'm HIV positive, which that is a criminal violation of law in the state of Florida, not to notify your partner that you are HIV positive. But there are several things before I go on to the others that I think you should know, because these people are unbelievable. I picked out a few of their quotes I thought I'd share with you. Y'all get a 10-star rating for customer service. This is really awesome. Not for me, but for y'all. Oh, by the way, can I do my volunteer time with you guys? No. This guy said I had the option of going to church or coming here. I picked here. So, wrong choice. He had a choice. He had a chance to be in church, talking with Jesus, worshiping, doing what's right. Instead, he wanted to be on his knees in a brothel. I don't understand it. Just thinking out loud. Altar, brothel, altar, brothel. This guy was a realist. Well, this is God's sign not to do this. He thought that was a bad idea. And just thinking, God spoke directly to him. It's amazing how God comes in clear focus when you're under arrest. I used to always say, Jesus lives in the county jail because everybody I took there found him. So this guy says, oh, we're in Polk County? My friend was just arrested here last night. You got to be kidding me. Now, I'm going to start to introduce you to some of these morons. But here's the one that I think is just super cool. This is like mother, like daughter. So we're talking to a mom. She's 48, Sherry Pena. She's on public assistance. She's living at a DV shelter in Central Florida. She drove her daughter, Haley Pena, 23, to have sex. When we ask her, you're a mother to this young lady, what are you thinking? She said, oh, whoa, wait a minute. I just thought I was taking her to buy drugs. Oh, that's better. You know, you're taking her to her drug dealer, right? So anyway, the mother and daughter were also arrested in 2024 for battery over 65 years of age person. She's arrested. Did I tell you, she's on felony probation already. Yep. That's right. She's on felony probation. So that's just a little color there, but let's get to the stack and go through real quickly, and then we'll turn it over to our colleagues here of some other things. Let me get this out of the way.
Taxes was so taxing.
All right, I'm going to go through these. How about Jason Bathis from 43 from Davenport? This is our human trafficking and prostitution folks. He's charged with offering to commit. This Jason Bathis, okay? When he walks in, you think, well, I have set up a deal with an ugly woman. And I think you would all agree that this guy's an ugly woman, right? This is what you really get when the makeup comes off. This is Jason Bathis. Now, I want you to think about this a minute, okay? You decide that you're going to hook up with a woman. She comes in, and she's already uglier than a mud fence, right? And then, as you start to engage, you find out, hey, this dudette is a dude, and look what he really looks like. Yeah, he looks like he should have been in a Scarface movie someplace. I don't know. This is what's happening. People think they're getting this, and many times they're getting a really bad guy. So this is the before and after, you know. When you find them in the bar at night, you know, you try to drink them pretty, and you wake up the next morning and you see this. Yeah, that's what we call Rolex ugly. Rolex ugly is you wake up the next morning and they're laying on your arm and your Rolex is there and you just chew your arm off and leave the Rolex. You just got to get out of there. You don't care about the Rolex. But that's the kind of people we're going to talk about today. Then there's a Darius Taylor. He's 34. He played at Lake Gibson High School football. Went on to have an outstanding career in the NFL. He played for the Carolina Panthers, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Cleveland Browns, and he was a linebacker. But listen, the dude made a lot of mistakes. He not only brought his 6-year-old child to the operation, but he left his 6-year-old child in the car when he went to do the operation. The 6-year-old child has a lot of medical issues. And he left this child alone that should have never been left alone because of medical conditions. DCF was on site, took possession of the child immediately, found mom. Mom came and got the child. The child is doing fine. This guy here, you know, obviously he must have hit one too many people as a linebacker because his brain cells are scrambled. He shouldn't have shown up in the first place, but to leave that child, my goodness. So he picked up a child neglect charge along with everything else. Then there's David Michael. He's 35. He's a medical doctor for Orlando Health. He showed up. He's got dual citizenship. He's also from the country of Egypt. And he decided to, hey, you know, I'm not saving any lives or making people feel better tonight, so I'll go make sure I feel better by going to this house of ill repute that turned out being law enforcement officers from all over Central Florida doing what's right. Then there's Namish Patel. Namish is 53. He's an event planner. He didn't plan on this event, but he is an event planner. He's on public assistance. Yep. We asked him, dude, what are you doing here? He says, you know, my wife's being treated for cancer at Moffitt. Well, number one, if you have cancer, there's not a better place, any place, than Moffitt, okay? Highly recommend that. But since she's being treated, I thought I'd just show up here. You got to be kidding me, man. You're not home taking care of your wife, somebody who's done everything for you. You're out scally-dogging around, and your wife's sick. Nasty people. Then there's Patrick Dang. He's 40. He's from Newport Richey. He's married. And he owns Dang Good Sushi in Trinity, Florida. Yeah. He came for a dang good time, but it didn't work out that way. Next time you go there and get sushi, you may want to make sure that he's wearing gloves or washed his hands. And by the way, I had some law enforcement officers that had been at his restaurant, said it was pretty good sushi. Alphonse Ibua, 37. He's an IT tech for Paragon Systems, and he's contracted by the federal government. He's married. He's an 8-year Army vet. His wife thought he was at the gym. Well, he was going to do some exercise, I got to admit that, until he found out it was us. So we ask him, okay, why did you do this? Well, you know, my wife's indisposed this week, so I just thought I'd come down here for some stress relief. Well, his wife ain't happy. Just thought I'd add that. And he went to jail. Then there's Jonathan Epstein, who's 38. He's a Walmart manager. Now, he came and he said, oh, I'll pay extra because I don't want to wear any protection. Well, that's just dandy, you know. I guess next time you go to Walmart, you know, and he greets you, hi, I'm here for, you know, you can say, you have any protection? Ahmad Ansat, 22. He's a registered nurse for Tampa General. And Tampa General, by the way, I didn't come here to advertise all these wonderful places, and they're professional places. Tampa General, if you get very sick or have a significant injury, you want to make your way to Tampa General. It's top of the line. Not so with him, but the rest of them do good. Isaac Torado de Jesus, he's 28. He's unemployed. Now, he's going to spend money, understand, but he's unemployed, okay? You go, well, his wife at that moment in time is working at Lakeland Regional Health. She's 8 months pregnant, working while he is spending money because he's unemployed, right? Spending her money on prostitutes. When we asked him why, he said, I had a lot of spare time. Okay, I don't even know how to explain that. Then there's Arthur Lark II, 54, from Haines City. He's married. He was charged with soliciting sex. But this guy has, instead of doing minor crimes and working up, he did major crimes and is working down. He was first arrested in Orange County in 1990 during a drug beef. He shot at his person he was fussing with and missed and hit and killed a 16-year-old boy. An innocent person he killed. Now, while he's in jail and they're doing an investigation, jail and prison, they determined that he had also committed a 1989 murder. And in that one, he and some friends were trying to steal a vehicle. A neighbor came home and said, hey, they're stealing my neighbor's vehicle. So he confronted them. Lark pulled a gun out. The neighbor says, whoa, this is all the good news I can stand in one day. He turns and runs. Lark chases him down and kills him for trying to be a good neighbor. He did 26 years in prison. That sounds significant, but it's only 13 years for each murder. And one is an innocent kid that he missed and hit, and the other is a neighbor that was trying to help. And now he's out and involved again. And then there's Robert Burnett. He's 30. He's works in IT for the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. He's married as well. The detective said he cried a lot and he peed his pants. I understand that. I'm married to an Auburndale girl. I would think this is the end of my life because if I go home, she's just going to kill me. I don't think that happened to him. At least there's no death reports yet, but he did go to jail. That's just a snapshot. They all have a story. We just picked those out. Now, I want you to hear from some of our subject matter experts that worked with us today. We'll start with Jody and Stacy from One More Child. Jody?
ZAHLERS releases immediately and blocks acid that causes heartburn for 24 hours. Feel the difference.
Why is filing your taxes with Free Tax USA different? Well, for starters, our premium.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning. My name is Jody Domingue. I am the Acting Chief Operating Officer at One More Child. One More Child has been providing services to vulnerable children and struggling families for over 120 years. This includes advocacy and direct care service to survivors of human trafficking throughout Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, Ohio, and several countries around the world. The Polk County Sheriff's Office still remains one of our closest partnerships, and I would like to congratulate them on another successful operation. Once again, we were able to join them at ground zero every night, providing opportunities of hope and a future by those who are impacted by sexual exploitation. Because of our incredible partnership, One More Child spoke and offered services to over 90 individuals, 19 of which have already agreed to services that include connection to safe shelter, advocacy, mental health counseling, and mentorship with a lived experience expert. One More Child provides immediate and ongoing services not only to those who are able to be identified as victims that night, but also to individuals who are not ready to identify and who are still in a life of sexual exploitation. I say this every time. The individuals who walk through that door might not be ready to be identified that night, but what we know is that statistically, there is a history of abuse and sexual exploitation in their past. No one grows up wanting to sell their bodies for profit, and we are committed to providing opportunities for a life outside of sexual exploitation and human trafficking. Critical partnerships and collaboration like what you see up here today is very important, but we are only one piece of the solution. We have to set a precedent in the state of Florida that the purchasing of a person should be more than a mere misdemeanor. Advocates have introduced legislation for the past several years to try to increase penalties that are worthy of the trauma that impacts every individual that is bought during these operations, and to make the first charge a felony. This is a standard we must set in the state of Florida to put a dent into this problem. Legislators, we need your help next year getting this over the finish line. Now, the true heroes in this collaboration are our survivor leaders and our lived experience experts. They bravely utilize their history of pain and trauma as a bridge of connection for those who are recovered in all of these operations. They use their life experience to inform every aspect of our work, and they are the only real experts in this field. One More Child ensures that a lived experience expert is on the ground every night of these operations. And I would like to introduce you to one of our most incredible survivor leaders, and she's lent her expertise for many years to these operations, Miss Stacy Ham.
Good morning. I want to first start by thanking Sheriff Grady Judd, the Polk County Sheriff's Office, all the other law enforcement that assisted with us, and to the NGOs that we continuously collaborate and partner with. Your dedication is
as we talk about Operation Traffic Stop 2. This is the single largest undercover operation of its kind that we've worked in the history of the Sheriff's Office. That only would have been possible with these wonderful folks and their teams that joined us today. We talk about, but we not only talk the talk, we walk the talk, that working together as a team is the only way that this is possible. And these wonderful folks behind me are the commanders, and they sent their troops, and as a result, we had a banner, no pun intended, operation. Nicole Orr is with us today. She's with the state attorney's office. Brian Haas is our state attorney. He's simply the very best. Nicole's one of the big bosses that will be handling all of the cases, her and her team. We also have with us Captain Sean Vance from the Lake County Sheriff's Office, Assistant Chief Marvin Tarver from the Lakeland Police Department, Chief Steve Parker from the Davenport Police Department, Chief Mike Teague from the Lake Hamilton Police Department, Chief Chris Velasquez from the Lake Wells Police Department, Chief David Brannon from the Winter Haven Police Department, Lieutenant John Cruz from the Auburndale Police Department, Chief Andy Ray from the Bartow Police Department. One of the things that's very important about these operations is that we immediately begin services to the victims of human trafficking. And that's our focus here. So we have prostitution stings, and the whole focus on this is so that we can find the victims of human trafficking. We could not do this without our partner organizations. We have Jody Domain with us today from One More Child. We have Sarah Backelder from Sail of Freedom, right? I'm from Polk County. I always mess that up. Y'all would be disappointed if I didn't mess that up every time. Wouldn't. Katie Ann Parchman from Heartland for Children. Sarah Rockwell from the Children's Advocacy Center. Also, the Department of Children and Families was at this operation, as you'll hear in a few minutes. DCF was very important because we had to rescue some children. I mean, it's not every good parent that lives life without bringing their child to a human trafficking op, right? They were with us as well. And of course, Dr. Mary Ann Thomas, my name, my voice. Thank you all for being here. They provide counseling services and will give you the detail immediately upon our arrest of folks. And they identify the victims of human trafficking for us. But let me give you some data before we get into the color. These folks represent 10 law enforcement agencies. We had a total of 219 arrests. 119 were for prostitution, 83 were for Johns, and there were 17 other arrests. We filed 242 misdemeanor charges, 44 felony charges. The criminal histories of the folks you see here include include a total of 985 previous misdemeanor charges and 680 felony charges. So I don't want anyone to leave here today thinking, oh, these are all just innocent victims, because a lot of them are not innocent victims. A lot of them are criminals. Some of them are victims, and that will be pointed out to you. 2 were charged with human trafficking. Sometimes we work an entire operation without being able to identify the human trafficker because the ladies are scared to death of them. So we think it's a big, big deal that we actually were able to charge criminally 2 with human trafficking, and 2 others are under investigation. 35 of the subjects that we arrested were here illegally in the United States. Did you hear what I said? 35 of them should not have been in the United States, but they were. They were here as suspects, but they were also here as victims. They were forced, indentured into having to be here to pay off their transportation debt, among other issues. They came from 7 different countries: Cuba, Chile, Venezuela, Mexico, Guatemala, Colombia, and the Bahamas. It's important to understand that of those that were here illegally, 3 were victims of human trafficking, 18 were prostitutes that have not been confirmed, and 12 were Johns. But the thing that's most compelling to me, other than the fact that they're here illegally and they shouldn't be in our country or being a victim or victimizing others, was that they were paying off the coyote for their transportation. This is real. For those of you who think that the border issues only pertains to Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California, you couldn't be more wrong. The border crisis is a crisis for every state in the union, and for a lot of victims, it is a border crisis. Seeing the increase in illegal aliens at every operation continues. We are seeing more numbers in every operation, and that should be great pause for the people across the United States. We also arrested 18 from other states: Alabama, California, Georgia, Illinois, Massachusetts, Maryland, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and Wisconsin. Now, you always want to make your spouse happy. It really makes your spouse happy when you're able to announce to her, or we announce to her, because she usually, sometimes he, are looking for their loved ones. 41 of these folks were married. That's right. But they wanted to come do the wild thing with people who were not their spouses. 13 were on public assistance. That's right. You pay taxes into the government so we can have public assistance for those who need it. So a lot of these people were on the government dole with your tax money while they were here engaged in prostitution activity. 42 brought illegal drugs, to include heroin and fentanyl, crack cocaine, methamphetamine, and as I always talk about, my favorite, cannabis. You know, all of those things some people want you to think are low level, nonviolent. I'm suggesting to you just the opposite. It's created a tragedy for a lot of these people's lives. But we wouldn't be complete without the color. First, I want to introduce you to Maria Guzman. She's here illegally. She's from Orlando. That's right. She's one of the human traffickers. You always think of the guys being human traffickers, but she is the one facing the first-degree felony charge, which is 30 years in prison. She's the one that was setting the appointments. She's the one that were prostituting 2 young ladies. She was taking 60 to 70% of their money. She first met them online when she said, "Hey, I'm looking for someone to work construction in the Orlando area," where the victims had met. The 2 victims had met at the border crossing in ICE custody, and they had gone to Minnesota. So then they flew back to work in construction. She just didn't define what construction meant. Yeah, they were going to construct sexual encounters. So as a result, they flew, she hired them, and she kept tabs on them every day and all of their movement. She gave them Wednesdays off, but she still followed them and kept track of them on Wednesdays as well. So at the end of the day, when we think of human traffickers, they're not always guys. Sometimes they're women. And then the second human trafficker that we've charged is from Chicago. Did I mention to you that he's here illegally? That's right. He's come here illegally to victimize people in the United States. And here's the victim that he was trafficking. He loaned her $2,200 to repair a vehicle, and she didn't have the money to pay it back. So he said, "Gonna have to do prostitution." He set up all the appointments. He made arrangements for transportation, and he was taking 60 to 70% of the money once again. Keep in mind that he was not only here illegally, but he set this woman up Now, we calculated based upon what they were charging and how long he had had her doing this, and he had made a whole lot of interest on that $2,200. Then there is these two ladies. These two ladies came to engage in sex. They're friends. Jamara Bradley, who's 27, and Ada Gray. Jamara's from Sanford, Ada's from Lakeland, and they brought the 14-month-old child with them. I didn't stutter. They brought a 14-month-old child. But hey, no worry, they had it figured out. Why Bradley was having sex, Gray was going to watch the baby. And why Gray was going to have sex, then Bradley was going to watch the baby. That's right. Well, we turned the child over immediately to DCF, who was on the premises, and they took the baby and placed it with a family member. Both of them, when I ask, are they employed? Not legally. Their only employment is doing prostitution. That's 2 for 1. Then there's Adam Trotter from Davenport. Adam's 31. He left his 1-year-old daughter at home by herself while he came to this location to have sex. Not really. He said the dog was watching the baby. Did you hear? Did you hear what I said? We interviewed the dog, and the dog said wolf. I guess that means yes in dog language. So we went to the house and we rescued the baby, turned it over to DCF. DCF immediately made sure the baby had services. The dog said, I'll hang out here till he gets out of jail. We made sure the dog had food and water, so y'all chill out now. We didn't see any need to put the dog in dog jail, okay? David Green's from Massachusetts. He's an air conditioner contractor, and he's a special kind of guy. He's 42 years of age, and he's divorced from his wife, and she lives in South Florida. But David, being the kind of wonderful dad he is, flew to South Florida to pick up his daughter because he wanted to celebrate her 15th birthday. So he brought her up to the attractions and promptly left her in the room while he went out to have sex. Here you go, daughter. You enjoyed television in a motel room in Central Florida. Dad's going to be gone for a while. So for his daughter's birthday, he celebrated by wanting to have sex. Now, we call ex-mom. You know, ex-spouses are sometimes difficult anyway. To say that she was angry would be an understatement. But she came and picked up the 15-year-old. Well, I'd like to wish the 15-year-old a happy birthday. For her birthday, we arrested her dad and put him in the jail. So that's where he spent the birthday weekend. Then there's Russell Rogers from Winter Haven. This is a now photo, okay? This is a photo of him in the county jail. He came to have sex. You want to see a before photo? This is Russ Rogers, the athletic director at Vanguard School. And he also is a teacher at Auburndale High School Real Academy. He's married. He's got 3 children. Now, we've arrested him, right? He's in custody, and he says, hey, dudes, y'all got to hurry up. And we go, why? He said, well, it's my wife and daughter. What about them? Well, they're arriving at the airport in Orlando. I got to go get them. We said, hey, coach, you fumbled that one because you're going to be in jail and we're going to have to get him a ride home because you're not going to make it. He had been a coach several times, head coach of some football teams, not only in Florida, but in other areas. And he currently is not a head football coach, but a coach at Vanguard and Auburndale High. Now, here's the interesting part. Not only did he negotiate to have sex, He negotiated to have sex with a lady. These ladies have STDs, potentially could have given to his wife. This dude now is coaching in the county jail. I can't believe that we'd want somebody like this around our children. Then we have James Williams from Atlanta. He's a big time Miami Dolphin fan. And of course, he was elated. I think Miami won by 70 to almost nothing. So he flew from Miami to Orlando. He decided that before he went back to Atlanta, where he lived, don't know why he made a stop here, that he would engage a lady for prostitution. Did I mention that he's the CEO of a disaster recovery business headquartered in California? And he showed up with cocaine, but he didn't just show up with cocaine. He had like his Miami Dolphins shirt and hat. He was celebrating the victory. Well, we celebrated the Dolphin victory too with his arrest. He went to the county jail, and no, he didn't get to keep the Dolphin shirt in the county jail. And then there's Stephen Borston from California. He's the CFO for Paradise Valley Estates, a retirement community in California in the Sacramento area. You know what he said? He was bold. He said, "This is unfair. It's not against the law." I always like it when they know the law better than we do. It's not against the law to cheat on your wife. So he came here all the way from California to cheat on his wife, but he paid money to cheat on his wife. It's called prostitution. So we had to educate him as to the laws of the state of Florida. So he went to jail. I wonder if he took some of, being the CFO, if he took any of the Paradise Valley Estates retirement fund money to have this trip down here where he wanted to cheat on his wife, which wasn't illegal, so he thought. Maybe in California it works like that. But newsflash, he wasn't in California. Then there's Kenneth Green from Davenport. He works for Disney. He's a training coordinator. What would an op be if we didn't arrest somebody that was employed by Disney? Then there's Marquise Nixon. Newsflash, he works for Disney. He works in security. And then there's Carlos Rote from Davenport. Newsflash, he works for Disney. He's a custodian. He's married. You know, I don't know what his wife thought about it, but Disney wasn't happy. Newsflash, Zachary Vu works at the Swan Hotel at Disney. The Swan is a separate entity, but it's on Disney property. Then there was William Tu. So we had William Tu and William Vu. He's a surgical tech, came to the op after working as a DJ at a high school homecoming dance. More news. Look at this face. Don't have him around your kids being a DJ at high school dances. And I don't know where he was a surgical tech, but if you're laying on the gurney and you look up and you see this dude, grab your split tail gown and run. Come back later for your operation. Stephanie Amos from Kissimmee. She's a dental assistant by day, and she's a prostitution deliverer of services by night. Y'all expected me to say something about all of that, but y'all gonna have to fill in the blanks. I can't do it. It's X-rated, but she was in possession of cocaine too. But if you show up at a dental appointment and you see her, you never know where her hands have been. Okay, I'm just saying. Marina Perez from Kissimmee. She said she's a flight attendant for Southwest Airlines. Kind of brings a new meaning to want to get away. Or you're free to move about the cabin. Well, she's free to move about the county jail. She was going to have sex. See, she brought her husband with her. It was kind of a creepy deal. So next time you see her on Southwest, if she really works for them, you might say, "Where's your husband?" Frank Bydark. He's from Claremont. This guy's just a freak. He wanted to do all kinds of nasty stuff. He's 76 years old. 76 years old. And he wanted to do a lot of nasty stuff. He's an Air Force veteran. And then there's Jason Wynn. Jason Wynn is 48. He's from Kissimmee. He came with crack cocaine. He's married. And he said he lives in prison. And we said, "Would you explain that to us? What do you mean you live in prison?" He said, "Living with my wife's like being in prison." And I went, "Dude, you're already in trouble. And you're bad-mouthing your wife while you're trying to get the services of a prostitute." He's got 4 kids. He moved to Florida 2 months ago. Welcome to Florida. Welcome to Polk County. Okay, so when you look at some of these Johns, you think, wow, how could they do that? But I want to go over the dumbest one that we've ever had. All right. This guy has marshmallows for brains. So he's coming to the undercover location. Our undercover operative, who is simply the very best. She works every op with us. She works for the Lakeland Police Department. She's fantastic. Coming to the op, we have to stop a car out in front of the undercover house. So there's the blue lights and the red lights. She immediately gets on the phone and says, "Don't come here, don't come here. The cops are out on the road." Wait. Well, he shows up to see the cops. And she texted him and said, "The cops are clear." He said, "Yeah, I know. What were they doing?" And she said, "Well, there's a warrant." "Well, how do you know there's a warrant?" "Well, I'm curious. I ran out there and heard one cop tell the other, there's a warrant." So he pulls down at the end of the road and watches another guy come into the undercover op. And he says, "Who's that guy going in there?" She said, "That's my brother. Don't worry about it." And in a few minutes, a female goes in. "I'm watching another one enter. Who is that?" "It's my sister. Don't worry about it. Just wait. I'm busy." In a few minutes, the undercover op texts him, "Come on in. I'm ready." You can't make this stuff up. The dude went in. He showed up. Did you hear me? Did you hear what I said? This guy, after watching the cops in the street and watching a guy go in, a girl go in and not come out, he showed up. I was there. I saw it. I shared with him the fact that, "Mister, I've watched hundreds of arrests. You win the trophy." That is the dumbest action I've ever seen. He didn't get it at all. I'm going to turn this over now. First, we're going to have Assistant Chief Marvin Tarver, then Chief Velasquez, and Chief, let's see, who else is going to talk? Chief Parker. They're going to speak to you a little bit from their perspective of the police departments. After that, Jody Domain, Katie and Parchment, and Marianne Thomas will speak to you, and then we'll take questions, okay? So, Chief, come on up.
Sir. All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. And I thank everyone for being here today. I want to say good morning to you. Human trafficking is a heinous crime that preys on the vulnerability of countless individuals. It's the kind of crime that knows no boundaries. You know, it affects people of all ages, of all genders, and all backgrounds. And it's just imperative that the Lakeland Police Department, the Polk County Sheriff's Department, and all law enforcement agencies address this issue to bring these people who perpetrate this crime to justice. And today, I just want to thank Sheriff Judd for his unwavering stance against human trafficking. I also want to thank the men and women of law enforcement who work tirelessly, to help restore those who have been victimized by this crime. The Lakeland Police Department will continue to work with the Sheriff's Department and all the agencies represented here to deal with this crime, to eradicate this grave violation of human rights, and to ensure that we can live in a safe and a just community. Thank you.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank all of the men and women of the law enforcement agencies that participated in this operation. Without them, this would not have been such a success. Many, many, many hours of hard work, of just dirty work, nasty things that people don't like to think about. They did a great job, so hats off to them. You heard that a lot of people were arrested. A lot of people were. Not everybody went to jail. Not everybody is going to be prosecuted. You're going to hear shortly about how this is also a turning point, or it's an opportunity to have a turning point in their life. Services are offered. People can get their lives back on track. Even the people who were arrested for the crimes. It's a turning point. Make a decision and get things right. To the critics, because there's always going to be people that say, again, as the sheriff said, it's a victimless crime. You've heard that. What if it was your child? Think about that. Whether it was your child as a young person or as a grown adult, they need some kind of intervention and they need some kind of, so they have an opportunity now. Last, to people who might be thinking about it, it amazes me the number of people who will do it time and time again, even after they get arrested. Looks way too good to be true. A lot of times they'll say that. It may not be what you expect when you're on the computer or you're on the phone. You may be getting ready to walk into a robbery. You may be showing up and the person you think you're going to have sex with, that's an adult, could be a child, or it could be us. And many times, more than not, it is going to be us. So to those who are thinking about it, we just encourage you not to mess around and find out. Thank you.
Good morning. As we see by these pictures, this is a continuing problem. I mean, as the sheriff said, there are people that are repeatedly arrested for this over and over and over again. Apparently, they just don't learn. Davenport is a small but rapidly growing community. And to have something like this so close to our community, in our community, we stand next to the sheriff and his team to fight this. I mean, we'll do whatever we can to try to eradicate this problem continuing. Again, just like my colleagues, I want to thank all the hard-working men and women of law enforcement that came out for this operation. Davenport supported them with a total of 6 officers and detectives through the week-long process, and we're proud to do that, and we will continue to do that. Every operation, we are committed to have somebody at these operations stand alongside the detectives. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jody Domingue, and I'm the Executive Director of Anti-Trafficking for One More Child. We have anti-trafficking services across the state of Florida, in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Ohio. But this partnership with the Polk County Sheriff's Office and these operations is by far our longest standing and most precious relationship. At each of these, we are able to have our expert staff who consist of advocates, lived experience experts, and trauma therapists, yes, right there on the ground to offer services in people's most critical moments. And because of that, we were able to have 5 victims of trafficking identified immediately, not arrested, and brought to safe shelter. But for us, our most important work
is after, the day after, and when we continue to follow up. We've been able to talk to and follow up with 87 individuals to assist them in providing a path for a life to self-sufficiency and out of the life of sexual exploitation. And I want to share with you a bit why it's important that although people can't be identified the night of, we show up anyways. In 2018, Sarah showed up to a Polk County Sheriff's Office operation, and she was mad. We say she was feisty, she was spicy, she was cussing out law enforcement. She broke off her cuffs 2 different times, but she had showed up with a man who might have been a trafficker. So as they always do, the Sheriff's Office let us bring her into a private room and ask her some questions. And Sarah said, "I am not a trafficking victim. I choose to do this. I love this life, and I don't need your help." Well, we talked to Sarah the following day and we asked her, how did you get into this life? And Sarah shared what we hear time and time again. She said, at 13 years old, I was running away from an abusive foster home. And when I was on the streets, I had to trade sex for a place to stay. Now, we kept up with Sarah for many years. She would call and thank us. She said, your staff are the first people that believed that I was worth more than a life in the street doing prostitution. Well, I received a phone call about 6 months ago, and it was Sarah. And she was in the car, and she said, "Miss Jody, I wanted you to be my last call." She said, "I am on my way to a program, and I am ready and committed to officially turn my life around." And yes, we're playing the long game. It took some time, but because of this partnership and because of that night many years ago for Sarah, she's able now to receive the services that she very much desires and needs. So Sheriff Judd, Polk County Sheriff's officers, the agencies here today, thank you for your continued partnership, for the ability to impact many, many Sarahs. And we are so excited to impact many more. And listen, if your story is like Sarah's, please know there is help for you out there. There are services that can provide hope and self-sufficiency and a new future for you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Katie Parchment. I'm the Resiliency Coordinator for Heartland for Children. We are the lead agency under the Department of Children and Families that cover the child welfare system for Polk Highlands and Hardy counties. First, I would like to thank Sheriff Judd for encouraging the collaboration always among agencies during these operations and recognizing that early intervention is important and critical to not only helping people overcome the trauma that they're facing, but then also to help reduce the recurrence of this taking place again. Heartland for Children's mission is to improve safety, permanency, and well-being for children in Polk, Highlands, and Hardy counties. One important way of ensuring this is by helping parents build parental resilience and appropriate coping mechanisms to address their trauma. During this operation, we encountered a number of people with children. We are thankful that we were able to provide resources and assistance such as Hope Florida and findhelp.org to help families have the tools needed to be individual gain individual parenting skills without the need for intervention from the Department of Children and Families. There were countless law enforcement officers and NGO personnel that demonstrated compassion, empathy, and care while interacting with these victims of human trafficking that were recovered. This trauma-informed approach is modeled throughout our services as well. And so it's wonderful to see it happening on the law enforcement end and then transition over to our services end. Before I go, I would like to encourage any parents who feel overwhelmed or if they need to step into this life to reach out for help. The Department of Children and Families, Heartland for Children, One More Child, Sail of Freedom, we are all there to help. Ask for help, reach out for help, because we want to be able to help sustain your family without the need for intervention and without the need for a life of trafficking or trauma as a result of prostitution. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marianne Thomas, and my organization is My Name, My Voice. First of all, thank you to Sheriff Judd and thank you to all of the fine men and women that you see here today. Thank you to Polk County Sheriff's Office, Lake County Sheriff's Office, my new friends there, and all of the police departments that you see today. Sheriff Judd recognized years ago that while the detectives, deputies, and officers have contact with victims of all types of crime nearly every day, they don't have many resources for those they meet. To help his team serve victims well, the sheriff invited all of the NGOs you see here today to stand in and to assist victims on every human trafficking operation. That one decision has resulted in all identified victims being recovered and released to their dreams. It resulted in dozens more recognizing that there is another life out there for them, and it afforded those individuals opportunities to change their life. For the NGOs you see up here and the individuals we serve, this doesn't end when the operation does. We continue to encourage the individuals we have met to take the steps necessary to change their life. We help them find the services they need in the language they speak, in the place they want to live. We continue to offer support, encouragement, and gentle nudges to assist them in making hard steps in creating a new life. We teach them that to have a new life, you have to create a new community. And then we follow that up with introducing them to even more service providers to build that safe and healthy community. For all of you watching today, please educate yourself about human trafficking, what it really looks like, what grooming and recruitment are, and the dangers online that are often the first step into being trafficked. And finally, for the people who I met this week, I am sorry that this is how we had to meet, but I am glad that we had a chance to talk. Thank you for allowing me to sit with you in a tough moment. Thank you for listening to me as I shared why I do this work. Thank you for sharing with me your own struggles and how you ended up in that room. And I meant what I said. You do not have to do this. You are worth so much more. Call any one of those numbers that you received. The people on the other end want to help. Just try. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Sheriff, you mentioned that the human traffickers, you don't always arrest alleged human traffickers in these operations. Can you speak more to the challenges with arresting these people, and also with these two in particular, do you think there are more victims out there?
There certainly are more victims out there, and we are always on the search for victims. Many times those that are forced into being victims of human traffickers are scared to death of the trafficker. For example, in this one occasion, the lady that was the human trafficker, she's from the same area in Venezuela. She gave the implicit idea that I know your family in Venezuela. It goes from veiled threats to outright threats. We'll hurt you, we'll kill you, we'll cut off your drugs, we'll cut off your way of life. There won't be any more food, there won't be any more shelter. You see, they many times grab these victims off of the streets. They provide shelter, clothes, food, drugs, and then they indenture them into this horrible life of prostitution. And then they scare them. They're scared to death of these human traffickers. And more times than not, overwhelmingly more times than not, they will not, the victims will not give up their human trafficker. We think it's wonderful this time that we found two, and we believe we're going to be able to charge two more. We still have some investigative work to do. We go an entire operation, and we know the trafficker is there. Many times they get charged with deriving proceeds from driving them there to the scene, the victims. However, the victims won't talk. Some of the toughest victims we deal with are victims of human trafficking. So if they don't talk, we make the best case we can with the evidence we have at the time.
Sheriff, can you provide some more clarity on how the victims and the suspects are able to cross the border and then how they end up here in Florida?
Well, they hook up with a coyote, all right? Last operation, we had 4 ladies that came to the operation. They went from Cuba to Guatemala. In Guatemala, they met the coyote or the tribe. And that person said, hey, for this amount of money, I will get you into the United States. And, well, I don't have that money. Well, do we have a deal for you? We'll move you into a job and you stay with us until you pay us off. The job just happens to be prostitution. Every day, the coyotes move people across that southern border. Some of them operate from the southern border. Some of them are picking them up once they're inside the United States. But they're paying to get here, and or they're paying for transportation after they get here. Many of the people that are coming across that southern border illegally are victims, are being victimized. Some of the people coming across that southern border are trying to come here for a better way of life for them and their families. And then they're being met with the criminals. And once the criminals get them here, what are you going to do? You can't call the cops. You're here illegally. I brought you here. I own you. We have seen victims that were actually tattooed or branded with their trafficker's name or nickname. So this is a real deal. And it's happening every moment of every day across the south border with all the other crime that's occurring there. And of course, people continue to ignore, this administration continues to ignore, this federal administration continues to ignore the fact that we've got a crisis at the southern border. It's not just the people coming here illegally. If that were the sum total of all of this, you wouldn't have a lot. That is the tip of the iceberg about all the people that are coming here, all the fentanyl. They're killing more people with fentanyl across the southern border than we lost in major wars in this country by the day or by the year. So when are we going to wake up? When are we going to wake up and say, a lot of the people coming across the southern border are also being victimized as well as coming here illegally? When are they going to wake up and understand that there's thousands upon thousands of kids and folks being killed by the drugs that's smuggled? And they'll push a group of people over here, and why immigration and the border people are busy there, then they turn out and run the suspects or the drugs, or specifically the coyotes will bring these folks across in a different area. So at the end of the day, it's a monumental problem. Yes, ma'am.
How many of the trafficking victims came from across the border?
We can give you that number. I don't know off the top of my head, but some of them did.
Do you feel there'll be additional trafficking victims identified out of those who were arrested?
Oh, I believe so. Yes, absolutely. Because not all of the victims that we see here admitted to being victims. Some of them are dug in. But as Jody just explained, we plant the seeds in every operation. Now, from a 2018 case, we see the lady 5 years later change her life and call back to Jody and say, thank you for your work 5 years ago. So some of what we've done here won't bloom into a success story for years and years. Some of it will immediately. But folks, the bottom line is anybody who thinks this is two adults entering into a consensual business relationship for sex and money is wrong. They're so wrong. They're absolutely wrong. Wake up and understand what's really happening here. Yes, ma'am.
I know of the people arrested, the youngest age given was 18. I know it was stated some people weren't arrested. Were there any minors among those who appeared?
I don't believe we saw any minors that were prostituting this time. We have seen them in the past. Anything else? God bless you. God bless the United States of America, and God bless all of our teams that work so very hard on this. See y'all later. I have today with me Mark Glass, who is the commissioner of FDLE, Brian Haas, who is our state attorney in the 10th Judicial Circuit, Susan Lopez, who is a state attorney in the 13th Circuit, and our Attorney General, Ashley Moody. We're here to talk about an investigation that we all work together. And truly, it's the only way we can appropriately do these investigations. We were also joined by the Hillsborough Sheriff's Office, which assisted us, and the Florida Highway Patrol, which assisted us, and the Federal Homeland Security, which assisted us. And this was the single largest, let me say that again, investigation and seizure of fentanyl in the history of Polk County. Now, the sad part about it is I was here just a few months ago saying this is the largest seizure of fentanyl in the history of Polk County. Listen, folks, this stuff is killing us, and my colleagues are going to give you the details about that, but I want to give you an overview. And this just rings all of the bells. So it being Halloween, you know, it's trick or treat. They tried to treat us with fentanyl, and we tricked them with an arrest. And we are here to give you Juan Manuel Gutierrez Medina Sr. He's 56 years of age. Juan Manuel Gutierrez Jr. Medina Jr., he's 25 years of age. And Roberto Roca, who's 55 years of age. Let me explain what happened. We went undercover. Our detectives are simply the very best. And we met with Roberto Roca in Bartow. He showed up on time. Did you hear that? I mean, for those of you that are watching this that understand undercover drug investigations, no drug dealer shows up on time. I mean, it's just genetically inclined. So this guy shows up as he's supposed to. We can't determine his alien status, but he delivered to us 1 kilo of cocaine, and that was on September the 14th in Bartow. Then on September 16th, we got this kilo from Manuel. Then Roberto showed up on September the 16th with 3 more kilos. So now we've got 4 kilos of fentanyl. And this fentanyl is mixed with methamphetamine. It's stamped into pills. This is really pure meth. So the investigation's underway. We met with Roberto again on October the 5th and made a partial payment. They were fronting this dope to us and had never met us before. Did you hear that? That's how fluid and how much of this dope is around. And for those that are familiar with the dope world, normally you don't float kilos of fentanyl, meth, cocaine with someone you just started doing business with, but they did. During this time, we're having conversations and we figure out this is Sinaloa cartel dope. And it came from Sinaloa to Compton, and then it came to Polk County straight out of Compton. So as the investigation went on, Juan Sr. left to go to Compton to pick up some more drugs. Now we followed him around in Compton, and he went from there north towards San Francisco, and he came back. In the meantime, we have a warrant for his arrest, a first-degree felony, 25-year minimum mandatory, 30-year sentence. So we worked with the sheriff's office in Los Angeles County, and we said, hey, his phone's pinging in this house. We've got surveillance. Our guys were there surveilling. We also had Homeland Security there with us. They wouldn't knock on the door. Did you hear me? The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department would not knock on the door. They said, hey, we're glad to help you if we find him on the streets. If we catch him driving, give us a call. We'll be all over it. We don't knock on doors. I don't understand what that's all about, but I can understand that if that is their standard policy, we now have another example of why the felons own California. The dope smugglers own California. But they made a mistake when they came to Florida because we knock on doors. We arrest people. So on the 18th, Juan Sr. is coming back. And when he gets into Florida in Suwannee County, the Highway Patrol stopped him for us where we arrested him. Now they're in a panic. He's locked up. By the way, we have an ICE hold on him. Did I mention that he's here illegally from Mexico? And he's been deported several times. He's got a long history with Border Patrol. And he's here again, and he's bringing poison to kill people in the United States. So he's under arrest. They're freaked out. They need money. So anyway, our undercover guy's still cool undercover. And Juan Gutierrez Medina Jr. delivers us 6 more kilos on October the 20th in Hillsborough County. And then on October the 25th, we, along with the Hillsborough Sheriff's Office and the FDLE, arrest him. Now, what's important to point out is Commissioner Mark Glass and I have discussed this the entire time, and they're going to give you the details that I have left out about the funding. But FDLE was with us every step of the way. But I want to point something out clearly. No one of us can do this by ourselves because it quickly left Polk County when you're talking about smuggling this much drug. When you understand how deadly this drug is, when you understand that 10 kilos can overdose and kill 5 million people. You see, because it takes 2 milligrams to overdose and kill someone. When you understand that the drug dealers don't give a red cent about your life, they're there to make money. You understand how dangerous this is. Now you add to the mix that there is a very violent, deadly Sinaloa cartel involved in this that's bringing the drugs up. They're bringing them here with Juan Jr. and Juan Sr., who are here illegally. In fact, Juan Jr. was removed and tried to enter the country 4 days later after his removal and somehow got back here again. But of course, if he gets to California, nobody's paying any attention out there because in California, they think more of drug traffickers and criminals than they do of honest, law-abiding citizens. So the case goes on. It's still under investigation. There are ICE holds on father and son now for whatever good that does. But we have the power team here today. I thank our Attorney General, Ashley Moody, from the bottom of my heart. I'm introducing her first to speak. She is the one that brings us all together. She is the one that's there when it's time to work and keep the people of the state of Florida safe. You see, we saved lives, lots of lives, a ton of lives, because we took this drug off the street. General?
Thank you, Sheriff. Today is Halloween, and it is certainly a scary announcement that we are making today, because today is not just about Polk County, although your amazing Sheriff, Grady Judd, and the hardworking men and women with him and with FDLE probably saved a bunch of lives here in Polk County. That's the reality of it. But today is an announcement that involves some scary individuals, not only within operating criminal enterprises within the United States, but originating in Sinaloa, Mexico, and the Sinaloa cartel. The reality is, when folks talk about our wide open border, and we talk about the scary people traversing our border, as a federal judge said in a case that we won here out of Florida, that the border is now nothing more than a line in the sand. There are scary people just freely walking back and forth over that border. I've been there personally, repeatedly, and I've watched it with my own eyes. And it's not just scary people, it's drugs that will kill you. And when I say that, parents, please be advised, this is a moment to talk to your children about what is happening in our country and the realities that they are now going to face in our communities. Because if you had a doubt, there should be none any longer. Fentanyl is here and it is killing Floridians. And I thank so much for law enforcement for stepping in the gap when our leaders are not sealing off that border as they should. The people that are stepping on those front lines and doing the dirty work are our law enforcement men and women. And they will tell you this stuff is dangerous. When they go in and try to arrest someone or seize fentanyl, it can kill them. And they are grieving as well as they watch people in their communities pass and die from preventable harm. And so we thank Sheriff Judd, we thank Commissioner Glass, we thank everyone involved for stepping into the breach and protecting Floridians. And when Governor DeSantis and our law enforcement leaders send people to the border to help those there trying to intercept those coming across, they are doing that to protect the men and women and children in Florida. Here's the reality. In this one case, originating in Sinaloa, Mexico, into the United States and right here into the heart of Florida, Polk County, Florida, 5 million people could have died as a result of the seizure of 10 kilograms of fentanyl. And this is very pure fentanyl. Now, let me put that in perspective to you. That's enough to kill every child in the state of Florida. They seized enough fentanyl that could kill every child in the state of Florida. The fastest growing demographic of those dying to fentanyl overdose are children under the age of 14. This is such a significant case. This could have harmed so many people in Florida. And so this is not just about this Polk County. This is about our nation. This is about our state. This is about mitigating the harm to our children and our community members. And I thank Governor DeSantis and our legislative leaders as well, who had the forethought to dedicate specific resources to investigations in cases just like this. In this past legislative session, I was so proud to stand with Governor DeSantis when he said, we're going to allocate resources to law enforcement investigations targeting fentanyl poison peddlers. And this is the first case as a result of those grants. So congratulations goes to Sheriff Grady Judd and the Polk County Sheriff's Office. This is a major victory, not just for this county, but for our state. And it shows when you give resources to the men and women of law enforcement to do their jobs and protect our state and protect our citizens, it works. And so when you see nonsense policies in other states and other cities that are just imploding, like how can we distribute more drug paraphernalia programs, drug vending machines, open air drug markets? The contrast to that nonsense is the state of Florida. Because we know in order to stop this, in order to protect our citizens, you have to go after the head of these organizations and cut off the head. And you have to put them in jail for a long time. These folks that Grady Judd was pointing out will face significant drug charges. And at the same time, while we will be aggressive and we will be forceful in going after those murderous individuals, by the way, these folks, and I don't know, if I didn't hear this, I'm sorry. There was some indication that when they were just packaging these drugs, when they were just transporting them, people were passing out and they had to be revived from Narcan. So they are selling this stuff in our communities knowing that it could kill people. They are murderers. They are injecting poison in our communities. So we have to be forceful, determined, focused, aggressive, going after them, and we will. It sets us apart from other places in this nation that are on a downward spiral. But what we will also do in Florida is focus on how do we help those that are struggling? How do we help those that have become addicted? And I would implore on this Halloween with this announcement, anyone that has found themselves suffering from drug addiction, even if it hasn't been to fentanyl, fentanyl is now in every drug that is on the market. and it is being put into drugs, and people are ingesting it unwittingly, and they're dying. So if you've ever thought about getting help, in Florida, we've dedicated resources. You can go to treatmentatlas.org and find a place where you can get help based on where you are, based on your individual circumstances. I would implore you to take advantage. We've made it easy to do, and we've dedicated significant resources to recovery. So again, thank you so much to Sheriff Judd and to all the men and women of law enforcement. I was able to personally meet and thank those that are going in and disrupting these organizations. It's hard work. It's dangerous work, not only because of the drugs involved, but because of the people involved. And the state of Florida owes you a debt of gratitude. Thank you so much.
Thank you, General. In fact, you know, in most of my press conferences, we bring the dope here, but we have only photographs of the dope. It is immensely dangerous just to do hand-to-hand undercover transactions of this drug, because just the dust can be a fatal overdose. So they literally risk their life just to buy this. And you were right. One of the folks, senior here, the leader of the pack, said on one occasion out in Compton when he was packaging up dope, they had to call paramedics and use the AEDs, as he said, in order to revive him. And on another occasion, while he was packaging dope, he collapsed and he woke up the next day. But I have with me Mark Glass. Mark Glass has been our commissioner for just over 1 year, and he called me with some great news. He says, Grady, he said, we have more resources that was created by the legislature and Governor DeSantis. I can tell you, Governor DeSantis has shown time and again that he's going to protect law enforcement, and he's going to protect and have the backs of the people who keep the folks in the state of Florida safe. Florida is a safe state. It is the only safest state in the union of large states. Listen, folks, this is huge for us. What the governor and the legislature did, and Mark Glass led the charge. FDLE was with us every step of the way. We could not have done this investigation without the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Glass.
Thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate it. Thank you. One of the best part of my job is, as a commissioner, is seeing the life-saving work that our law enforcement community does every day. And as you just heard from the Attorney General, that's what happened here. Life-saving work. These agents and deputies went in and they've tracked this stuff, this terrible, terrible, toxic stuff. And I believe, Attorney General, you said it best one time, weapons of mass destruction. So, and I agree with that because of what it can do to our neighborhoods, what it can do to our children, what it can do to our society. This has no place in the state of Florida or in the United States or anywhere in the world, if you ask me, other than medical. So with the help of Sheriff Judd, I did come to him and asked him to let him know that we had this program. And I will tell you, this is marks a special milestone for public safety, because these are the first arrests in our state using the SAFE grant program. And what is SAFE? SAFE is short for State Assistance for Fentanyl Eradication. And this program provides money and for local law enforcement agencies and their investigators to root out fentanyl and drug traffickers. So, and this is exactly the type of case that Governor DeSantis had in mind when he signed that SAFE grant into legislation. So this money could be used for investigation techniques, overtime, and other things that these departments so desperately need to do these type of long-term investigations. Now, the governor understands that investigations into drug trafficking organizations could be very expensive and also cost prohibitive for some agencies. And this is what this grant is made for. And it's easier to arrest low-level street dealers, but much more time-consuming and dangerous and costly to investigate entire organizations. Now, I want to thank Governor DeSantis and our lawmakers for their support of the SAFE program, and also firsthand, I know this is just first of many cases, and there's more in the hopper. So I'm hoping to have more of these type of events with the sheriff and the attorney general and the governor. But I want to tell you, never has been a time when shutting down a drug trafficking organization has been more important. We have open borders, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't noticed that. Now, I had the privilege and the honor to fly out and look and be at the border with Sheriff Judd from Polk County, the Attorney General, and the Governor. And we were able to stand there on the border and see how porous our borders are and what's actually going on there. We actually had the opportunity to have a set of binoculars looking out through the big fence and looking out in the distance and seeing a fentanyl factory in Mexico run by this cartel that you just saw this 10 kilos come from. We actually saw the place. And that shows you how close they are to the border and how brazen they are just to cross it over at any time. But let me give you a little idea. And the medical examiners from the Florida Drug and Deceased Persons Report. Now we're talking about usually 6 months to a year behind on the data sets. But medical examiners determined there were more than 7,000 drug-related deaths in 6 months. 7,000. 7,000. I mean, think about that. 7,000 people in Floridians are not in 6 months were gone due to drug-related deaths with fentanyl. That's a lot. I mean, any other time we would consider that an attack, a war on our populace. So this drug is terrible. It's killing more people than we can shake a stick at, and it's more potent than heroin. And they don't care. They'll put it in Xanax, Adderall, and counterfeit prescription pills, which is getting a lot of our youth. They're thinking they're stamped and they're done well, and they got it from grandma's cabinet, and they're going to use it and sell it, and they're stamping it. And you sometimes can't even tell what you got, and you don't know the mixture of it, and it can kill you in just a moment. Now, we're so lucky in Florida to have dedicated law enforcement officers. So we met today that we're working this case with my FDLE agents and officers like Sheriff Grady Judd. His leadership in this great county, in Polk County, is amazing, and it outreaches beyond Polk County. It reaches all throughout our state and our nation. And I'm thankful for his friendship, and I'm also thankful for his brave men and women that work for his office to be able to do what they have done, and working with my special agent in charge, Mark Brunell, and my FDLE agents, being able to put this type of stuff and to stop it from getting to you and your families in your local communities. Now, I'm also very thankful for everything we've been able to do over the years, working with the different departments, but this is a reach out to all law enforcement entities. I want you to take advantage of this SAFE program. There is funding in there, working with our agents. And if you need to know more about it, you can call Sheriff Judd. He can tell you how great the program is. Please reach out to that. And we'll also just get with your local FDLE, and we'll be able to help you and walk you through it. But this is here. The Governor DeSantis signed this into legislation, and he is adamant about eradicating fentanyl in our great state. And thank you, Attorney General, for your support in this. And we appreciate everything you do for us too. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, sir. Next, we're going to hear from two of our state attorneys. My state attorney, Brian Haas, as I stand up here and say, he's simply the very best state attorney, but I guess I've got two great state attorneys, the best today. No matter how much work we do, if it weren't for these great state attorneys prosecuting the case, then nothing would happen. And Brian Haas and I work hand in glove every day, and that's how it should be between law enforcement agencies and the state attorney who's the prosecutor. His team is awesome. I couldn't be more proud of Brian and the 10th Judicial Circuit, because we go after bad guys. And that's why crime in the unincorporated area of Polk County is at a 51-year low. We couldn't do it without the prosecutor, without the prosecutors, without these offices. They're the ones that ultimately keep the state of Florida safe by making sure that the very violent, the very dangerous criminals go to prison and remain in prison. Mr. Haas?
Thank you, Sheriff. I think this case is really an example of the crisis that we have in our country, but it's not about a faraway place at a border somewhere a great distance from here. It's right up here in our community. And this shows that the drugs are making it here, and they're having an impact on our citizens. You know, this morning I started my day speaking to some high school students. It's actually my favorite part of the job, getting to work with kids and talk about their future and inspire them. And as I'm standing here, I can't help but think about these drugs and the intended target. And I believe it was kids just like the ones I spoke with this morning. And thankfully, these drugs will not reach there. But we know that this fight goes on. And these kids have such a promising future. They are our future of the community, who have all kinds of great plans for ahead. But if they're get a hold of these drugs, it's not going to be that way. So this is real impact on real people. And I'm so honored to be the state attorney of the 10th Circuit and to have the partnership that we have with Sheriff Judd. And then you look at a case like this where we have our state law enforcement partners and our attorney general. What a great team to do the best we can to stop these drugs from coming into our community. And the last thing I'd like to say is a shout out to our law enforcement agents who work these cases. They're the ones that are putting in the work that can be such a grind, and it's just flat dangerous. And they're missing things with their family, important events that go on. They put these things first. It's priority. And it's because of them and their dedication that we are able to have these cases. So it's an important moment. The case goes to the courts from here. And another great thing about the state of Florida is we have great laws, and our legislature and our governor have been very careful to make sure that we have strong sentencing in cases like this, mandatory minimums. And I'm so thankful for that, because that really, really helps us when it comes time to put these people where they belong. And that's in Florida State Prison for a very, very long time. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. Thank you, Sheriff.
Let me introduce to you Susan Lopez, the state attorney for the 13th Circuit, which is Tampa and Hillsborough County. She's made a remarkable difference in a short period of time. I was blessed that I was invited to be there when the governor appointed her as the state attorney. And what we've seen with the Honorable Lopez is her and her team going after the violent people, the bad people, certainly the people that were leaking across the county here committing crimes for us. She understands that nothing is more important than the safety and security of not only the people of the state of Florida, but specifically Tampa and Hillsborough County. People are alive in Tampa and Hillsborough County today because Mrs. Lopez is your state attorney. And she is going after people in a team effort, in a team manner with all of us to make sure that we're all safe. And she has some of these cases because working with FDLE in Hillsborough County, some of our arrests occurred there. So, Susan?
Thank you, Sheriff. Sheriff is right. This is a team effort. Crime knows no boundaries. It doesn't know where the county line is. So it's important for all of us to work together. I want to first applaud the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and all of our state lawmakers for creating SAFE program. It's directly addressing one of the biggest public health emergencies that we have, and that is fentanyl. Plain and simple, fentanyl kills. SAFE is saving lives. A piece of fentanyl the size of a grain of sand is enough to kill one person. 1 kilo of fentanyl has the potential to kill 500,000 people. These criminals that we've learned about today were trafficking enough of this poison, and that's exactly what it is, poison, to kill millions of people in the state of Florida, not only in Hillsborough County or Polk County, but all across the state. And through the diligent work of our brothers and sisters in law enforcement who put their lives on the line every day in everything that they do, I do not doubt that many, many lives have been saved. We've heard a lot about the border this morning. We always hear about illegal fentanyl coming in from the border, but few of us think that it will actually make it to our doorstep. I'm here to tell you, and you've heard this morning, that fentanyl has made it to Hillsborough County and it's made it to Polk County. In fact, in Hillsborough County, in the last 5 years alone, the number of fentanyl-related cases has jumped by 1,300%. Why is that? Drug traffickers are using fentanyl to cut or to mix in with other street drugs. It's cheaper to make, and they can then therefore turn a bigger profit. And unfortunately, fentanyl is killing mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters, our friends, our families, our coworkers. In Hillsborough County in 2022, we had 226 fentanyl-related deaths. That is why my office and Mr. Haas's office are taking such a strong stance against these drug traffickers and drug dealers. The legislature has given us strict laws. Trafficking in fentanyl is a first-degree felony punishable by up to 30 years in the Florida State Prison. In an amount 28 grams or more, it is punishable by a 25-year mandatory minimum prison sentence. There is also a $500,000 fine associated with that charge. You've heard from Sheriff Judd that one of these defendants will be facing a judge and a court in Hillsborough County. That individual sold 6 kilos, enough to kill well over 500,000 people, to one of the agents involved in this case. He is, of course, facing the 25-year mandatory minimum and the $500,000.
I want everybody to remember what she just said. An ounce of that is over 25 years. It's not a little punishment.
$1,000 fine. And we've learned that the fentanyl that he brought into Hillsborough County is the purest of the pure. It's not been cut. It is the highest quality that can be detected by a lab. I want to thank Sheriff Judd, the Polk County Sheriff's Office, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and Commissioner Glass and his team, as well as my colleague, State Attorney Haas, because like we said, we're in this together. Crime knows no boundaries. I want to thank them for their investigation and their work to secure these arrests. We look forward to their partnership as we bring these individuals to justice. And lastly, I want to thank Attorney General Moody and Governor DeSantis. They put fentanyl at the forefront of what they are addressing right now, because fentanyl is in every corner of Polk County, Hillsborough County, and the state of Florida. It has touched every neighborhood, every office building, every school and church. It has touched. So together, in a collaborative effort, we will end the fentanyl crisis in the state of Florida. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to show you this one more time. I want to ask you, if since 2018, there were 250,000 murders in this country, what would we as a country be doing today to stop it? We would build a wall 50 foot tall at the border to stop it. But I want you to think about this. Since 2018, 250,000 people have died from a fentanyl overdose in the United States. And yet, we can't get a police agency to knock on a door so we can serve a warrant in Compton today. You think there's a problem? There's a problem. The rule makers won't back up the cops. The cops quit doing the job the way it should be done. In this state, Governor DeSantis supports us. In this state, we stop drugs from going to the streets. In this state, we knock on doors. In this state, we keep people safe. And this is evident this morning. I also want to thank the federal partners from Homeland Security who went with us across the United States to help us. But at the end of the day, folks, this is serious. Like we've never seen anything serious before, because this drug in that small amount kills you DRT, dead right there and dead right now, not dead later, not deteriorating your body over time, DRT. And I appreciate our teamwork, but this is Halloween. And I want all the drug dealers to know every day is going to be Halloween for you. You try to bring these illegal treats in, and we're going to trick you and put you in prison. After all, it's not really a treat, it's a trick. Thank you, and God bless you. See you soon.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
So this was an international drug operation that you narrowed in on in Bartow. Were they living in Polk County for a long time, operating in Polk County, or do they kind of jump around?
Two of them were living in Riverview, in Hillsborough County. Junior was also living in Compton. So they were moving between Compton and Hillsborough County. And our undercover folks, which, as I've told you before, are simply the very best in the business, infiltrated this gang, discovered this huge amount of fentanyl being trafficked. And that's where the investigation began. But understand that Juan Sr. and Juan Jr. are here illegally. They're not supposed to be here. And they're coming across the border with enough drugs to kill 5 million of your children. How's that working? They're killing people. They're killing your children. So at the end of the day, that's why we're all here. And there's a visual presentation here that I want everyone to understand. We're all working together. These are all our kids. We don't want them killing kids in Polk or Hillsborough or Florida or any place else in the United States or the world. But this stuff is deadly like we've never seen in our careers.
So you have any idea how long they were operating in the Riverview?
We know that they have been in and out of this country since the 90s. And I don't see any gainful employment. You know what I'm saying? So I suspect they've been pushing drugs since the 90s. Fentanyl has just taken off in the last few years, but it's really bad stuff. I'm just telling you right now. And once you come home in the evening and discover your child deceased in the bedroom, it's too late. Every parent across this nation ought to be up right in the face of all of their elected officials going, what are you thinking? What are you doing? How can you make it a misdemeanor to possess these drugs in California or decriminalize them in Oregon? They're killing people. And this is the worst of the worst.
You mentioned there was a connection to the Sinaloa cartel. Is it, I don't know, is it proper terminology? Do they work for the cartel, or is it, how does that work?
Well, I don't think they have former contracts with the Sinaloa cartel, but yes, Sinaloa cartel is a group of very dangerous, very violent drug dealers who don't have much problem with competition because they just kill them. And then they control the drug cartel. So if you want to sell drugs in the United States, Sinaloa can help you out. They can set you on a path. And that's what's happened here. This came out of Sinaloa by the cartel, and they're moving drugs across this porous border by the metric ton, not just fentanyl, methamphetamine. We did a deal recently where we've been bringing liquid meth over the border by the 5-gallon bucket. And I think we did 40 or 50 gallons of it. But you know when things change? When the community rises up. Now, we are all watching a horrible war where Israel was attacked by the terrorist. Well, there's a silent war here where your children are being attacked by the cartel and the drug dealers, and the end result's the same. Think about it. We've seen thousands of people killed in Israel, and that's horrible. Imagine 250,000 killed in the United States by these folks that are dealing with that kind of drug. That's what's happening. The difference is it's a silent war. It doesn't make noise because there's not a big explosion when the bomb goes off. You just die quietly in your car or at a friend's house or in a street behind a building. And the only way it's going to stop, we can stand up and scream and holler and arrest and prosecute people to keep it at bay. But until all of you in the community recognize we don't want any more of this, it's going to continue. It can be stopped, but we got to have some help. So just help a brother and sister out.
Oh, what a sweetheart comment.
Get serious about it, okay? Yes, ma'am.
How long did the investigation take as a whole, and what was is there a total overall grant from the SAFE program, like the amount that paid for it?
You know, interestingly enough, this investigation was quick. We started it in September. So it was, some investigations, depending on the complexity of it and the challenges, go on for months and a year or two. This one was wrapped up in less than 60 days. And quite frankly, the governor signing the legislation allowing us to have the SAFE money allows you to play in an entire different arena. You can go out and buy and get involved in these groups whenever you have the appropriate money and support. And Florida takes it serious. That's why Florida is safe, but it can be safer. That's why California is not safe. And it's going to be less safe as time goes on, and the drug use and abuse is there, and the cops back away. And that's what we saw. The cops are backing away. And they back away when they don't get support. And there is no support for the cops in California. Just turn your television on most every night, and you can see that. Thank you very much. See y'all later.
All right. Now it's time for me to cook. I done drank my coffee. I was waiting for that one lady. She just kept talking and talking. I'm like, when did we give them that much permission to talk for that long? I swear to you, I need to ask my dad, did women get that? Were there like women in the press that were able to ask more than like a 30-second question back in the day? Because I swear to you, women should not be. I'm just joking, ladies. I'm just talking crap. But yo, when y'all talk and you start ranting in a question, it's annoying. It really, y'all hit this like little, oh, what's the word? This frequency in your ears. It's just like, just get your question over with. Shut up, woman. Let Sheriff Grady talk. That's who we came to listen to. No one's trying to hear you. Damn it. Sorry. I had to get that out the way. Yeah, all the women need to be making sandwiches and stuff. Come on now. The tomfoolery show and debate him. Who the hell is tomfoolery? But I am not debating no foolery. I've got enough liberals in the chat I could debate if that's the case. Anyways, so first off, we've been watching a lot of, we watched a few, I want to get this out the way first before I get on, because first off, there's plenty of sheriffs other than Sheriff Grady that do this, and I'm going to show you a couple other cool sheriffs. But before I do that, we've been talking and watched a lot of different operations. We've seen a lot of different types of people, teachers, cops, etc., Mexican, Venezuelan, American, California. It doesn't matter. We've seen every type of person go through these operations. So but one thing that, that is being left out of all the mainstream media right now, and all the media for that matter, is that what's going on with our teachers. And so when we think of this topic, we usually think of a male doing this to a female. But I'm going to be honest with you guys. This is where I'm going to get you. Y'all got to listen. Listen to me. This is where I'm being serious. Most of the abuse that is going on today, especially in our schools, and it is from females. I literally typed in one day, I was with a few people on Discord, and I was making a point, and I could do it again today, but I have other stuff that's picked up or pulled up to make my point. But, all you have to do is type in don't have to type in male, don't have to type in female. This will make it so it's so non-biased, the most non-biased search you could do. Just type in teacher caught in car with student. That's all you got to type in. And it will go for pages on pages. And it's all female teachers getting caught with male students. That's not an opinion. That is a fact. You can do it right. You know what? I don't want to do it because I got other things to show you, like this lady right here. Okay, here's one of my first examples. This is from this week. These are 2 examples from this week. And my camera's not on. All right, so I could easily go ahead and show you multiple examples, and maybe I'll do that. But for now, I got this pulled up because there's 2 examples that really stick out, because it's like, okay, these people, first off, there's many reasons why. All right. So we got to find disgraced mayor. Hold on. Here we go. Disgraced mayor. Now check this out, y'all. Get up there, ma. Everything's floating. Here it comes. It's coming, y'all. It's coming up. I was getting ready to cook. I hit 2 things at one time. My laptop's doesn't know what to do. Things stopped. Shoot. What's going on? Is everything all right? My stream stopped for a second. All right. Did it pop up yet? All right, here we go. Sorry, you guys. So check this out. First story, I just lost 100 people because is it my laptop? It's my camera, yo. I gotta turn my camera off. I just gotta do it. Unfortunately, I have to do it because there's just too much going on right now. I don't know what the hell. All right, here we go. Add this to the stage. Let me get this story off. You think this is YouTube just messing with me right now? Honestly. I'm honest to God. Why is it doing this all of a sudden? Pop up. We can do it. I bet. All right, here we go. So first story. Did it pop? Did it stay up? Okay. First story. Disgraced LA mayor, Louisiana mayor, I'm sorry, Misty Roberts, found guilty of having, you know what, with her son's 16-year-old's best friend at a boozy party. This is of March 3rd, 2026. She's in trial. So this woman right here, she was a mayor, had a pool party, bought all the alcohol, and not only did she have sexual relations with her son's best friend, but she did it in front of her kids and all the kids. And reports say that throughout the day, this crazy bag right here, okay, here she is with the young lad and another young lad. She did it in front of them and then be through DoorDash at 3 or 4 in the morning. And she tried to be smart, use an alias called Misty C. That's what she called herself. Hi, I'm Misty C. I'm going to order some Plan B because I let a young kid do something that he shouldn't inside. And I'm not going to get away. I'm going to get away with this one. But hey, what do I know? Did y'all hear about this? I don't think you did. Ain't nobody talking about this story on the mainstream media at all. At all. Nobody here is worried about your TDS. Oh yeah, okay, you guys do the thing. So you know this woman right here again was a mayor. You know, I bet she gets very little time. I bet she get. You know how she got caught? Oh, well, it's obvious how she got caught. I guess it's kind of obvious. I guess the DoorDash driver and everybody in the whole town knew. The whole town knew. So, anyways, there's one example. Next one, I have Fox. I could have chose anyone, but I chose Fox because I just felt like it. And if you don't like it, you know, I don't care. Here is another one. This one is also from this week. And this one is even more disgusting. I'm sure maybe Katie heard about it. Katie, you might have heard about it. It was an Illinois teacher. Yeah, an Illinois teacher indicted on 52 charges. 52 charges. And look at this woman. 30 years old. 52 charges of having relations with a student. He was 15 years old and she did it over 50 times. Now, let's watch the video of her getting pulled over.
I wish to present the importance of hard work and determination. Of not that.
Oh my gosh. There's even ads on ads on ads. Come on. Sorry, y'all. But it is body cam footage of alleged inappropriate relationship. She's sitting in the car with her husband in the cop car. Her husband's right there, and she's just like, all right.
Assault charges against a 15-year-old student. Newly surfaced body cam video capturing the moment that she was taken into custody. Let's bring in our legal panel. Criminal defense attorney Mercedes Coleman will be with us in just a moment, but former district attorney Phil Holloway is here in the studio with us. Phil, it's good to see you in person finally.
Great to be here, John.
So this is a teacher. She's 31 years old. Her name is Christine Formella. Police say that she raped a 15-year-old student, manipulated and sexually abused him. According to police, her arrest was caught on body cam. Watch this.
You're Christina?
Yes.
Okay, Christina, do me a favor. Can you step out of the car for me? I know you're confused. I'll explain everything to you.
Is she going somewhere? Or?
Yeah, we're going to explain everything to you guys. It's not my investigation. I don't know the full details. But you have to bring me there, though. Okay? So I have to put you in handcuffs and bring you to the police department. Just a down drill.
Handcuffs?
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
I'm like willing to go with you.
I get it. Yeah, unfortunately, we have to do it that way.
Am I in trouble? Like I'm so.
Hold up. Did I just read your comment right in the chat, Goofy? Hey, Chevy, did you say 37 felonies for sexual assault crazy? Is that like, were you saying that's bad? Like that's not enough? Because she did it over 50 times. It really should be more charges. Are you sticking up for her or what are you doing, bro? I'm going to give you 10 seconds to think about the dumb you say before you say anything else in my chat, bro. Ryan, are you in here? Give him 10. No, give him 5. And if he says another dumb word, give him Kobe. Just give him the 24.
So lost right now.
So she appears to not have any idea what was going on at that moment because these incidents did happen 2 years before. But Phil, this is something we've seen many, many times before where a mature woman gets involved in a sexual relationship with a younger student, vice versa too, male student, female male teacher, female student as well. But this case, I mean, the fact that it was caught on camera makes it particularly compelling.
You know, the thing about this case, you know, you've got this exchange of text messages, right? And so what she's saying is that the student had
her phone information, was able to get access to her phone and sent himself the incriminating text. Now, there's going to be their telephone forensics, of course, are going to be a big part of this case, but a cell phone forensics can't exactly tell you who typed in a text message. So, look, her reaction on that video, it seemed like genuine surprise. That's something that the defense will use to help a jury maybe find that there's reasonable doubt as to whether or not she's guilty beyond that reasonable doubt. If it looks plausible that this kid did, in fact, have her cell phone and could have maybe texted him himself and set her up, I'm not saying it's going to work, but it might plant the seed of reasonable doubt, John, in the mind of at least one juror. And that's probably what the defense is going for.
Let's get Mercedes to weigh in on this, because she was arrested 2 years after all of this went down. The boy's mother says that she discovered the text messages on his phone when she was setting up a new phone for him. The prosecution alleges that these text messages were sent from her to him. I love you so much, baby, even though...
All right, I don't want to kill it because this is where it gets all crazy. But so they got away with it. The kid didn't tell. What ended up happening is they didn't clarify it too well. He went and got a new cell phone. And when his mom went to go fix it or do whatever, she went through his old messages and found the messages. He didn't clear him out, though. He messed up by not clearing him out. But he didn't go snitching because,
This morning was short. It was perfect. And this text message, I love having sex with you. But what do you think, Mercedes, of this defense of, oh, he got my phone and he texted himself these things from my phone?
John, these types of cases, whenever there's a huge conspiracy behind the defense, and that's what the narrative that they're going to try to show to the jury, it falls flat on its face when you're talking about this type of evidence. I agree with Phil. When you're talking about text messages, digital evidence, and emails, text messages, all of that, it is problematic for the defense to overcome it. And to say to someone, well, I have a phone. So let's just picture what this looks like. She's not going to take a stand, but certainly the defense is going to have to show that even though her phone may have been password protected, was taken from the teacher, taken by the student, who then texted himself these messages, the jury's going to look at her and shrug their shoulders and says, this is complete bunk. How can they possibly try to float this type of defense when you're talking about this type of evidence? If I were the defense attorney for this teacher, I would look for a plea deal and try to get her the best plea deal, not go forward with a trial, because it will be very problematic.
Well, as I said at the beginning of this, what really makes this case compelling is that there is so much video of her arrest that this next piece of video comes after she has learned why she was brought down to the police station. Listen here.
I have a feeling I'm going to throw up.
A bag?
Yes, please.
All right. Shauna, can you grab a bag out of there?
I mean, she's in the back of the police car there, and she knows that she's cooked. And you would think, Phil, that if she didn't have prior knowledge, that she wouldn't be saying the things that she's saying, that she would be protesting, wait a second, I didn't do this. None of this is true. At that moment, though, she seems consumed with grief because perhaps she knew what was going on.
Yeah, if in fact she's guilty, and if in fact she sent that text message and this event occurred, John, she's thinking about all the things that are about to go bad in her life. She's thinking about how much time she's going to spend in prison, how her career is over. And oftentimes when people are overcome with genuine emotion, they say things, they do things that are incriminating. And that may be just the type of corroboration that this prosecution team is going to need to overcome proof beyond a reasonable doubt. She's probably her worst enemy in that video.
Right. Hey, Mercedes, I just want to ask you quickly about another case, and that's the retrial of Karen Reed in Massachusetts. She has claimed that she was framed, that she dropped her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, off at a party that a bunch of his fellow cops were having, and he died subsequent to her dropping him off. But an independent investigation has found that there was no cover-up in the death of John O'Keefe. So what does that tell you about how this is going to proceed?
That's such a great question, John. And a lot of us are looking and wondering what's going to happen with the defense. The biggest issue, of course, that report is very damning for the defense, but they do have fallback arguments. The argument of the fact that John O'Keefe's injuries don't seem consistent with someone who was struck by a car, 2 black eyes, blunt force.
That's a whole nother case. Once they start talking about 2 black eyes, I gotta get up out of there. Yeah, I said 2 black eyes. Y'all weirdos. So yeah, we got, this lady. She is not, look, she looks horrible right now because she was crying her butt off. But she was only 30 years old. And if that was about 16 months ago, she was like 28 and a half. Like, if it was the other way around, it's just so horrible. But chat, let me ask you, is this so horrible for, like, if you were 16 or 7, you had 2 black eyes? No, not 2 black guys, 2 black eyes. 2 black eyes. Is it so horrible though? Like, look. Like, she's like, is that so horrible to be 16 and have that? I'm just saying, is that really that bad? It's still at the end of the day, it is everything bad. I'm kind of making a joke because she's cute. And any dude that's 16 years old will pretty much put it through anything. So that's just doing your student age, you're looking out for homie. All right. She taught you well. Nice. So then, all right, so my next topic, what else did I have to say? Sheesh, dude, the Fetty stuff. Before I get on the Butler County, the Fetty stuff that we just watched, bro, that is such a deep, dark topic. I'm not really a fan of like putting all that, but you have to talk about it because it's like when they say this, the giant, no, that is the biggest terrorist in the United States. Is that? I can't think of anything worse than that. I haven't. Nothing else on this earth have I lost more people from than that. So, that being said, but it's all right for Trump. You are a effing... Dude, why are you talking? I got something for you, dummy. Goodbye. What's okay for Trump, you goofball? Huh? What's okay for Trump, you goofball? Little Johnny. Every John, bro. Come on, dude. Are you a John? Are you mad because Sheriff Grady does a whole busted bunch of that blip on Johns all the time, bro? Huh? Shut up, you crybaby little liberal. Nobody gives a damn about you. Shut up. You too. Take it and shove it in your, you know what? No one gives about you. All right. So, anyways. Oh, you need some English lessons? Cool. I'll give you some. It's called 24. Bye. Hope that teaches you something. Go learn it. Okay. So, anyways, there's other cops that do the same stuff that are gangster as Sheriff Grady. And I kept telling everybody, there's one in Ohio that's super gangster. And I'm going to have to show this another time, too, because some of the people I wanted to show left. But it's okay. I want to still get it to show you guys. So again, that being said, with the chick, before I take her off the thing, is that if you actually, I'll just do that first. I'm all over the place because I just smoked 2 J's back to back. So give me a break. Teachers, Teacher caught in car with students. I didn't say male or female, none of that. All I said was teacher caught in car with students. No male, no female, just that. Now check out this search, y'all. Check this out. Look, you can see first, I put teacher caught in car with student. I didn't say male, I didn't say female. Now, let's go down the line here. Of course, Florida. Married teacher caught 45 blah 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 in car with 17-year-old student. Nebraska teacher caught in car with student. Florida teacher caught in car with every one of them is a female. Look at this. Look at it. I didn't type in female, remember. It says teacher. I did not say female or male. And I could go for pages of more and more and more and more. It's actually gotten more since I looked last. Georgia teacher. Japanese teacher. I'm only going to go so far. I think you guys get the point, right? I think you get it. You know. So yeah, that point is just, it needs to be made, bro, because they don't ever bring that up enough at all. Tim, search the keyword. No, you dummies. I just wanted to show you a non-biased search. Somebody tell me that's a biased search. Come on. Tell me that is a biased search here. Look. That's alarming. Where have you heard this? This is what's going on in our schools, though. That's the point. This is what's going on in our schools. Nobody gives a damn. Everybody wants that list, though, but you don't want to know what's going on in your school, yo. The damn. Especially when you've got these cougars. Japanese toe wrestling reference, Tim. Would we deport these women to Iran? Nah, bro. No. I'm just making a point. I personally feel like these 16-year-old men were taught a lesson in life. If you watched American Pie, remember Stifler's mom? Remember how happy that kid was on American Pie? That teacher does that for her kids too, bro. The only ones getting deported to Iran would be the male ones. Yeah, Stifler's mom, dude. That's who I'm thinking of, y'all. This is Stifler's mom. Yeah, freaking Stifler's mom, dude. It's every kid's, not kids, but it's every young man's dream to, like, you know, smash or pass on his teacher or mom's friend or something. I'm just being honest. You want me to lie? I'll lie and say, no, we don't think about that. But really, we do. She got deported? Damn. She was a good mom, dude. She was the mayor. Stifler's mom is like the mayor of New Orleans, Louisiana. Stifler's mom is the modern day Louisiana mayor. And what's crazy about that is that was like okay, funny, normal comedy when I was a kid. Now this lady's literally going to jail for it. We were all rooting on We were all rooting him on. What was his name, dude? Who was the one that was smashing Stifler's mom? What was his name, dude? Either way, I always rooted for him. What a great movie. American Pie was such a damn good movie. Marv Levy, the dad, dude, he's funny. When he walks in on the pie being all, and they're standing there and the pie's just pour up in the middle of the thing, and he's like, "Don't worry, we won't tell your mom." Come on, dude. Just comes at you so awkwardly, bro. He was so funny. Rest in peace to that man, man. He was a goat, dude, for sure. Like, he's like, Jim, Nadia's on the phone. Jim, Nadia's on the phone, dude. He was more excited than him, bro. Funny stuff. Funny stuff. As long as the pie is dude, you remember he pulled it out the oven and he put his fingers in there and he's like, Finch, thank you, Finch, that's it, Finch, Paul Finch, yeah. He liked to bang moms. I was like Finch, dude. I watched American Pie when I was young and I wanted to be like Finch. I was always trying to smash the mom. Hot for teachers. See what I'm saying, dude? Look, bro, that's just a male thing. Now, it's not okay for women or girls in a male, because it's like dudes have to really do some manipulating to do that for girls. But for guys, they're like usually ready to rock and roll. Guys, tell me I'm right or wrong. Tell me I'm right or wrong. I'm not saying what she did is right. I'm just saying that what she did was still acceptable. Not another teen movie. I don't know. It was funny. It was a good one. I just feel like it's a different standard. Now what I'm trying to get at, though, with them teachers, though, if you really look into it, New York City schools alone have, I think it's like, hold on, like 30,000. Hold on, there's some crazy amount. How many schools student teacher? Yeah, here we go. No, not that. It's a horrible search. All right, I'm not looking that up. It's going to give me a litty crap. All right, so I'm going to go to this next topic real fast. You guys want to see Ohio Sheriff Grady? Oh, there's not that many more. There's really not that many people in here, though, but it's cool. I don't care. You guys want to see Ohio Sheriff Grady? Let's get it popping, because, dude, this guy is telling you the absolute truth. He's talking about going to a FBI seminar, and this is what he learned. He came back. This was when the border was open. Everything that I talk about and I warn you guys about when I say, oh, these illegals are here to fight, when stuff hits the fan, they're going to be the ones that you're going to have to worry about, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, listen to this cop right here. He's not a cop. He's a sheriff. He's elected. He's probably 45 minutes from where I live in Ohio. And he's an absolute goat. Absolute goat.
How's everybody doing today? Morning, Sheriff. Okay, we're going to shut the doors. We'll start it all with, my name is Rick Jones. I'm the Butler County Sheriff, Butler County, Ohio. I just came back from a national sheriff's training in DC 3 days ago, 2 days ago. We were briefed by the FBI director, Ray, the director of the FBI, and several federal agencies. There's 3,300 sheriffs in the United States. The President of the United States refuses to meet with the sheriffs of the 3,300. We have a hierarchy. We have a president. We have a vice president. President of the United States refuses to meet with the sheriffs. He also refuses to meet with the police chiefs of the United States. They have a hierarchy also. He refuses to meet with them to talk about border issues or talk about crime that's going on because of the border issue.
Did you hear what he just said? The president refuses to meet up with him over the border issue.
We were also told by Mr. Ray, the FBI director, that there are more red flags going off now than before. Okay? When I say red flags, meaning people that are here in this country that are wanting to do harm to us. We were also explained we're bombing 2 countries right now.
Play War Thunder now. Join millions of players across the globe in massive battles on
2 countries. These people do not like us before this started. There's thousands of people here from other countries, 160 different countries. They're here not to be our friends. Some of them are coming because they're wanting to come here to the best country in the world, the way we see it. Some are coming here to do harm to us. And we were told by the FBI director, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. We were also told 5 sheriffs went to Israel 5 weeks after the attack. The only thing that saved the Israelis, the government, was the local police. They were outgunned, outmanned. They came over. The Palestinians did. They came over. They killed, raped. The sheriffs were there. They talked to the police. The local police are what saved that country. You can't just call, even in Israel, you can't just call the military up and they're going to be there, okay? They went house to house, raping, killing. The Israeli police, when our guys got there, the sheriffs, said they just don't hate us. They hate you guys equally. And the same people that train them are the same people that train people to hate us. The FBI director said when 9/11 hit, there's more red flags now than then. So, and he said, these are people that want to kill us and do harm to us. Now, so you're wondering, I want everybody to know what I know. I can't tell you everything, but I want the public to know that we are in a terrible way right now.
You guys do hear me stress this every show, what he's saying right now. You do, please pay attention.
Now, the United States, and I'm going to get to the local, the United States, we're on the defense. You can't be just defense and not have an offense. We have no offense. We're just defense. We're absorbing these attacks. We're in other countries. We're supplying them with weapons. We're supplying them with our treasure, our money, and we're not doing much back home. So with that in mind, we were also told that they're going, this is from the federal government 3 days ago, they're going to attack our elections, which they've always done that, just not the national. They're going to go into the locals. They encouraged us to talk to our local election officials and be prepared as much as they can for cyber attacks. Even locally, you have to be prepared. We've been told that, again, they're coming here to do harm to us. And even in Ohio or in the United States, we're not going to be able to call and ask for help from the federal government. They're going to be busy. The military's not coming, the National Guard. When 9/11 hit, it was all the police and the fire. And they were in total organized chaos. The military had the skies. And I don't want somebody asked me, am I like Doomsday Jones? And I said, no, I'm not like Chicken Little. I want you to know what I know. And if you don't believe what I'm telling you, that's okay. You can do what the Israeli citizens done. You can build a little safe house in your basement, and good luck. Now, getting to where we've been attacked here in Butler County, you're going to think, well, we've never been attacked. We have. The Russians attacked our system, our electronic system, our computer system. They hacked it. They also are trying to hack, just not ours. And we were down for 2 months, just a paper, hacked our dispatching, hacked everything. Now, was that to help us? No, it wasn't to help us. It was to hurt us and cause chaos. As we speak today, the Russians are still attacking our computer system, just like they're attacking most of yours. But I want the public to know this. The Chinese tried to attack our cyber system here in Butler County, which includes everything that we have, dispatching for police and fire, 5 times a day. I want to repeat that, 5 times a day. The Iranians are attacking our computer system and trying to hack it 3 times a day. I want to repeat that, 3 times a day. Now, are they doing that to help us and be our friends? No, they're not. They're trying to disrupt everything that we do. And this next election coming up, they're trying to do the same. So,
he wasn't talking about Trump not meeting up with them. He was talking about Biden not meeting up with them. This was before Trump was president. Or he's talking about when Biden was president and Trump was just coming in.
what we're doing here is we've got rifles in every police vehicle we have. We have what we call a go bag. We have extra magazines, and we're going to start training civilians. We've offered classes to train civilians, and we're going to start training civilians on what to do when disasters hit and emergencies hit. Naturally, we can't train the whole country. We can't train the whole county. We put this up online yesterday. It's full already. We can do like 30 people at a time. We're trying to get it. And the organization that is doing that is Texas A&M. They're coming here. The federal government's paying for it. They're going to train 30 civilians on what to do when a disaster hits.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where
30 out of 400,000 people is not much. So we're trying to get more classes. Don't want to cause fear. Don't want to cause panic. But I want the public to be aware that you are under attack. And when they're attacking, they're trying to get our cyber system. We have a grid system. Butler County does, the whole United States. Hell, our grid system goes out when it gets hot. So, and our grid system is from the 1960s. And they're trying to attack our phone system. The Chinese are flying over with their little balloons. That's not to help us and help us do some weather direction. And all we're doing is we're on the defense. We're absorbing this. And these other countries that are attacking us overseas, it's a lot of drone attacks. Get into drones. You know how much technology that local law enforcement has on drones? 0. We can fly drones, and most police departments and sheriff's offices have drones. We can't detect drones. Hell, they look like a bird in the sky. We can't make the drone stop. We can't stop them. When you see football games on TV, the national football games, they call timeout to stop the drones. Hell, my grandkids have drones. Everybody has drones. We have no technology. The federal government doesn't share any of the drone technology with us. So what we're going to do is we're reaching out to the private industry, and we're going to see if we can get anything that can detect drones and how we can stop drones. Now, again, it's not to scare people. This is the truth. Everybody in this room, the news media, you guys get hacked. They try to hack you. One of the local channels in Cincinnati was hacked. They were down to paper for several weeks, just paper. When we were hacked, we were down to paper. Our computer system, our dispatching, all hacked. Again, that's being attacked by foreign countries. You wouldn't think that a foreign country would be attacking us. The public needs to know we're being attacked every day. Now, people that are here to do us harm, do we expect? I've been to the border 3 times. People are not just turning themselves in. They're actually called gotaways. And some of them are getting through with backpacks and packs. Now, are they bringing groceries with them? We don't think so. We believe the ones that don't want to get caught, there's a reason for that. We believe they're a good, strong possibility they're bringing something here to cause us harm. You have to believe that. China has safe houses in every state in the United States. Now, after I discuss that, I'm going to take questions. But there's 3 things I'm going to be asking the state of Ohio to do on the offense, not just.
What this man is doing right now is what I have to do for y'all when I'm on YouTube. I have to, in order to tell you guys something, I have to beat around the bush, because if I directly say it, it's very bad. But he's basically telling you everything. You just got to listen.
The defense. I've reached out to State Representative Sarah Crothers, and I've reached out to State Representative Cindy Abrams, 2 state representatives. And I've asked them, I've instructed them, and you're going to receive a copy of it, that there's 3 things I'm asking the state to introduce legislation on. One is the northern border. You think that we don't have a border, but we do. We border Canada. So what happens is the border security have been pulled, a lot of them, a large portion of them, quite a few of them, to go to the southern border. So what happens when we do that? Drugs are coming back across more the northern border. People are coming across, water and land. With that in mind, I want you to keep in mind, I'm asking that there be legislation introduced and that the governor appoint a task force to do interdiction on people and drugs coming in across our waterways and our borders into the state of Ohio. Texas has done some of the similar. So the fentanyl has decreased by 40% from Texas and moved over to Arizona. So it's coming across. I was told 5 and 8 pills that are coming across and into this country have fentanyl in them, the illegal pills. China helps the Mexican government with the fentanyl that comes into our country. Again, they're trying to help us out. They're our friends. 5,000 people die a year in Ohio, fentanyl poison. 100,000 die a year in the United States. Our government is doing nothing to stop it. We're on the defense. Number 1, that we have a border security task force. Number 2, I'm asking that the 2 state representatives introduce legislation that will also form a full-time 24-hour-a-day cyber security, not part-time. Every department has their own. We don't communicate with anybody. If we're going to be attacked, which we're getting every day, I assume everybody is. I'm asking that these 2 state reps introduce legislation that we have one cybersecurity czar that's full-time, nonstop, 24 hours a day. They're attacking us all. Third, very important, I'm asking that legislation be introduced like in Texas, that if you're pulled over or stopped in the state of Ohio, that there be legislation, the law changed, that you can be charged with a state felony charge of being here illegally, and you can be arrested and charged. Those 3 things. Now, I come to you not to alarm you, but to arm you. I want you to know what's going on. None of this I've made up. This is being told to us. And the reason it's being told to us, because 9/11, they knew it was coming. And none of us knew. No communications with local law enforcement. We can't do anything with drones. We have drones, but we're going to. And we're going to do everything we can to protect our community, to keep our live squads, our fire, our dispatching. If you've ever lost your phone or your battery goes dead, everybody freaks out. Imagine if you can't use your cell phone. Now, again, they're getting into our cyber, and that's what our country, you can't pump gas without electricity. You can't pump water without electricity. So they're doing this to us. These are the three things that I'm going to ask these state representatives. I've been in communication with them. You can reach out to them. They'll be waiting for the conversation. And this is just a beginning. And again, I've instructed my IT people to start looking at ways that we can detect drones and what we can do to stop drones. I don't know if there is any technology. Our government doesn't even have enough. Now, I will take questions at this point. Any questions you got? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Sheriff Jones.
Yes, sir.
It's an honor to be in your presence today. If given the opportunity to talk to the president through your organization, the Sheriff's Association, what are some of the things you would like to talk to him about?
The question was, what would I talk to the president about if I had an opportunity to meet with him? I would ask him to please close our borders, help us out. It's not, they're not staying in these border states where they're coming across. They're coming in. Every state is a border state. Please help us stop the Chinese from bringing this fentanyl through our border and stop all these cyber attacks. They're attacking us all. And we have nothing. We don't have any technology to stop it. We're on the defense. The FBI director said for every one person we have in our government, I want to repeat that, every one person we have in our government that deals in cyber, the Chinese have 50 to 1. And I don't know what we're doing. I assume we're just on the defense. Please help us. It starts with the border. We've got to have our border secure, and us in the interior of the United States, we need help. We've had people that are dying every day. Everybody in this room, everybody that's listening has a friend or a family member that's died of fentanyl. Next question.
What was the response like from Representative Abrams and Crothers when you talked to them?
They were excited to do everything they can to introduce this legislation and maybe more. And I told them it was of the utmost importance. We need to get on the offense. And if our government's not going to stop it, we got to do it here in our country. We got in our county. I'm going to ask the Butler County commissioners. Every department in our county and in Hamilton County, everybody has somebody that does cybersecurity. It's not 24 hours a day. They do it 24 hours a day. They have an incentive. They do it 24 hours a day, and they have hundreds of thousands of people attacking us every day. So I'm going to ask the Butler County commissioners if they can get some kind of a task force or appoint one person that's in charge of this, and we all can get together and share information, how we can stop this. All we're doing is defense. We can't do offense from this level, but we can sure do defense. And it's just, if you throw the dart at the board enough, you'll hit a bullseye. And everybody here, everybody's being attacked cyberly, and it's not to help you. It's to cause you grief. It's to cause you not to be able to dispatch. And then they want money from you. They want a ransom. We didn't give them a ransom, so they released all of our information. And the FBI, you know what they told us? We don't recommend ransom, but some people do it. So, next question.
You mentioned that you're going to have some conversations with the Butler County commissioners, but have you already shared with them what you learned in DC?
I've shared with one of them what I've learned, and I'm going to meet with a group of them, and I'm going to tell them what I've learned, but they already see that by what you're doing here today, and the public's going to see it. We're going to put it out. We want everybody to know what we're doing, and everybody, we all need to be on the same page. We can't just have, I think the state of Ohio has a part-time person, a part-time group, and they meet on occasion. You know how much shared information we get from that? Zero. We should all be on the same information. I'm going to ask the commissioners to form a committee immediately and appoint or hire somebody. That's all they do is security, cyber security. Somebody that can do it, not somebody that's working in the parking garage and parking cars and they get appointed to that job. We want real people. We're meeting with experts in the field as we speak, and we're trying to share resources and gain more information. I'm not going to tell you who they are, but I want everybody to know in our country.
Taxes was so taxing.
That I'm doing everything that I can. I'm one sheriff of 3,300 sheriffs, but I have a very large mouth. and I want everybody to know what I know. I want you to know what the FBI told us 3 days ago. This is pretty fresh information. And if you don't think that we're under attack, we are. And we train for mass shootings in schools. We train for mass shootings in the malls, but we don't train for multiple shootings or multiple attacks. And the National Guard's not coming to your community to help you unless it's a flood or disaster. And you're on your own for about 7 days. And if you remember 9/11, which a lot of you don't, they were on their own. And the police is your last line of defense, police and fire. We're training right now for hazmat. We're the police, and we've been training for hazmat. We have hazmat equipment. We belong to the Hamilton County hazmat team, and we're training for chemicals because we have people that are driving trucks in this community and all over the United States that don't even speak English. They can get driver's license. They can take a test. I don't know if they're here legally or not. So I give you that information. It's a lot to fathom what's going on, but I am asking that you put this information out to the public. The class that we had were full. It filled up last night, and we could probably do 5,000 people in that training. People want to know what they do when your cell phone doesn't work. If you've lost your cell phone in your house, you almost puke because you can't find your cell phone. Imagine not being able to use your cell phone, and imagine not being able to do dispatching. No electricity in the winter. I mean, not to scare people. It's not to alarm you. It's to arm you.
Sheriff, does the analogy of see something, say something to all Americans, especially in the Ohio regions, Hamilton County, Montgomery County, and the like, see something, say something. Is there a number individuals can call if they see something
Yes,
very unusual?
there is, and we're going to give that to you before you leave. There's a number to call, and we had an incident a week ago, and we depend on the public.
Okay, I'm gonna finish showing that for now. Basically, he's giving you all the 411. This was when Biden was president. This is everything I've been screaming to y'all. This is everything we've been screaming. This guy came in and told the damn truth. I have another video, but I don't have time to show it this show. I want to get up out of here like sooner than later. I want to chop it up with the chat real fast these last 4 minutes. But yeah, man. I think my whole point of showing that was that there's multiple sheriffs in this country that do the same thing that Sheriff Grady does. And it's really, really, really important to vote in a strong sheriff that you can trust. Because if you do that, you're a step ahead. Because you heard what he said. Nobody's going to come in and say that stuff to you. Like, that's rare that you've got somebody who's going to push everything to the side and tell you what's going on. It's just rare. So, and there's plenty more. They do it in Indiana. They do it in multiple other states. But, dude, I don't think there's any two sheriffs more patriotic than Sheriff Grady and the sheriff that I just showed you. He's a beloved dude in Ohio. So make sure you vote for your local sheriff and make sure you know who you're voting for. It's very important. Make sure you know who your school superintendents are. Make sure you know who's running your local stuff. It's so important. It's so much more important than this world stage that we're in right now because you can't really do nothing. You're not going to call your senator, but you can definitely go to City Hall and pitch a fit. Not that they're going to do anything, but you got that opportunity. You got that right. So I'm going to go ahead and anything else? We got an Oscar Martinez here. He's a lot like this guy. Who's Oscar Martinez? I didn't see him. Aren't sheriffs powered with more authority than... Yes! They are. They can override everything because they're voted in. They run your city, bro. Like if you have a good, tight-run city, that means you have a good sheriff. That means your jails run right. You know, everything's run right. Yes, your sheriff is very, very important. That's why smaller cities usually do real well, is because they have sheriffs. Sheriffs don't play. That's why you always hear, don't F around with the sheriffs, dude, because they'll get you. The sheriffs don't play. But when you got a sheriff like that that's telling you and warning you, God bless that man. And he does way more. And I'll show way more videos of him. I've got a bunch of stuff of him. I'm ready to get up out of here. But I just wanted to show you guys what he was saying. And I should show that. I'm going to show it again because I didn't even show half of it. Yeah, all of our cities are corrupt. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's why you got to pay attention to your local city, bro. For real. Columbus, super corrupt. Mayor Ginther of Columbus, that man literally told the police not to work with ICE and left them hanging. Hugh, what's up, brother? You way late, bro. I'm over here just getting ready to get up out of this mug, bro. How you doing, brother? No, I'm getting ready. I'm just giving my last little sermon of the day before I juicy yo up out this mug. We sat here. I just talked about we watched Sheriff Grady, and I talked about how female teachers are more relevant as to getting caught with their students now more than ever. I talked about the sheriff from Ohio who speaks like Sheriff Grady, and I kind of ran that down, and we just ran over some stuff that we talked about for the day. Thanks, Katie. Appreciate it. In General Flynn, in the very beginning, to start clearing at local level. Hey, bro, I've been saying it forever. Dude. I've been saying you got to start at the local level. I never believed in that's why I call my live streams the world staged news, because I think it's a big world stage, bro. None of my teachers were good like that. That's what I said, Hugh. It's a guy thing, bro. I'm telling you, it's a guy thing, because every one of us are like, dang, I wish I had a teacher like that. All my teachers were old, bro, and had like big bags for boobies, and like you wouldn't even really think about it. There was like a couple maybe. Now there's like all these like 30-year-old teachers trying to like, bro, when you're 30 and you're 17, bro, when I was 17, I was trying to smash 30s at the bars and shit. I had a fake ID. Come on, man. Like, we weren't doing those things, bro. But it's different. We're guys. We've got a one-track mind. We don't need to be talked into it. We don't need to be groomed into it. We just do that. We just do it. On a lady's other hand, you ever do that to a woman, bro, they like have this emotional side, so you can literally take advantage of them. A dude just wants to do it and get it. It's two different things. Gym teachers were like dudes, yeah, definitely, or they were dudes, straight up. I had a dude gym teacher who wore his shorts up to his nuts, bro. It was crazy. He had googly eyes. I hope to God he didn't try to diddle you, Ryan. Did you ever end up in Mr. Ho's freaking office, bro? I hope he didn't try to diddle you, brother. or that little bro. I'll tell you a funny story, dude. I was in gym class and this little dude chick, right? Had a who's that painter that paints John Ross? Had a John Ross afro, right? And she's walking around with her stupid ass whistle. And we're all lined up getting attendance, right? And I'm like, had my back turned. I wasn't paying attention or whatever. I was doing my own thing. And she got like mad, bro. And she like said something and somebody yelled a cuss word. And it was not me. Well, this chick, I had my back turned. I'm not paying attention to none of it. Yeah, Bob Ross. What did I say? I said Bob Ross? Doink. You doink. Anyway, so this chick walks, dude, chick, whatever you want to call it, rolls up on me, gets up behind my shoulder and just blows her damn whistle in my ear, bro. Blew that damn whistle in my ear and started blaming me for swearing. And now I'm in front. Whatever. Bob, John, Jacob, gives a damn. Okay? Don't you correct me, damn it. You know, damn. I spit on you. I'm just joking. Anyways, Bob Ross, who gives a dang? Sorry, Bob, R.I.P. You're gay. Clearly you're gay. Wop, wop. You. D. Anyway, so, back to the topic. So the teacher pulls me out in front of, like, everybody, right? And was like, hey, you just swore, and yelled at me in front of the dude. It wasn't just my class. It was in front of like 5 other classes, dude. So there was like 80, 90 kids. And in the gym, that stuff's loud. It echoes, right? So the whistle scared the dog crap out of me. And then her yelling at me, bro, in front of everybody, bro, I snapped. I was like, I didn't effing say a effing thing. And I started dropping every swear word you could say. I ended up getting in trouble for swearing, but it wasn't for like actually swearing. It was because she called me out for swearing. Yeah. It's a real, I swear to you, dude, they had to drag me out of the gym. I'm not even lying, dude. I was just minding my own business, bro. Then she, bro, with that damn whistle in my ear, bro, I snapped, bro. I snapped in front of the whole everybody. I felt like, you know, when I get on my rants, I went on a Tim rant, but I was only like 16. I'm like, beep, 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 beep. Like, if I'm gonna get in trouble, I'm going out with a bang, boy. I got in trouble, but it's cool. It's cool. I told my mom exactly the story I told y'all. My mom did the exact same thing. She laughed. She knows damn well, blow the whistle in my ear, what's gonna happen, bro. Are you crazy? These people done lost their mind. Blow a whistle in my ear. What do they think this is? Damn Minnesota now? What, is ice coming? They started that way young. But yeah, no way would I think about smashing that. Ever. But if that 30-year-old teacher was my math teacher, bro, come on. I'd be going to school every day, early. I'd be wanting to get tutored too. That's what happened when she was tutoring them, all right? She tutored them. She taught them a lot. I'm just saying. It's all right. She get like 2 years, 2.5 years. Let that be a dude, bro. Let that be a dude. You getting like 20. You getting like 20, bro, all day. She gonna get like 2.5, maybe 1 year and some probation. You ever get, oh yeah. My dad used to do you can't leave the house until you mow the lawn, dude. Oh my God. Then he would walk around the lawn and he would point at all the pieces of grass I missed, bro. Like one by one. Dude, I got so tired of that shit as I got older. I just left the damn lawnmower in the middle of the yard one day, just left. My friends would come over, like, I would just not want to do it, right? My friends would come over, just do it so we could get out of the house. Like, for real. I've always been a little rebel. Nowadays, kids just want to stay, you know? But yeah, I hated work detail. The worst. Oh, at school? Yeah, at school. I've had everything at school, dude. In school suspension, out school suspension, suspension school, freaking 4-hour detentions, all day. Dude, I've been through it all, brother. If you were on my Discord, I'd tell you a really funny story, but I'm not going to tell it on YouTube. But I'll tell you a funny story about cleaning duty on detention. But I cannot tell it on here. It would have to be on Discord or on like a different platform. I can't tell it here. But it's funny as all get out, bro. It's funny. My God, this tastes so good. This coffee that I'm drinking right now tastes fire. I forgot that I was even talking to y'all for a minute. I'm just chopping it up like I'm talking to my friends. I forgot I was on the internet just for a hot second. Just a hot second. I'm like, oh, I'm just chopping it up with the homies. I forgot I'm on the internet. Yep, I did. You couldn't catch me in school on Saturday. We were partying. Oh, Saturday school. No. Bro, I did have to go to Saturday school like one time, and I never went to none of that stuff, bro. And I used to get hella detentions for being late for school. My senior year, I was always late because we used to like chief out and do whatever before school. And like, this was my senior year. I'd already got all my credits. I just had to go to school just to finish out the rest of the first half of school. So we would just go in late. If we were like late to school, we would just go in half a day so they couldn't get us for being late. Because I would get stuck in 4-hour detentions just for being late because I was late so many damn times. Make MAGA taxpayers pay for this year. Durka, that was so cordially funny. Everybody, let's all laugh. That was so funny. Oh my God. I think I should end the show on that because that was just the mic drop. Make MAGA taxpayers pay for this war. Ah! You're stupid. I went tripping on L, made it to second period, and had to leave. Yeah, I've had to do that too, bro. I've had to do that. Open campus was cool, but I never went back after lunch. Bro, one time I was real hard. I was tripping hard. And I had a 4-hour detention after. And if I didn't go to it, I was getting suspended. No doubt. And I was overwhelmingly like, bro, I was done. And there was no way I should have been at school at that moment. And this kid started messing with me next to me, like making all these like noises because I think he knew. And I was at a brand new school, y'all. I didn't know barely anybody at this school. I was at a whole new school. It was my senior year. I went for just a half a year. I'm at this school, bro. I stood up like, shut the up, bro. What the is wrong with you? I started yelling at this cat and got sent home. I didn't have to go to the 4-hour detention. I lost my like 9th period, dude. I lost my cool. I couldn't no more. I lost it. I had it so built in. I just snapped on this cat, bro. And I didn't even have to. I ended up getting kicked out of school that day. But I got really good grades, y'all. Like I had merit and honor roll every single for 7th grade all the way through. So like I had really good grades and I played sports. So that being said, they like had a hard time with me because I was really good at that. So they like couldn't really get me in trouble like they wanted to. You know what I'm saying? Like they let me slide way more than like my friends like that I rolled with. But then they would mess with me though because I also I skated. I was a skateboarder. And they hated that I hung out with all the skaters, bro. They hated it because I didn't hang out with the football players. I hung out with the skaters, but I played sports. And my coaches straight hated me hanging out with the skaters. I'll never forget that. That made me not want to play sports. For real. I played running back, and one day I was like running a running back drill in practice. And the coach was like, pick it up. He's like, pretend you're chasing your skateboard. And that pissed me off so bad. I was so mad, bro. He said, pretend you're chasing your skateboard to me in football practice, bro. I was mad. Yo, that really pissed me. That gets under a man's skin. You know what I'm saying? If any of y'all play football, y'all know. Especially when you're working and when you were better than everybody else anyways. Like, bro, you just didn't like me because of who I hung out with and what I did. That's why politics suck. Because it goes on all the time, whether it's just in sports, in schooling, in everything. Politics fall under everything, bro. Homie told me to pretend I'm chasing my skateboard, bro. I got so mad. Oh, Lord. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. Like, it is what it is. Senior year, see, that's what I'm saying. That was my senior year, bro. It was like I had to go to this school and I wasn't going to finish out my senior year at that high school because all my friends went to this other school. So I went to that. I wanted to go there. So I just went there. I was like, I'm going there. I loved it, though. It was cool. I met a lot of really cool people. I met a lot of really dope, fun, cool people for the rest of my life. So I'm glad I did that. It was probably the coolest thing I did. Ryan, I think, did that. But Ryan did it at the very beginning. I just did it for like a half a year. I was already pretty much done. They were just like, get out of our hair and finish out your senior year. Ryan said, yeah, I did. We had a friend one time at that school. I won't say his name or nothing like that, but we had bro, I'm smoking right now. I just smoked like 2 back to back. I'm like, I literally on my 3rd one, back to back to back. I'm going, yeah, but I'll smoke later for sure. But when me and Ryan were in high school, right? We had a mutual friend, and I wish Ryan was on. And he had put some laxative in some, what was it, Ryan? Put it in the chat, bro. Wasn't it like a teacher or somebody got a hold of it? Teacher and a student? Put it in the chat, bro. Don't leave me hanging. Because I don't want to lie. I want to tell the truth. Either way, he slipped some laxative into somebody ice cream. Okay, in the ice cream. And people got really illy from it, right? And it's really funny because Ryan, did it if I'm not mistaken, didn't Howard Stern call him and try to talk to him about it? Because I remember when it happened, listening to Howard Stern and them talking about a kid in Cleveland, Ohio, that put laxative in his teacher's ice cream and blah, 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 blah. And they made all those fart noises and poop noises, et cetera, et cetera. And they kept calling him for like a week. And they wanted to talk to him real bad. He was like one of the top topics for like a whole week, bro. One of the dudes that we hung out with every day. And he was like the good one. He never got in trouble. He never really did nothing. He was always quiet. You smoke. I'll enjoy the hair. Oh, bro, I'm sitting here just going. I was gonna not want to, but then I got the mood. Once I drank this coffee, I was like, I got a little bit of chat in me. I had a friend put L in his tea. Yay. Man, everybody our age, Katie, everybody our age used to do that in school. This is why I never went to public school. Exactly, though. Hey, what up, Damage? What up, G? What's good with it, man? No, I get it. That's why we're not sending my nephew to public school, bro. Exactly for what I'm telling you right now. Not just what I'm telling you, but the stories of just this with the teachers. Just this alone. This right here should be why you don't want to go to public school. Or wait, send your kid to a public school. I don't know. I don't think you like this would be a reason to not want to send your kid to a public school. Just my opinion. I don't know. Or would you? I feel like Hugh would probably want to go to that public school. Wait, no, this is the mayor. This is the mayor. I forgot. My bad, y'all. This is the mayor. The teacher's way hotter than this. No. The teacher's definitely hotter than this. That's the mayor. The mayor was boinking her kids, literally. I mean, like crazy, right? That was her son's best friend. No, this one. This one right here. This one. I don't know. What do you guys think, bro? Or would you? We big teachers out there. That's what I'm saying, Damage. I love y'all. I love my peoples, bro. Because I'm trying so hard to not be like, smash your past. But, bro, come on, bro. Smash. All day. 3 times on Sunday. So, like, imagine if you're 16. Come on. 17 years old. Think about those days. Yeah, go to school for first grade study hall. Or first period study hall. And 50. Yeah, no, man, we need to get this back to 50%, bro. I don't see the problem either, bro, but that's just between us dudes. Because if it were a dude that I had that picture up, that is just not right. So it's really weird that we have that, like, I hate to say it, but we really do have a hypocrisy, but there is, I call it common sense. I got off papers earlier because of banging them. Yo, nice, Damage. See what I'm saying? We ain't playing around here, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, he didn't snitch, though. Hey, Damage. We got to give homie props. He made it like a whole year. He was like older, bro. He did it like 50 times before he got caught because his mom got in his cell phone and found some text messages that were a year old. I'm not making, look, bro, I'm not defending her, ladies. I promise. I'm just looking at it from the other perspective. And me and the gentleman over here having a good laugh. I'm not condoning it. Okay. If that was my kid or my nephew, I don't have any kids, but if it was my family member, I would not be happy. So I'm just picturing if it were me, I would be happy. Imagine if it were exactly. Nah, bro, you can't even do that, Katie. That's a whole different. We wouldn't be sitting here laughing. We wouldn't be sitting here laughing now, would we? No. It wouldn't be funny. It would be horrid. It's totally different. And it's not me trying to be like, oh, no. Women should be, ladies should be held to a different standard when it comes to this conversation. And ladies, you are so manipulative, you can manipulate a young man easily. And shame on you, because that poor young man, look what you victimized. Look at him. He had nothing, no choice. If you were to say no to that, then your name would be Skyler, and you'd be dirty like a zesty soap. You know what I'm saying? You said no to that, bro. You got problems. Straight up. I don't know how to say that without saying it. I think you know what I'm saying. Thank you. I couldn't, the algorithm likes to be a little jerk. So I try not to say it, but I always say like GAYY or something. I got to think of a good one, like apples and bananas or something. I don't know. For real. Hey. I'm curious, but what? I'm curious. Look, bro. I just kind of zoned out for a second. I went to read Katie's comment and I sort of looked at it and then just sort of like stared at it. It was like, I'm curious about double standard. Why do you think it is? Asking. It's, dude, common sense. Do I have to really say it? I just said it like 18 times. You girls are easily manipulative when you're young. So an adult doing that to a young lady is very bad. But a young man, our testosterone's ready for that. We're like mentally ready for that. Girls are not ready for that, for a grown man to do that to them. It's two different worlds, dude. And neither one is good. But we can look at one and laugh, and one is just not funny at all. That's all I was trying to get at. There ain't nothing cool about either one. But we can still laugh. Yeah, he could be. He could be on that if he's not. If he said no to that, come on, bro. If she jumped on you and said, hey, let me teach you some algebra, and you said no, and you were my friend, I would not be your friend no more. I'd be like, bro, you're GAYY. You're GAYY. What else? Anything else before I freaking Trump the dumpsters? Do you know how dumb you sound? See what I'm saying, y'all? Like when I read these people's stupid comments, it's like you're not funny, bro. I can't even, dude. You got to go to the J corner, bro. You're not even funny, bro. Like Taco whatever they call them, chicken taco or taco something. That is so lame, dude. Like y'all can't come up with nothing better than that. Really? You're that corny? Get out of here, bro. You can't be that corny. Super. Just like, the hell, bro? I was asking, nah, bro. I'm not sitting there trying to conversate about that. If you don't get it at 45 or whatever your age is, I don't know what to tell you. I think you understand the difference. I would hope so. Any adult should understand the difference. One is doing the and the other is getting F. Exact. Hey, hey. That's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it, H. And I like how you were YouTube friendly. I gave you props for that one. I actually clapped. It's the same thing with homosexuality. Most men find it disgusting. Lesbian couples are awesome for some reason. That is a fact. Dude is so down to see the L part of the letter group get down. But we sure don't want to see the G's, B's, and every other one, T's, and everything else. We're good. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what that means, bro. What does that mean? I don't know what that means, Tito. Hey, Tito! Hey, Tito! Hey, Tito! What's poppin', man? Hey, Tito! Welcome to the chat, Holmes! Dinosaur Park Girl, what is the speaker? Is it just for your park or listen to the best friend? I don't know what Tito. Hey, Tito! Hey, Tito! Do you want me to get my Borterzar to get you out of here? Hey, Borterzar! Borterzar Ryan! Get Tito out of here! I feel like he needs to go to Alligator Alcatraz quick. Get him out of here. My guards are sleeping. Thank you, Bubba. Ha! Gotcha. Bye, Tito. Off to Alligator Alcatraz you go. Only the bees? Yeah, no, we don't want to see the bees, bro. We just want to see the L's. I don't want to see the B's, bro. I just want to see the L's, bro. All right, I guess if it's B women, right? But ain't nobody want to see, like, come on. Candy comes in out of the right. Only the bees? I get it. I understand that. And that's fine to watch. But if it's like dude on dude, no one wants to see that. Everything else is cool. But that's what I'm talking about with the whole, there's like unfortunately, there's like some sort of bias, or like we got like, there's like a rule. It's like weird. Like we have this we got this, like the standards are different. Us males we're held to less of a standard, dude. I'm trying to get it right. Only L's unless you're religious. Unless you're religious. But even then, most of the people at my church look like a bunch of L's anyways. Cosmic. Yeah, dude, it's weird. Guys love a bi woman, but a bi guy we could go without. It's like crazy. It's crazy. Which I don't mind if you're bi, guys. I don't care. It doesn't bother to me at all. I just don't want to know about it. I really don't care what you do. No, the next county over in Butler. That makes sense. Yeah. Butler's not the next county, it's the next city over. Do men get intimidated when their lady is it just depends on that one, dude. It depends on the situation. Oh, dude, damage. There's no such thing. There's no such thing, damage. It's either you do or you don't. There's just no in-betweens. If you've managed to take it, then you are not that. You are straight up the other thing. There's no in-between, dude. It's either you are or you aren't, dude. That's another liberal thing. I think I just like it all. No. You're just you know? Yeah, you get it. I didn't say nothing. Y'all know what I'm saying. That's why it's funny. That's why I feel like I'm just talking to my friends. I'm like, y'all know. I don't have to say it. If I say it, it wouldn't work. But y'all get it. I like that one too. Pull puffer, pull pusher. I am pushing my poll right now. Speaking of poll pushing, oh my God, we passed them. And we got over 5,000 votes, dude. How many does that say? Someone help me before I end it. We beat them. I'm ending it right now, dude. Straight up. We passed them poll puffers, dude. Straight up. 5,000 votes. And yes, we beat them. With a giant comeback. Giant comeback with the win. Down 64 to freaking 36 at one point. Let's go! That was dope. I had to end it right then while we had to lead, y'all. I said as soon as it got to 5K, it actually matters. You know what I'm saying? Yep. All it took was a little Sheriff Grady and then some Team Tim to come on in and nail in the rest. Drag them all in. Yo, you don't even understand. When I started this damn, what's it called? The show, it was covering Trump live from the White House, him and JD Vance. Yeah. It was the JD Vance Trump thing. And then I covered his luncheon. And it was just nothing but liberals in there, like screaming and crying. And it was like sick. It was like 70 to 30 at one point. And I had no riot, no nothing. It was just me with like hundreds of liberals screaming Taco Trump and stuff. Literally. I sat there and just was like, ding, ding, ding. I had no chat for a minute because everybody was in TO. The whole thing. Everybody. I didn't give no damn. There was like 500 people watching with nobody in the chat because I had everybody either kicked out or timed out. It was hilarious. I was like, F them. I don't care. You don't like Trump? Get out of here. Right? When I say, hey, when y'all hear me say I'll see you in 24, because the most I could give them is a 24-hour, that's what I do. I'll see you in 24, bro. Because, like, I might not even do nothing tomorrow. So, like, I'll see you the next time around. But I don't need what's the point of giving you 30 minutes? So you can come back and comment again? You're not giving me an extra view. I'm not trying to, you're only 16, bro. You're hilarious for 16, dude. I'm not trying to, you just threw me off. Yeah, that just threw me off hardcore. Ew. That threw me off so hard. I freaking forgot what I was saying, dude. Don't make me say anything, bro. Like, 10s are crazy, bro. Nobody wants a 10. Katie, look, all of us dudes, well, we can probably agree on this too. We don't want a 10. Like, that chick ain't no 10, but she's definitely smashable. But we don't want no 10s. 10s are too high maintenance. They're stupid. Most of them are stupid. Nah, we want like a good busty 6, 7, 8. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, we don't want no 10s. 10s are for the metros, bro. 10s are for the New York metros. I don't, you can have them, dude. Half of them aren't even real. Yeah, a good 7.5, a good 7. I'll rock with that all day, bro. Give it to me. That's perfect. She's just hot enough to be hot. Like, she's hot, but she's not so hot that she thinks she's just like better than you hot. She's just like hot. Like, yeah. More down to earth. I'm cool with that. Hey, 10s have someone sick of their shit too. Oh yeah, no, that's my point. They're annoying. They're only worth, like, bro, they're just not even worth the time. I just rather not even have it. I'm straight, bro. You know, I'll take the one that's gonna make me some food afterwards, not try to make me make her food. No, you go make me the sandwich, woman. I did all the work, right? I'm the one that made it all happen. No, but the 10 will be like, go make me a sandwich, bro. And Hugh's gonna get up like, okay, baby. And he's gonna run to the kitchen and make her a turkey sandwich. He's gonna go make her a little turkey sandwich. Hey, that's what we do now, bro. We're good on that. We don't need it. Unless you want to go make your girl a turkey sandwich, then that's on you. She said, I'm definitely busty. Well, she said it, I didn't. Wait, maybe I did. Because I read your comment, though. Did you hear that, gentlemen? What did Cosmic say? That's why I'm coming to rescue you, Katie. You're smart and conservative minded. Oh, I know. See what I'm saying, damage? Exactly. I've had me some 9s and 10s, bro, but they're not somebody I'm taking home to mama. They're not the one that you're going to lay down with for the rest of your life or something. That's just fun. Damage gets it. Damage gets it. It is what it is. I'm an ass man, busty, but don't impress me. I feel like you like. I don't know. I'd make a 5-course meal, not a sandwich. That's what I'm saying. See, like, that's a good woman. That adds points to your rating. Like, let's say you are a 6. That'll boost you up to a good 6.5. Easy. You can bust out a good meal afterwards. Bust you up to a good enough half a point. Easy. Then you do other certain things well, that's another half a point. Boom. Now you went from a 6 to a 7 in one quick bow. You know what I'm saying? Just 2 things. 2 things. Bro, y'all never heard this side of me before. I like a good B cup. I don't know what that means there, Hugh. Oh, Lord. This is funny, yo. actually funny. You know what's funny is let me do one more. I'll do one more poll just real fast. Is that chick still up? Nah, I won't do it. Wait, is she still up? Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll do it just for a minute. All right. Ready? What's this? There's nothing. That's stupid. No, don't vote yet. Hold on. This is the best one yet. I'm talking about that right there. See, I gotta be beat around the bush because I can't be funny, and I can't be funny, and I can't smack the person in the picture, bro. The person in the picture. That's who it is. That's what I want. That's who I'm talking about. The person in the picture. I know somebody voted yes, and I didn't even put a yes or a no. There was 2 votes in there. It was a 50. Bro, figures. Look, bro, I did a poll with no question. It was still. Well, I got 8 votes so far. Not one person said no. I feel like she needs it. We need to get her a good Jewish lawyer. Straight up. That's it. That's what we need to do. We need to get her a good J lawyer. In 1 minute, 8 votes, all said yes right away. Rock on, gentlemen. Rock on. And whoever lady said yes to. There are 100-something people still watching, so I know there's got to be one lady that said yes in this mug. I voted no, but someone else voted yes. Oh, the other one? Yeah. Now we're at 10 and it's still at 100. I've never seen it stay at 100. Let's go. Bro, the teacher I smashed was way hotter than her. Good for you, Antonio. I'm proud of you, bro. I'm proud of you. That's good. If we weren't on YouTube, I'd say tell us about it. For real. I do have a Discord, y'all. If you're not on the Discord that I have, I should have been posting it when there's a lot of people. What is wrong with me, dude? I'll post it for y'all, but I should have been giving it to y'all when there was a lot of people in here. Hold on. I gotta find it. Here it is. I'm gonna give y'all the Discord so y'all can pop in. If you see us in there, pop in, come kick it with us, smoke with us, play some poker, whatever. Why am I in here? Boom. There you guys go, and it's also in the link of my description. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Yeah, the dude was in the car when she got pulled over, the chick in the picture. This is like when she got pulled over, she was with her husband in the car. And she was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know why. I have no clue. And then she finally figured it out. And it was just like, wow. Well, there goes 100%. There had to be one person to ruin the damn thing. Of course. Right, damage? There's always one that's got to F it up for the rest of us, dude. Yeah, I know, right? There's always one that's got to F it up for the rest of us. Like, we're just trying to have a good time here, and there's always got to be the one. Come on now. At least Donald Trump won, though. That was great. I don't even care. I didn't really care who won as long as it was 50-50 because that's what it should be. But the fact that he prevailed after that huge far behind, he was so far behind, that huge comeback that was great, dude. That was great. It was it was definitely a G, bro. It was definitely not a B. Because the B's will do anything. They would have definitely said yes. It was the G. It was definitely the G's, not the B's. Think about it. Think about it. Any of the other letters, they're down. But the G's, nah. But pick another letter. I don't know them all, but pick them. They're pretty much down for whatever. Yeah, nah, cheating is different, bro. Women do that because they're like very passionate about everything they do. Guys are able to not do that. Thank God. Real ones don't. Oh yeah, her husband probably felt like his pee-pee shrunk a little bit. Like, damn, this little high school kid smashing out my wife. I must not be that guy, bro. Straight up. I don't know what to say, dude. Well, all right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. I was waiting to talk to y'all. I should have talked to y'all sooner, but dude, like sometimes I just get like, I don't know, I get like a little sketch. And then once I start talking, I'm usually good. Yep, exactly, Hugh. That's where I was at. I'm almost at that point where it's time to call it. It's not even hard though. Yeah, no, real men don't cheat on their girl. I'm with you on that one, bro. They don't. For real, for real. I believe that 1,000%. I've been going way longer, but I ended up talking to y'all for an hour and a half. Hour and 40 minutes. Almost 2 hours. But it's kind of fun just chopping it up like this. There's no way I would do this for like 5 hours or something, but I'd definitely do it for a couple hours. Because there's nothing more fun than chopping it up with you guys. For real. But anything else? What y'all got? Anything else? Ivan, I've cheated several times. If she makes me feel bad about myself, I make myself feel good with someone else. So if I'm not a real man, I guess. Wow, Ivan. Thank God you weren't here before the vote. You might have persuaded the vote to 50-50. All right. Well, everybody, let's give Ivan a little pity cry. Widow Ivan, I'm sorry. Widow woman, Ivan. Ivan's widow woman cry, baby. No. 5 a.m. coming early. Catch y'all next. Good night, Katie. Hey, good night, Cosmic. Good night, Hugh. Y'all be good. Y'all be good. Ivan, why you so emotional, bro? Are you on the B side, bro? Are you on the B side? Why you so damn emotional over this topic, buddy? You came in hot as a goose. We over here just chopping it up. You came in like, oh, I'm gonna blah 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 blah. Come on, bro. Just say it. You wanna Yeah, we get it. We understand. You said all you needed to say in your comment. What time you get? I am on Smoke Sesh. 5,000, homie. You be good. I'm about to get up out of here too. I like to end at a little even number. I got 6 minutes left in me. He has every right to go elsewhere for action. Mental abuse is for grounds for it. Yeah, man. I mean, whatever. You know. So I'm going to go ahead and close this poll. Let's see where we're at with this poll. Where are we at? We're at 75%. We got 19 votes. What is that? What's the math on that? We need one more vote. We need a couple more votes to make it more realistic. But basically, that's saying the majority of us are saying yes, besides a couple of you Bs a couple of you Gs that just came in here. G's up. Yeah, down. I got it now, Hugh. Nah, if that's bad, dip and skip. Don't cheat on the weak. Find your person. I agree, brother. That person that said that was just trolling, I believe. Ryan, did you hit the yes button or what, bro? We need one more person to get that yes button. Make it an even 20 so I could do the math. Antonio always comes in with the hot takes. Always comes in with some hot takes, bro. I knew you would, bro. I know you don't play around. I should have asked if it was a midget. You would have been down. Bow. Katie, I'm gonna really probably after this, I'm gonna go to my chair. I gotta roll another one. I'm just gonna go ahead and just do some dabs and call it a night. I watched a really good movie last night, dude. A fire movie last night. I don't cheat, like I said. My wife likes women and brings me women. Oh yeah, that's dope, bro. That's on him. That's not cheating. So I hooked up with her friend who I thought that it was really effed up thing to say to me. Bro, you're just being a female. I'll see you in 24, bro. Kobe Bryant time. I'll see you in a Kobe Bryant. Peace. I don't even want to read your comments. Ivan, I feel like you just got weirdo vibes. I'm good. Trump definitely staged his own whatever. Okay, cool. What math are you trying to? I'm trying to get. All right, now it's at 70. So 7 out of 10. That means 14 out of 20 people said yes. 6 of you guys are G's. Straight up. All right, I'm out of here, bro. I can't believe I'm even still in this mug. For real, for real. Y'all be good. I'm ending the pool. All right. Love y'all. God bless. Have a good one. Oh wait, I gotta change my picture, bro. I can't leave it at that. Let me yeah, I'll use this picture. Hold on. Trying to find a picture of Trump. There we go. Boom. I'm getting good at this, you guys. I'm getting damn good at finding thumbnails. Go look at my last one, yo. It's like it has like the reading rainbow on it. It's kind of funny. We didn't really talk about the war today, so it was just Trump. So we're good to go. All right. Anything else? Let's see who we got left so I can say goodbye. Katie, man, much love to you. Damage, man, much love to you, brother. Rai, Candy, we love you. I don't know what your name is and whatever. I know, right? What a mugshot, right? End of. Your name is so long, but I'm just gonna say emo fleet something. You have a great day. Night. Katie, love you. Rai, love you. Cosmic Man, good talking to you. Antonio, bro. Ivan, see you in 24. Everybody else, if I didn't say your name, I love y'all. Be good. Stay safe. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. God bless you. God bless America. I'm out. Peace.